The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. I now call the October 30th, 2024 Special Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:01 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Would you please join me? Thank you. I'll now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. I'll now ask our school board attorney to explain the rules for this public work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Good morning, Ms. Martinez. Please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting.
Good morning. The notice for the October 30th, 2024 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on October 18th, 2024. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you, and we'll now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Good morning, Dr. Gullett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Nice to see you. I just want to take a moment to introduce here with us today is Attorney Daniel Blackman, who is the staff attorney for our district, and he's been leading the work with facilitating input from staff for today's meeting. So just wanted to introduce and welcome him. That's
Morning.
it. Thank
Great
you.
to have you.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Powers, shall we begin?
We shall. Now, for our policy review today, there are a number of different types of policies which we have. Some are ones which were drafted or recommended by district staff. Some required district staff to complete various sections of a proposed update. There are ones that had specific legal updates. The majority of these should be relatively routine, and so in those items that are relatively routine, board members are choosing to discuss the ones which they wish to edit and review. We will proceed starting with the 1000s or the zeros, going through the bylaws and going up to 1000s, 2000s each section. These are posted on our board docs website, so that access to anyone that's watching these at home. However, we do have one policy that we would like to take out of order because I believe we have a public speaker specifically on that policy. That policy is 9,200 volunteers, and it's taking that order at the board chair's request.
Okay.
So as to each of these, as we follow along on the screen, my assistant, Ms. Brown, will be making your edits in real time here and putting those edits into the policy that will then be sent for formatting. So if there's a formatting error, those will not be able to be corrected today. But all of the content, if there's any content alterations or anything the board wishes to do, then we'll do so. One last reminder, in some cases, a policy may seem, or a policy update, may seem to be incomplete, or there may be something more that you would wish to see. In some of these, in the past, we've chosen to allow those to be defined by operations procedures as opposed to policies. We have federal and state statutes, and if you look at the beginning of each of our amended policies or proposed policies, you'll see that there is a list of the statutes that apply to that particular policy. So what is within those particular items is what the policy is based on. How we make that fit between the legal needs or the requirements and our action as a district is by two ways. Number one, policy, which is set by the board, and then operations staff sets procedures to guide them in the actual implementation of the same. So we're going to start with policy 9200, and that is on your document, which all of you should have received, the PDF document, which contains all of the drafts updates. That is going to be bait stamped number, anybody gets to it before I do?
385.
385.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the policy 9200, volunteers, and I'll allow Mr. Blackman to speak to the staff revisions to this. What you see in green are the staff suggested revisions that Attorney Blackman and staff have been working on. This is what's been commonly known as the Chaplain policy. The policy overall speaks to volunteers. Florida legislature recently authorized changes that allowed for school chaplains and codified that in law. This is the board policy which would permit that. So I'll turn it over for discussion of board members and/or Mr. Blackman.
Mr. Blackman, good morning. Is there anything that you want to share before the board discusses? Just an overview would be good.
The general idea, because a committee met to go over and determine what sort of policy might be appropriate. And the statute just requires that the school district create a policy to allow this program to go into place. So the committee wanted to create more of a kind of a minimum amount required to get it started. Not to get into the details, but since this is sort of a new area, thought it might be best to be addressed by procedures as we kind of figure out how this program might be implemented. So if you see that you might have a lot of questions about how one thing might be implemented or not, that is likely going to be handled in procedures to give the flexibility as the program goes into effect.
Thank you. Anything you wanted to add, Attorney Powers?
Simply that the edits to our policy are in compliance with Florida law and would allow for us to implement such a program. And then, as you know, policy is like a aircraft carrier. It takes a long time to turn around because we have to set special sessions and everything to do that. Procedures are much more flexible. So along the way, if there was an item that we found that we wished to change within procedure, that could be done. And those procedures can be published as well. So with this particular policy, this is a new area of Florida law. Very few districts have addressed this issue. So here what we are going to be doing is to provide the framework within policy that would allow for, if the board accepts it, that would allow for us to implement a school chaplaincy program.
Okay, thank you. Before we call our speaker, is there any comment from the board at this time on this particular policy?
I mean, I think we'll have commentary, but are we wanting to hear from our public speaker before we
Just
potentially?
wanted to give every opportunity.
And it's within the board's discretion, since we have, Ms. Martinez, we have just the one public speaker?
Yes.
Within the board's discretion to limit the speaker to 3 minutes or 5?
We'll go ahead and give him the 5 minutes, and we can go ahead and call him up, Ms. Martinez.
David Williamson.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your kindness in hearing me speak before you get to the 9,000s when you've got a lot of thousands to go. Good morning, David Williamson, representing the Central Florida Free Thought community, which supports several counties around Central Florida, including several folks that are in Marion as well. I also serve on the Interfaith Council of Central Florida's Board of Directors and the Central Florida Commission on Religious Freedom. And I'm talking to you about this 3 issues that I want to raise in this policy consideration you're making. First, this program simply isn't necessary. During the school year, students spend just 20% of their time on campus each week. There's no need to reduce instructional time for something that's readily accessible in the community outside school hours. If students need social, emotional, or psychological support, that's a real concern that we cannot ignore, but that support won't be provided equally to all students by members of clergy. It's like having pliers nearby when what you really need is a screwdriver to fix the problem. Counselors and psychologists are the tools already in your toolkit, and they serve everyone equally well. If you believe students need spiritual guidance, I'd remind you this is not the role of our public schools, and I'd ask that you not conflate in your mind trained and certified professional chaplains with well-meaning clergy members from local congregations. I think that's a point that's missed a lot in these conversations about why this is a good program and why it's not a good program. We're not talking about professional chaplains, we're talking about members of clergy locally in general. Certainly there will be exceptions. Professional chaplains themselves have said that they don't belong here, and I'll leave you with a letter from 300 of them who oppose these programs. The second issue is cost. Onboarding and managing chaplain takes time and money. Following up with applicants, verifying documents, background checks, orientation, administering a potentially dangerous program, noticing requirements and website updates, systems for initiating, processing, confirming student requests and parent permission. The only thing free about this volunteer chaplain program is the volunteers. And they bring with them a wide variety of talents to your campuses every day. They can be amazing contributors to your mission as they invest in student success with you. And there are members of clergy already volunteering on campus. Sometimes it's in your program, sometimes it's in their own after-school programs. But members of clergy with access to students presents a substantial legal liability. And that's my final point. The legal concerns involved cannot be overstated. The entire process raised concerns under the First and 14th Amendments. First, applicants will have legitimate free exercise and equal treatment claims if you deny them. The public will be watching and they'll be critical. They could bring litigation challenging those you allow. So you could be in court for people that you don't allow and people that you do allow. Staff will violate Establishment Clause rights of students the moment they suggest visiting the chaplain. And I'll leave you with a document on why that's the case from the U.S. Department of Education policies and guidance on religious exercise and prayer in schools. Clergy will have never before tested privileges that will regularly challenge your program administrators. And students, most of all, will have real concerns about the confidentiality of what they say to what will be a de facto school official. So when you think about who's involved in managing your programs, from the superintendent and staff all the way to that volunteer, you are all agencies of government. Volunteers that are brought in and sanctioned by the school are school officials. An untested law in conflict with the Establishment Clause doesn't undo decades of case law which has repeatedly found that public schools cannot invite religious leaders onto campus to engage in religious activities with students. Even a well-crafted chaplain program cannot address all the issues that will arise. For these reasons and more, I urge you to oppose a chaplain program in Marion schools. I thank you again for your time, and I'll drop an email to you now so you'll have these documents. That way you don't have to track public records on all this paper. You can just use the digital ones that I'll send you, and I'm happy to answer any questions now or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming by this morning. That concludes our public speakers, correct, for today? Okay, thank you. All right. What would be the pleasure of the board after we address this? It would be my preference to go back and start at the beginning, because those of us that have been working through these, I know I hadn't gotten to the 9,000 yet, I'm just going to admit it. So we'll open up to the board for discussion, comment. Who wants to lead us off?
Didn't you say you wanted to go back to the beginning?
No, we're
No.
doing this one.
We're going to do this one, but then go back.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, I can start.
Sure.
It's fine. I appreciate the comments. I think that a lot of the comments are tied in the procedures that will be addressed by Dr. Gullett and her staff. My question to Attorney Powers or Blackman would be, from a legislative perspective, what is the obligation of the school board based on the law that has been created in the state of Florida?
Exactly my question, too.
I'll speak broadly and say that chaplaincy programs, as identified by New Florida law, are an optional thing for districts. Obviously, they are, each district can create one or choose not to create one. There's not an obligation required in statute that we do so. However, if it is created, it must be within guidelines that are done in such a way as to ensure that it's not violative of law. I think that there's an entire, there are entire treatises written on religious freedom in schools, as well as the Establishment Clause and why, where it can be violated. In addition, there are a number of cases that are heard by the Supreme Court on a regular basis regarding those issues. However, the carefully crafted policy and procedures would serve simply to allow for chaplains, as Florida law does, and then from the process of allowing for chaplains, how the program is run and what structures and guidelines we have in place will be the important part. So we're not required to have a chaplain program. It's optional. If we do have one, then there are guidelines within which must fall. We have set those minimum guidelines within this policy, and staff's created. I'll let Attorney Blackman speak to that if he chooses to do so.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Attorney Blackman,
I
anything?
have nothing to add at this point. I agree with Mr. Powers.
Okay.
So I guess for me, since I was one of the board members that asked for this to come forward, what I would say is that I feel like what's been put into the edits and in brought forth today is acceptable for me. It is the bare bones of what is needed to develop a program like this, with the foundation being it is volunteer-based and students' parents are choosing for them to participate. Just like students' participation in a student-led ministry program like FCA or the New Jesus Club at Forest High School. Those are student-based decisions, and a student being counseled by this individual on a campus would be with parent consent. And I believe in what our governor, and I've said this before, I believe in what our governor has progressively pushed forward, which is that parents have choice in the state of Florida. We offer choice for a variety of different things. I mean, at this point, you can take your Family Empowerment Scholarship and go to a Catholic school. And so I think this is another opportunity for parents to execute their ability to choose what's best for their child. And if a parent is not interested, they will never, ever, ever have to participate in the program. So that's kind of my thoughts.
Thank you, Board Member James. Any other thoughts from the board?
Sure, I'll
Go ahead, Board
weigh
Member Kimmel.
in. So I concur with Dr. James on many of the points that she has stated, and we have received numerous emails similar to what our public speaker has shared today. So I have responded to each of them with the same thought process, which predominantly will be addressed in procedure, as this policy would give the opportunity to do so. Personally, I believe, and if we need to make the policy stronger so it says just this, I believe that parents need to opt in to this as opposed to making it an opportunity that a parent then has to approve. I think if we as a school board create a policy that allows school chaplains, I see all of the procedures to this in my mind. Certainly we would have lists by religious affiliation that parents would have the ability to opt into. Perhaps it's a Protestant and Catholic and Jewish and Islamic and et cetera, because there would need to be an opt-in that parents would be choosing for their student to participate in conversations with someone who would be certainly a volunteer. But I don't know that it needs to be quite as open. Certainly the last couple of sentences here in this section on page 385 cover that the parent who wants their child to engage with a volunteer chaplain must provide written consent, but I believe that opt-in needs to happen even in advance of the school chaplains even being available, I guess. So I'm not certain the timeline on that. That certainly would fall on to Attorney Blackman and the procedures piece to this. The one sentence that causes me a bit of concern, and it's not that it causes me concern, I just think that the two phrases joined by a contraction should be flipped. And it's the last sentence in the very first paragraph in green that says all students are welcome to utilize a volunteer chaplain, but no student may be required to do so. I believe it should say no student may be required to utilize a volunteer chaplain, but all students are welcome to. Because I feel like it changes the narrative. It says that no student is required, and it certainly gives that. It makes that clearer separation in the establishment clause that I've certainly done enough research on myself. It gives enough clarification to that, but it also gives the opportunity for students and families to make a choice, saying that they are then welcome to participate if that be the case. The procedures from that point, I do know there is a local organization of more than 1,000 chaplains that include our firefighter chaplains, our law enforcement chaplains. I know the individual who's training all of them. Certainly they are all open to this opportunity and have spoken with some of them about that. Perhaps there is something that we would, in procedure, again, take another step beyond, saying that we would request any person who wishes to qualify for the school chaplaincy program to be certified in something beyond. Again, that's a procedure. That's not what we're trying to set forth here. Mainly my detailing my thought process is to assure those in the community who may be listening to this that we are thinking this through, and that the district team responsible, if the board chooses to move forward, the district team responsible for putting forth the procedures are not going to do it haphazardly, and it won't be available tomorrow. It would be something that will be very well thought out, and we will cross all the T's and dot all the I's and ensure that families who want this as an available resource for their students can have it. I can see as a parent the benefit of having a volunteer badge to say volunteer chaplain, similar to knowing who your volunteer coaches are. It probably doesn't say volunteer coach, but students know who they are. And so just as you may not go to a volunteer reading pal to have basketball training, you very well may go to your volunteer basketball coach to assist you in things that are related to that. If students are aware and understand who the volunteer chaplains are, it doesn't necessarily take extra time out of the school day. Certainly can be during lunchtime that these folks are around. Certainly can be during, some of our high schools have alpha time and just extra time on campus that students do have can be available for students during other times. And again, the student making the choice and that in tandem with their teacher and whomever supervision they're under at that time. I don't, while I completely respect and understand the concerns that have been brought forth in the emails and in our public speaker today, I believe wholeheartedly that there's still a way to make this work for students and families who wish to have this option for their students available on our campuses.
Thank you, Board Member Campbell. Those really thoughtful comments. Any other comments?
I just had a question about what she said, if that's okay. I agree. I think switching that final line of the first paragraph and putting the no before the all, I think is appropriate, and I can get on board with that. What do you mean when you say opt-in? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around, I mean, obviously I know what opt-in means, but I'm trying to understand, maybe you're pretty good at articulating like a sentence or a phrase. What are you thinking? Because I don't necessarily see where it's needed, so I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
I don't know that it's necessarily needed again in policy. It very well may be the procedure that gets implemented after we put this into policy, but I do see an opportunity that once the policy is put into place and we do vote on it, if in fact we move forward with this direction, that perhaps it's a all statement to all families. We now have, once we're ready, because I mean, this is going to take a process. It's not going to be an overnight process, because first, we're not going to go out seeking people to come join our chaplaincy program. So that's number one. It would need to be an opportunity for anyone in the, and if we do have a requirement that they be a chaplain, a certified chaplain, whatever that looks like, then that's a whole separate step. So potentially it's even the folks that are already in a certified capacity for law enforcement, military chaplains. Those folks may even be the first ones that come in. I know that certainly, you know, chaplain essentially is assigned to some religious body of some kind, but I know that's not going to happen overnight. But I think once we have our act together and know what that looks like, then whether it's at the beginning of next year or the beginning of the next semester, whatever that looks like, that it is all families receive the communication. And families, if you're willing or interested in this being a resource available for your student, then you opt in.
So do you want to include then the fourth paragraph? Because I feel like what you're saying is what you're saying in addition to the fourth paragraph, which is talking about the principals shall inform parents of the availability.
That's not my last paragraph. So.
No, the fourth paragraph. So in a school, if a school has a volunteer chaplain available at their school, the principal shall inform all parents of the availability of the services provided by the volunteer chaplains. So is what you're saying in addition to this?
Potentially, but that, and I had conversation with the legislator who was putting this through, because some of the language in the actual legislation caused me concern. Because if you're considering, we can't have a district-wide chaplain list, hypothetically. Because if you are a chaplain that is in the forest, you're probably not gonna be available for a student in Dunellen. You're probably not. So I see this being, again, huge procedurally, lots of processes have to be put in place. I would see a list available per school that would be evolving. So I don't know that a principal, maybe we either change that sentence, or I don't know that it's gonna be a principal's responsibility to tell every time we have a new chaplain on board.
Well, if inform is a word that, I mean, inform could be as simple as updating the school website with the chaplain list, right? And so if informed can be defined legally as something as simple as an update to the list on the website, then I think that it's fine, because we want to see an update when an update occurs. But if a principal's information is simply updating the landing page and that quantifies as inform, then I feel like that paragraph is stepping into procedure a little bit. And I want there to be some level of inform from the school and or the district, but I'm not.
If I may.
Yeah, go.
That line is directly from the statute, and it's required as part of the policy must include that. That's why that line is in there.
Okay,
So
but can we interpret the word inform to be a lot of things?
inform could be a lot of things.
Okay.
The way, at least that I read it, and others could read it differently, is once you have at least one chaplain available at a school, parents need to be informed of the availability. I don't think it necessarily has to be updated and new information every time a new chaplain's on the list. Now, certainly in procedures, we could do things differently, but I think that would be probably the minimum bar that the statute's requiring.
Okay, that works for me.
So the minimum bar is that there is a list.
You have to have a list.
There is information.
Right, and that the principal shall inform, which could be as simple as having a district-wide link of all chaplains available and what schools they're available at. So if a chaplain makes himself available to 6 or 8 schools, that's fine. That district-wide list then could be simply a link on the district website that is linked to a district kept central list. So there's plenty of ways to implement that. Those are all, as you said, part of the procedural development. So a committee would probably
Attorney Powers, we already do for our regular volunteers, correct? They go in, when
Yes.
they fill out their volunteer form, they can select which schools
Right.
that they want to participate at, and so we really already have something in place for that.
We do, Vice Chair Conrad, we do, and I agree with that. The only difference would be is that list of volunteers isn't public.
Right, agreed.
And so the idea then would be, if you are signing up to be a volunteer chaplain for whatever schools you've chosen, you agree to your name being public, because that's the other piece to this that we're getting into the procedure piece of it. And I think that's why our community is so concerned about all the nuances.
Right.
We as a board, our responsibility is, if we choose to put into policy what is now a state law option for us to do. And then it's up to the team to deal with all the nuances of how it will actually be implemented. But as I said in the very opening statement that I made about this, I understand the questions and concerns about the Establishment Clause. I understand all of the years, decades of Supreme Court law and precedent about this, but I also believe there is an opportunity in the First Amendment for students to have the freedom to talk to whomever they want, when they want, about their faith. And so if we provide opportunities for them to do so with people who actually are scholars of potentially the religion that they're interested in knowing more about, or whatever the conversation proceeds to be, then that we're providing them an opportunity that potentially is even more educational than this policy even states at this point.
Board Member Campbell, Vice Chair Conrad?
No, I'm just grateful for the conversation this morning because I think there's a lot of assumptions out in the public of what this looks like. And so I'm happy that with the discussion, we've highlighted this piece, that it requires parent consent. You have to sign up for this for it to be an opportunity for your child. And it's just one other thing, one other opportunity to help our students with the struggles and the acceleration that we've had with issues in mental health. And so this is just one other strategy available for our students. And so I'm just thankful for the conversation this morning.
Thank you, Vice Chair Conrad. Any other?
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess I need to weigh in on this one.
Might not be.
Reverend Cummings.
While I appreciate this conversation, I do have concerns with this. I understand it's a law, and I understand it's an optional law for us to take into consideration. By all looks, is this something that's going to come forward? So if it's going to come forward, my concern is that as a seminary-trained clergy, that and it's probably rolling into procedure as well, that anybody can go online and take a hour course and become a chaplain. I have concern with that. That's my biggest concern.
Let's go ahead and let him talk.
Can you pull the mic closer to you? Thank you, sir.
That is one of my
There you
biggest
go.
concerns, that you could have people that are coming into our schools that are volunteers that have gone online and taken an hour course or a 30-minute course and have gotten some type of certification saying that they are now a chaplain. So my concern is that who we are allowing to come in as a chaplain. For me, I know what it took for me to become a seminary-trained person, and it took more than an hour. So, but I do understand that this is an optional law. I do understand that this is probably going to happen in Marion County. We just need to make sure it's done right if we're going to implement it.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings, and my apologies, Board Member James. I read your face speak now. Hold on just a minute. And I just wanted to let him have a chance to finish his thought when really what you were saying is pull the mic closer to your face. So sorry about that. Thank you, Board Member Cummings. Any other comment?
No, I just do think that Reverend Cummings points out a good point, that when we're working on these procedures, that maybe we ask him to step in. There's things that, I'm not aware of the training and the low end and the high end of what those certifications are. And so we definitely want to bring something forward.
Sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know that it would require a board member to be that representative. Again, there is a gentleman who is training and is over more than 1,100 chaplains in our community that is very willing to help with training if that is something that we're interested in pursuing. But that, again, is not our purview. I believe that chaplain in general potentially is affiliated with a religious body of some sort. And so perhaps it's that they are a chaplain representing a specific congregation of some sort. Again, all of this is procedure, and I'm not certain that having a board member be a part of that is wise.
Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Board. I appreciate the conversation, and herein lies the delineation of our core purpose is our students, right, and student learning. And I can tell you right now, and if it's helpful to the board in whatever decision you make this morning with regard to what language you want in policy, we will not be assessing the qualifications for someone to be a chaplain. We are going to take this procedurally in terms of volunteer because, as you all said, this is a parent choice. It's up to the parent to decide from the list if they want to do that, but it's a volunteer base. We are not going to be assessing their qualifications as a chaplain. And I don't know, Attorney Blackman, if you want to weigh in on that.
Go ahead, sir.
The parents will also be informed before they can select an individual that these are not individuals that Marion County Public Schools has assessed and determined or can't speak to the ability of the child. It's a parent choice for their child. and emphasize that we are merely going to be a meeting location, and it's up for the parents to decide whom they want their child to speak to. And I recognize the concerns of having certain qualifications, but ultimately this is a decision where parental rights is going to be the driving force. That's at least how the committee saw it, and I'll speak to just what the committee said that their preference was as well.
And if I could add on to the qualifications for clarity is about regard to becoming a volunteer with Marion County Public Schools, right? So there's consistency among the processes for that, but not above and beyond that to determine if they're an appropriate chaplain or not in terms of their participation. So it's a volunteer. I don't.
And just to add to that, there would be a background screen, obviously,
Like
which
with all
is, but
volunteers.
just so the public is clear, that they would follow the same procedure as all volunteers would, and they have to complete the level 1 background screen.
Thank you.
I'm just going to share that brings me pause, because I do think if we're going to place someone on campus, we do need to be aware of their qualifications. And I don't know what that looks like, and I understand that that's procedural, but when I think about the volunteer form that we have and what you go in and there's a spot where you select what you're interested in doing and what experience you are interested in participating in. I can see where we have a space where a chaplain can select what certifications they may have. Maybe it's not our responsibility to chase them down, but I personally feel an obligation to make sure that whoever we are putting on campus solidly represents the position that they say they're going to take.
Chair?
Yes.
Can we not, maybe Dr. Campbell, the resource that you have in the community, I don't know who you're speaking about, but potentially they may be even available to come tomorrow or later today or could email you. I think what we need to put, into Reverend Cummings' point, what we need to put in the policy is our expectations. And if we put in the policy what our expectations are as to what a chaplain is defined as, then we alleviate all of this heartburn.
I'm good with that.
And so we define a chaplain in policy, and then the volunteer does a volunteer application, and someone in operations will have to check the qualifications to confirm that they are meeting the expectation per policy for what a chaplain is. That's the workaround, right?
If I may, and certainly we can have suggestions, I see that as creating I understand the concern, and I frankly agree with that concern. Whether I agree or not doesn't matter. But the other factor is that as a governmental body, we do not want to be in the business of saying your religious qualifications are or are not sufficient to, we are somehow checking you off or certifying that, say, a lay preacher versus a seminary trained teacher is going to be permissible as a chaplain, or that someone who is of a certain denominations may not have any specific and respected, central authority that issues any sort of credentialing. If that is part and parcel of why so many options, so many portions of creating a chaplaincy program or procedures are difficult in the context of a school. And that is because these are again volunteers. These are people who would, there are a number of potential options. There could be a profile that that the chaplain is able to create about him or herself so the parents can read and know more about that. But as far as us giving the approval of their religious credentialing or not, I see that as problematic, and I see that as potentially exposing the board to liability if we say, no, we don't think that you are appropriate as a chaplain or not. Based on what?
Wouldn't that be for the parents to ask?
It is.
And research. If we're really talking about parent choice, that's what this is about. And, you know, from the beginning, I thought it was odd for a law to be optional, because I feel like this then throws local school boards into conversations like this that are very difficult to tease out and stay on the right side of very established law. And I'd like to get a little input from Attorney Powers on, and also even from Dr. Gullett because of the committee. You know, as I sit here and listen, we're talking about deep, detailed implementation that is frankly a lot of work, not for us, but for others. And what we're asking them to do and what their level of comfortability is with doing that. And then I would also like to ask Attorney Powers, are there any other districts that have moved forward more quickly than we have so far? And what are the pratfalls? Because, you know, sure, I am all about having really great adults that have kids' best interests at heart and want to support them. I'm for that all day long. That's why I sit here. But it's not that simple in this. So, Attorney Powers.
Well, two things. First of all, at the beginning of this policy, you'll see the struck through green writing. No other district has moved as rapidly as we have on this policy. We are, as you would say, maybe tip of the spear. We're
We're the tip of the spear, the trailblazer.
Yes. So, this is unique, and it's a new law, and we are, you know, the first, to my knowledge, who is actively considering or moved to the process where we're actually discussing putting it into policy. Now, that said, there were some suggested form sort of structures for a policy that were provided to us by NEOLA, and those were part of these that are strike-throughs here, just as bits and pieces of language that were suggested as potentially meeting statute, and you know, staff reviewed. These are probably not the ones that staff and Attorney Blackman and probably myself as well feel would best at our phase of doing this represent what the district should do moving forward. Because even if it is compliant with Florida law, we have to remember that Florida law that permits and provides a basis of this, I'm not trying to be funny, but the devil is in the details is a phrase for a reason. And we've got a fire drill, we're gonna recess, and we will return shortly.
Yep, recess at 9:46 a.m.
I get scared.
We're back on at 9:49 a.m., continuing our conversation on the school chaplains.
So picking up where we left off,
Yes.
what I was going to say is that yes, we definitely are trailblazers in this particular policy, and there are a number of reasons for that. What I would also say is that this policy is designed in such a way that it will essentially allow the board to permit such a program. Now, prior to implementation of any such program, a number of procedures have to be developed. During that procedural development, it may become clear that staff has a request of the board to amend policy in such a way that meshes with procedures that they determine are necessary. The passing of this as a policy, certainly the board is free to accept or reject. When it is passed as policy, if there is an amendment that needs to be made to the policy, the amendment can be made. But that would have to occur after, so we receive feedback from a procedural committee as to exactly how they wish to implement those procedures. And I think that the board expressing its at least concerns right now is probably, very appropriate in helping to further guide that process. I don't know that we can successfully identify every potential problem, every potential interaction that needs to happen in order to make this work. What I can say is that this is a core policy. By core, I mean it simply allows for us to implement something that Florida law allows, and the board has certainly the right to modify its own policy in any way possible. The modifications the board chooses or decides on may shape or reflect what type of procedural development is necessary to implement it, and whether or not it can be implemented in a way that is that preserves parent rights, preserves the parent right to choose, and also protects the district legally. So the procedural committee will have a lot of work to do.
I want to ask Dr. Campbell a clarifying question. Dr. Campbell, what is the organization that you're speaking about?
I don't know the title of the organization. The gentleman that I'm speaking of is the chaplain of record at the World Equestrian Center. And so, I don't know that I want to publicly say his name, but he has trained and oversees more than.
Well, what I'm just thinking is, since this is a policy for Marion County Public Schools, right? It's not a policy for the state. If Marion County as a county has an organization that we are using to certify chaplains, I think is what I'm understanding you say, and I think I would need to understand more about this.
Me too.
But I feel like, why could we not, in policy, say volunteer chaplains who wish to participate in the chaplain program will be certified, or whatever the word is, by XYZ organization, and will indicate which schools they're willing to work in and indicate their religious affiliation is, if any. And why can we not afford then this third-party organization that's in our county and the rest of the municipalities are using, and the rest of the government organizations are using? Why can't we just say that that's how we're going to define our chaplains? And then again, it goes to parent choice. If the parents don't want to participate, they don't participate.
If I may just add a couple points, is if we start working, and this is, as Mr. Powers said, this is for the board to choose, it's policy. I'll point out, though, that since we are, as far as I can tell, first going into this world of school chaplain policy, that the more restrictions we put in place, it's going to be difficult to nimbly address the concerns that we may not be able to foresee. And that may work, and that may be something we can do in procedure. I would say that might be the better way of handling it, because there may be some unforeseen issue that may come up that we're not necessarily anticipating, and we could have to come back to the board to adjust that, and that could take time because policy updates happen every so often.
Well, and what I heard Dr. Gullett say is that you all have no interest in doing any of that. So what I heard Dr. Gullett say 15 minutes ago was the opposite of what you just said. So I guess I need clarification on, because as a board member putting it into policy, I am passionate about getting this through. I need to believe that from a procedural perspective, the procedure is going to encompass some of the things that we want to see encapsulated. And what I heard you say was it's just the volunteer, and whoever gets to be on a volunteer list is on a volunteer list. So is it not that?
So, board, what I'm concerned about is expecting our staff to work outside the scope of our work, to become experts in qualifications for chaplaincy, for credentials, for roles that are outside of what our core work is and what our training is. I could never imagine our staff, except on their own time, to be experts in determining whether they're qualified to be a chaplain. And I'm very open to how we guide this process, but even to Attorney Blackman's part, the committee having conversations with principals and such, there's concern about what this looks like. I think it's better in procedure and we can make this work, but I just don't want to expect our employees to become experts in determining whether someone's qualified to be a chaplain. I mean, that would be like saying somebody's qualifying somebody to be a physician. I mean, that's, our core work is education, and that's outside of our scope. And I think it could be somewhat offensive too to somebody who, to Reverend Cummings' point earlier, he's talking about the programs and the credentialing for processes that are outside of what we do in public education. I just don't want to put our staff in a difficult spot of now becoming experts in something that is not part of any of our training and any expectation of any job duty. But it doesn't mean that we're not going to work through the process. Attorney Blackman's been very involved in this already. We've had principals involved in the committee that's open to doing this and agree that the procedure, we'll make it work. But I just want to be careful not to have anybody expect that now school, public education district employees are now expected to be experts in saying, you're good enough and you're not because you took this class and you didn't. There's no training that any of our staff have had in determining and being credentialed to evaluate. Attorney Powers, you spoke about this earlier, evaluating whether that's good enough or not. That's very uncomfortable ground for a public education official, I think. And doesn't mean we're not going to work through this, and we already have, this is underway, but there's a fine line with now expecting our public education officials to become the evaluators, and that makes me very uncomfortable.
Something that I wanted to share too is that, we're here today to look at this policy which has been proposed, where there is one change that Board Member Campbell brought forward that it sounded like we did have consensus on. Would you repeat that?
Certainly, and I have additional thoughts that we might want to address as well, but the one that I believe we already reached consensus on is the final sentence in the first paragraph.
We've made the change there, so you can.
Thank you.
It would now read, no student may be required to utilize the services of a volunteer chaplain, but all students are welcome to do so.
Perfect. That was the change.
And on top of that, are there any other proposed changes for what we're looking at right now? Because what I'm hearing is that this could be a conversation for the whole day, and we have a lot of policies to work through. It's becoming very clear, at least to me, that there is a lot of procedural and implementation aspects that need to be worked through, that need to be very thoughtfully done, because otherwise we're going to get mired in something, in my opinion, that is a no-win situation.
Well, and a point of our review here today is to ensure that each of our policies that you discuss, we reach some consensus on what we want, if we want, so that we can then move on and prepare them for public hearing and publication and all those items. Now, as I was pointing out on A, if you want to take it back to there, Terry, one of the proposals for a policy addresses two things. A, qualifications. This was just a proposal that has been generated that has under qualifications, and it's got two check boxes. Selection of a chaplain should reflect the expectations of the local community, number one. But then the two check boxes are, one check box would be, if we chose that, for purposes of this policy, a chaplain may be any person who the superintendent concludes can fulfill the responsibilities described in this policy, which we just talked about is likely not something that is the superintendent's role, nor is it something that the district wants to get into. However, speaking to Board Member Cummings' concern as well, and this is at least something that the board may choose to review, alter, implement, whatever it wishes to. The second checkbox, for purposes of this policy, a chaplain shall be a person who obtains an ecclesiastical endorsement from their faith group, certifying that such chaplain is, number one, a minister, rabbi, priest, imam, lay leader, or similar functionary of the faith group, qualified spiritually, morally, intellectually, and emotionally to serve as a chaplain for the board, and three, sensitive to religious pluralism and able to provide for the free exercise of religion by all students. So this would then essentially put that back onto an ecclesiastical endorsement from their faith group. Now, I do not doubt for a moment that someone who is of one particular faith, there may be extremely rigorous qualifications they need to meet in order to get such an endorsement. Another faith, it may be exceptionally easy for nearly anyone to do. So but essentially at that point, it is referring it back to an ecclesiastical endorsement from their faith group. And that, at least someone within that faith group is better qualified to make that determination than a school staff would.
And then, so I understand, and then it would be up to the parent that's looking at this list to say, okay, this is X religion that they say they are, and it's okay with me. I mean, no, or are we going to only have a list of rabbis, priests, imams, lay leaders? Because we have to leave, if we're going to do this, we have to leave the door open to everyone.
Absolutely.
And then it'll be up to the parent to decide that it's fine with them, to have that particular person on our campus, as long as they pass the background check. Cummings?
I have to say this. That's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous, because you're opening up the door to some influences that are not conducive to education. I'll say it that way. I understand the intent of this, but I just also think that we're getting ready to open up a Pandora's box with some of this. That's how I feel, and that's not just based on my beliefs as a faith leader, but it's because I've seen certain things have happened in different, where you open it up to, we could possibly expose our kids to a lot of things. And yes, it is the parents' choice, and I do believe in parents having the choice to decide, but I am not comfortable. It's the reason this is optional. This is the reason this is optional.
Here's my dilemma. Again, it's odd for a law to be optional. Usually then there's rulemaking that comes down from the State Board of Education, for implementation, how this is going to be done. They are leaving this to local school boards to lay themselves open wide. Board Member Campbell.
So my first comment was I appreciated the fact that the options of qualifications and responsibilities were already struck through before they came to us, because I agree that none of that language needs to be in policy. I believe currently the way this section of policy reads does still give the opportunity for in procedure for some of our concerns to be cleared up. The question I have now, since we already addressed one of the specifics of the question I had,
Thank you for trying to stay on point.
certainly, the question I have now, based on the entire dialogue we've had, is this section of policy is placed within policy 9200. Policy 9200 volunteers on the first page of this policy in the second paragraph,
What page you on?
384. The second paragraph says, the superintendent is responsible for recruiting community volunteers, reviewing their capabilities, and making appropriate placements. So this school chaplain's piece is embedded, it's not a separate policy altogether, it's embedded within a volunteer policy. So if it is the intention of this board, and at the recommendation from what I'm hearing, that the superintendent is not necessarily saying we are going to be reviewing the capabilities of the people who are going to be applying to be chaplains and making those appropriate placements, because essentially a volunteer is going to say where they want to go, and even that the superintendent is not going to be responsible for recruiting the volunteers to be as chaplains, I believe we as a board need to enshrine that in the school chaplain's piece of this policy, to say that it is not the expectation that the superintendent recruit, review the capabilities, or if that's the intention of the board. But my further concern, we've already addressed the one concern, but my further concern is where this piece is in this policy. And because the rest of the volunteer policy states that the superintendent's responsible for recruiting, reviewing, and making appropriate placements, I believe that we need to also address those issues if we're moving forward with the school chaplain's piece, which I think we need to move forward with, let me say that, but I believe we potentially need to amend it further.
Well, and if I may, until we're starting to review this, I wasn't going to even bring this up, but since we're diverting there, I thought we were having a separate policy. I did not think this was going to be embedded in volunteers. And as we have historically said, when it says superintendent in a policy, it's superintendent or her designee, right? That's what that means. And so understanding that, I just want to clarify, the superintendent is not recruiting every volunteer that comes from Marion County. Right. But I want to make sure that that's clear, right? It's her or her designee. Right. And so I thought what was coming to us was a separate school chaplain's policy, which could include a lot of the pieces of this volunteer policy, but exclude pieces that are not appropriate. And so I was rather perplexed when I saw it included here, and I was going to kind of just go with it if that's what we were doing, but it sounds like Dr. Campbell and I seem to be in agreement that this should be its own policy outside of volunteers and encompass a lot of the components that are included, like retiree volunteers and background screenings and the other components that are required for volunteers, but also then can exclude pieces like the superintendent is going to recruit and yada, yada, yada. So I don't know exactly what that looks like, but that was what I thought was happening. So I don't know if anyone else thought that, but.
Dr. James, to that point, honestly, we've received multiple communications about the school chaplain policy. And so when I was reviewing them, I was looking for the school chaplain policy. And I'm like, okay, I'm in the 9,000s. I've already gone through all these others. Where is it? And the fact that it's embedded in the volunteer policy also was perplexing to me. I don't know if that's how statute has required it to be done. And perhaps that this is now like an element in statute, that it's not a standalone, it is a piece to the volunteer policy, but I also was perplexed, so.
Let's get some clarification.
Absolutely. So it's not in statute, but the initial committee originally wanted to have a separate policy, just as you are stating. And then in time, as the committee met several times, they decided to treat the chaplains more like volunteers, because there was discussion about, well, what kind of level of screen and all other questions, which are more procedure related. But I decided that it was best to put it into the volunteer section because we want to treat them all similarly to other volunteers, and that was going to make that clear. There's nothing wrong with making it a separate policy. There's nothing wrong with that. That was the initial suggestion from the committee. It's just in time they opted to go a different route, but either way is absolutely appropriate. And I don't think, there's just, how do you want to conceive of this program? Is it conceived as a larger volunteer program where we treat them like volunteers, and maybe it makes sense here? If you want to treat them as something a little bit different than volunteers and have different requirements, and maybe it makes sense to put it somewhere else. But either way, I think the staff would be comfortable and the committee would be comfortable with either direction.
And I can say I have no preference, so certainly happy to have it separate if the board likes it.
That's what I would love to see, volunteers, semicolon, school chaplains, and it be a separate policy, whatever that looks like. And it encompasses essentially what the volunteer policy encompasses and everything that was trying to be covered, and delineates between the things that we're not looking to be a part of it, like Dr. Campbell brought up. And I want to say, I am comfortable proceeding with the policy that is written, with the understanding that the procedures, similar to other procedures, will come before the board in a work session to discuss how it's going to be brought out and ensure that the board is in consensus with how we want to proceed. We just had a briefing on facility procurement, and we decided we're paying 6 figures to outsource part of the planning to a firm whose job it is to do planning. And so, while I do not want to spend money on this project, I know that there are volunteers in our community who lead organizations that are experts in this field that we could third party with procedurally to ensure that we are meeting the expectations that are encompassing the spirit of the board. But the policy as presented, to me, I'm fine with all of the language there. I just think it should be a separate policy and not buried in this volunteer policy. But I am more than happy to proceed with the understanding that we are going to button up the procedures before we implement the policy.
And I agree. I also think that there's opportunity here for us as a board, because other boards across the state are struggling with this, that have the same pure intentions and want this to work, but also don't want to have to fall into the pit. And there's a very real, more than a strong possibility that that's going to happen. And so forewarned is forearmed. And I think our legislators need to know that it's our intention. We want to do this. We want to do what's best for kids all the time. But we need some guidance here. We need some rulemaking. We need some backup, because to just have it thrown to us to say, oh, okay, you do this as volunteers and it's up to you to make it up. I don't know. I feel like that's twisting in the wind a little bit.
Madam Chair, the more I sit here, the more I'm struggling with this, because I keep seeing different things. I'm just completely not for it, moving forward. This is Cummings. Everybody else may feel differently. My concern is, and because I've been doing ministry for a very, very long time, and I've seen certain things that have happened. What happens when we have a chaplain that comes from this church or religious body that we know nothing about, that believes in using illicit drugs and having orgies and doing those types of things, and that's something that we've opened our schools up to, our students up to. We can't determine which religious body is legit and which isn't, because that's not I think we're open, again, I'm going to say it again, we are opening ourselves up to something that is much bigger than, I think the majority of us up here are thinking Christian, but there are a whole lot of other things out there that are not Christian, and who's to say that they're wrong or right or whatever. I think we're opening ourselves up to something that's much, much more dangerous than what we're looking at the surface at.
Just to expand on that, I think adding a word may help clarify and So ultimately, the parent has to give permission, right? The student's not just going to walk into the office. But a word that I think is missing in the policy, in the final paragraph of page 385, it says, if a parent has authorized a volunteer chaplain to speak to their child, the volunteer chaplain is authorized to provide individual spiritual guidance. And the parent, before that, it says the parent will be able to select a volunteer chaplain from a list of volunteer chaplains. I think the word selected, so if in the final paragraph, if a parent has authorized the selected volunteer chaplain, because the parent is authorized, there's going to be a list. And let's say the list encompasses Islam to Christianity and everywhere in between. The parent chooses chaplain X. Then the parent is authorizing their child to have conversation with chaplain X, not with anyone on the list. And I think there's just the absence, because in the paragraph above it, the second to last paragraph, it says, if they want their child to engage with volunteer chaplain, which I think it should say a volunteer chaplain, the parent must provide written consent. The parent will be able to select a volunteer chaplain from a list of volunteer chaplains available at their school. If a parent has authorized this selected volunteer chaplain, something like that, and Dr. Campbell, you're good at that language stuff, but do you get what I'm trying to say there? The volunteer chaplain is authorized to provide individual spiritual guidance. Because ultimately, yes, I agree, morally am I disaligned with someone who is of a faith where the behaviors that Reverend Cummings just mentioned would be tolerable and potentially shared with, yes. The likelihood that that is going to happen is slim, but is a possibility. Ultimately, though, in the spirit of parent choice, if that parent chooses that individual to provide their child spiritual guidance, that is the parent's choice. I just want to ensure that in policy, we are saying no other chaplain other than the selected chaplain the parent chose. For instance, if Pastor Tim wants to go be a chaplain at Elementary X or Saddlewood, I would want to choose that if my child was there, right? But maybe there would be other chaplains on that list that I wouldn't choose. And so I just think that adding, if a parent has authorized this selected volunteer chaplain.
How about selected and authorized?
Who's authorized?
How about when? When a parent has selected and authorized a volunteer chaplain to speak to their child, then the volunteer chaplain is authorized.
I get where you're going, but parent choice of what Board Member Cummings just described on a school campus, parents can make all kinds of choices.
But the kid don't have to agree.
And the kid doesn't have to. I'll also say this. The superintendent must not be obligated to make use of volunteers whose abilities are not in accordance with district needs. Does the district need that?
I think in the absence, in the presence of the district not needing that, there is a huge absence in the district needing other guidance, other spiritual guidance. We are seeing just blasphemy and behaviors across our campuses. And so if a parent wants their child to have spiritual guidance and they are choosing the individual that they want the spiritual guidance to come from, we should allow parents the choice and opportunity to get that guidance.
No matter what, which is what we would have to do.
Correct.
So, Madam Chair, and respectfully, I hear what Dr. James is saying. Parents do have a choice. They have a choice to take their kids to church on Sunday or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday. Why implement this through the school system? Why is this burden being put on us as
No
educators
rulemaking.
when our goal is to educate kids? That's a choice, and parents still have their choice. They can carry them to whatever church they want to carry them to 7 days a week, whatever religious body, but it should not be entrenched in our educational decisions. That's where I'm at with that. I hear it. We're trying to make something fit. We're trying to put a square in a circle to fit or accommodate certain things when parents never lost a choice, never lost the ability to make a decision about how their kid lines up with the faith and their faith. But what happens when there are kids that parents may be one way, but as kids grow, they come to their own belief, and they want to do something different. Who's going to stop that? What's
But
going to
but the child has to seek it. So the parent isn't, it's not mandated counseling. The child has to go seek the chaplain. So the parent can authorize the chaplain speak to the child, but if the child doesn't go seek the chaplain, it's just like, I mean,
But what happens when the parent has said, yes, you can see this chaplain, but this other chaplain is on the campus visiting another student, and this kid sees this chaplain,
They'll need to have a
that they
conversation with
line
the
up with more agreement. But we open that up. We allow that person to be on our campus.
Okay, so the parent wants a certain chaplain to see their kid, and the kid doesn't want to see that certain chaplain. So now you've got an altercation in the hallway. You know, how is the principal going to deal with that? You know, again, in its purest form, I am all about it, but I am borderline resentful that we're not receiving more guidance. You know, again, that's what the State Board of Education is for, rulemaking. You know, and they're leaving it to us to figure out, am I fine with going forward with, you know, what we're talking about today and keep the conversation going? Yeah, I can do that.
can I ask about the edits I made then? Are we interested in that or not?
I just feel like it's parsing words, but please, go ahead.
Well, I agree with that. When a parent has selected an authorized volunteer chaplain to speak to their child, then the volunteer chaplain is authorized to provide individual spiritual guidance services to the student.
Sure.
And is the board in alignment with that change? I see Dr. Campbell shaking her head. Chair Thrower?
Yep.
Vice Chair? Okay. Reverend Cummings?
I've already
He
stated.
disagrees with the entire policy, so.
Okay. Well, I just wanted, ultimately, we're going to move forward, and it will come to a vote at some point. I think that
We'll vote at some point.
one of the things that I just want to say now is the policy, and Dr. Campbell has talked about this before, the policy package, just like other things, come to us as one complete vote and not individual policies. If it is possible, if there are ones like this that we clearly are in disalignment with, some of us are, is it possible to pull certain policies to a discussion and vote them separately? Because I want to respect that, probably encompassing 99.9% of the policies we discussed today, we're all going to probably be in pretty good alignment with.
Right.
But recognizing that there may be a varying vote on something like this, and I want to recognize everyone's individual thoughts on that.
Absolutely, and I agree that as we continue to move through the rest of the day, it's probably not going to take almost an hour and a half to do a policy.
Yes.
But there's a lot of legs to this. Yes, Attorney Blackman, is that possible to do that?
Well, I wanted to add to a point that you made earlier, just for clarification, which is about what kind of guidance has the state of Florida given. They haven't given us any rulemaking. There's nothing of force of law that they have issued. They have issued a model policy to consider. The committee did consider that and did not want to use that policy for the similar reasons and discussions that we've had already here today. But I just want to make sure that you were made aware that the
Right.
Tallahassee.
I'm aware of that, and because it's an optional law, there's not rulemaking. So that allows a distancing, and which I believe is unfair. So, Board Member James? Yes.
I think we're in consensus with the language then. So
Right.
when a parent has selected an authorized volunteer chaplain to speak to their child, then the volunteer chaplain is authorized to provide individual, because it's like an if-then, right?
Something has to happen for the.
But now it's a when then.
Well, it can,
Then is not needed in that sentence.
Right. 'Cause
So it's if a parent.
oh, okay, I apologize, I'm sorry. So do we want it to be when, or are we okay with if? I just think when indicates that the paragraph before has occurred, and so that's why
Yeah.
it seemed more sequential in nature. That was
And it
why,
implies something else happened first.
that's what I'm trying to get is like, I know if probably does that too, but when just seems in my brain to be a little bit more, the previous step has to occur. The written consent for selecting a volunteer from a list has to occur. And then, or when that occurs, then the next thing happens.
Because if indicates, well, you know, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. When means they did it, and we have proof. That's
So
how I.
when a parent has selected an authorized volunteer chaplain to speak to their child, then the volunteer chaplain is authorized. I still think then is necessary, no?
Sure.
Yes.
It isn't, but that's okay. If it's not necessary, but if that's the board's
When a parent is selected and
that's fine.
authorized volunteer.
I mean, I don't have to die on the hill, but I just.
No, it's fine. We can put then.
Then, yeah, it's a when then.
When then?
Bibbidi bobbidi boo. All right. It's,
Now, as to separation of this policy from others, I might suggest that we look at the section that is potentially objectionable at the beginning that you think should not apply to school chaplains, because we would have to replicate the majority of the policy that goes on after this one, because it would still have to apply to volunteer chaplains. For example, that's the reason why it fits in the volunteer policy.
Right, because they're volunteers.
Because they are volunteers, number one, but also there's application and background check. There's duties, duty to report known or suspected cases of child abuse, abandonment, or neglect, confidential information, legal protection, removal of volunteers, workers' compensation coverage, records. All of those factors will need to be duplicated for a new policy to set it aside if you wish to do that. I would respectfully suggest that the simpler way to do it would be to remove the objectional language that you see in the superintendent's selection sentence, because that would be altering one sentence instead of taking and recreating a policy which was otherwise a duplicate and just making that one stand out for chaplains.
Any thoughts from Dr. Gullett or Attorney Blackman on that?
That's the exact reason why the committee decided to end up combining it, because the initial thought was you have one. Obviously, if we have two, and either one's fine, but if you have two policies, then you're going to have to just make sure you amend both of them whenever something changes going forward. And the more we can simplify and keep things in one location, the simpler it can be. But it really is up to the board, and we're comfortable.
And I agree. I have no preference, board, whatever the board chooses.
could we not just say, put something that's like in absence of school chaplain policy? Because like, I feel like we have consistently been in agreement that the superintendent or her designee is responsible for recruiting community volunteers. All of that language we've all been okay with to date. And I'm not aware of Dr. Gullett being uncomfortable with that language. And so could we not just add a asterisk or maybe just a sentence at the end of the second period that says, I don't know, previous thought applicable to all volunteers except for, I do not want to remove the responsibility from the superintendent to do all of the work that has been there.
The line could be added. I don't want to try to tell the board what they should do, but a requirement or a line could be added saying the requirements do not apply to the chaplain policy or these requirements. Just a simple line, kind of like what you're suggesting.
Would you please repeat that?
It could be a line put in there and saying these requirements do not apply to chaplain volunteers or to volunteer chaplains, I think is the term we use.
These responsibilities, I think, probably.
Something along those lines. Essentially exactly what you're saying, but
These
just make it clear.
obligations, obligations/responsibilities.
Would you like that sentence for drafting purposes? Would you like that sentence to appear after placements or after the next sentence? Tell me where you'd like us to put it.
I mean, if we put it at the end and just said these, what's the forementioned? These forementioned responsibilities and obligations do not apply to.
Well, because
No,
if you put it at the end of that
can't be.
paragraph that says the superintendent is responsible, that paragraph also says that superintendent will develop procedures in accordance with this policy, which must include but not be limited to requirement that each volunteer may be expected to assume responsibility. We don't want to exempt that. So,
Madam Chair, may I, Board, these are your policies, but might I suggest you just reference, please see this other policy for guidance on that. And then you don't have to do for and against, it's just, please see this other policy with regard to chaplain. That's it. It separates them and it's neutral.
So I believe that's advocating for creating a school volunteer school chaplaincy
And if
policy
you-
that's 9200.1.
So
Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, if you're going to get into the weeds on, not the weeds, if you're going to get into the intricacies of this policy, then you could just reference that being very separate.
And if we referenced all of the, encompassing all of the components of 9200 in another policy, then we are just saying, we're only still changing the one policy, which is the volunteer policy. Because then in a school chaplain's policy, we're not getting into all of the intricacies, we're just saying C 9200 for all the specifications of what a volunteer is.
Or the paragraph doesn't apply. No, that's a good suggestion if you want to, they want to do that.
But the paragraph
Now
doesn't.
for a-
Yeah.
I know, that's why it's complicated. I think,
On the second paragraph, a suggestion could be, the issue that you didn't want to exempt would be the superintendent will develop procedures. That could be a new paragraph, so it's clear that it's a separate. And you could add a line after the district needs, saying that this paragraph alone will not apply for the chaplain policy. It's a
I think
suggestion.
that's,
But it
I
does.
think that's appropriate.
Because volunteers are still expected to assume responsibility for health, safety, and welfare. of-
No, look.
Please tell me where, I'm
Look at
so
how we're
lost.
drafting it now. He recommended splitting the first sentence off, the first and second sentence off from the next paragraph.
Okay,
And at the end of that, those two sentences, putting this paragraph shall not apply to school chaplains, to this volunteer school chaplain, no, let's say to the volunteer school chaplain policies, to the
just
to the volunteer school
chaplains.
chaplain.
Because we haven't even referenced them yet, so
Okay.
you're actually referencing something that's not even been referenced yet, because it's going to be in later on in the policy, but that's fine.
This paragraph shall not apply to a volunteer school chaplain.
I can't.
Or to volunteer school chaplains, doesn't matter, plural.
Get rid of A and put chaplains.
Okay.
No,
Oh, I see.
sorry.
Okay.
Here we go.
Does that meet what Dr. Gullett was trying to?
If you wouldn't mind reading it, I can't see it from here, it would be helpful.
Says the superintendent, it left the language that said the superintendent is responsible for recruiting community volunteers, reviewing their capabilities, and making appropriate placements. The superintendent must not be obligated to make use of volunteers whose abilities are not in accordance with district needs. This paragraph shall not apply to volunteer school chaplains.
I'm a little uncomfortable.
Now, in that case, I think even that second sentence should not be there. The superintendent must not be obligated, because then you're negating that sentence with that.
Right.
So we would have to drop the sentence that says the superintendent must not be obligated. No,
Yeah, cut
Okay.
that and put it after place.
put that after placements.
Right,
There you go.
Yep,
Let's do it now. Can't-
and that's it.
yep. So
Has to be
that's not
standalone.
even a paragraph now. It's like the aforementioned statement shall not apply to
Well,
a
it's-
volunteer
it's
school
still-
chaplain.
In legal terms, it's still a paragraph because it's, even though it's only a sentence, so.
That could just be a sentence.
With the exception of volunteer school chaplains, the superintendent is responsible for
Better.
recruiting. Yeah, with that first. With the exception of volunteer school chaplains, the superintendent is responsible.
EX.
EX.
Exception.
That's clear.
The superintendent
Yep.
is responsible for recruiting,
And then get rid of this.
Community volunteers, reviewing the capabilities and making appropriate placements.
and then you don't need to separate those paragraphs.
Correct.
You
Right,
Keep it all the way it was.
Back to the Future. Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Look good?
Looks good to me.
looks good. Anything else?
Are there any other suggestions, changes, or discussion regarding this particular policy?
I think my only additional comment, and we'll leave this, is just the irony of the entire conversation. We are scrutinizing potentially a group of volunteers that have a title we're calling chaplain, but we have not scrutinized any other credential of any other person on our campus that serves as a volunteer. So we don't know those volunteers and what their worldviews are
coming on our campus and potentially mentoring or engaging with students at any given time, reading to them, whatever. And so we are scrutinizing a group of people we are now classifying as chaplains, but yet the district doesn't scrutinize any other group of volunteers at all. We never check we don't check bachelor's degrees, we don't, of any other volunteer. So that's the irony of the whole conversation. But I still conclude that I believe this is necessary. I believe in the direction that the legislature is moving and the options that families continue to have outside of public education, providing additional options for those families and their students that potentially do align more closely with their worldviews, potentially assist us in providing even greater opportunities for public education. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm ready to move on.
Any closing comments?
Yeah,
Yes.
just from me. So I just wanted to state I was very excited about this policy coming forward, and excited for the opportunity for our students, and have been involved in a lot of different pieces of volunteers on our campuses and within the district. But this, to me, presents a different challenge, because when I think about the role of a chaplain on our campuses, it is very close to, and if I'm not mistaken, was brought forward for the need of our guidance counselors and the role that they fill. And so there's a very specific job that they are doing, and our students would be going to this person for specific encouragement. And so when I think about other opportunities to volunteer, this is very unique in that way. When I think about the work that the Rock does and what they provide to our students, you know, they have their own volunteer orientation, their expectations, what that brings forward.
Same with Dad's on duty.
Right, and so, you know, in a classroom volunteer, they have a school orientation, and those expectations are laid out, but they're under the supervision of a teacher. And so, even though we don't scrutinize other volunteers, to me, this position is very important. It's very much needed, but it's also unique. And I think as a parent, if I had agreed to allow my student to see the chaplain, there would be an expectation of excellence in that area. I would, and maybe I shouldn't, but I would assume that I would associate a chaplain with the level of my pastor at my church. And so I think there's room to either clarify to our parents what that's going to look like, and I know this is all procedural. I'm just sharing my thoughts so that we present an honest and clear picture to our families of what, if they say yes, what that experience is going to be for their child. And so I just think, again, I'm 100% in this resource being available to our students and our families, but it also comes with a level of responsibility, at least to this board member, of what we're supplying and what's available at our schools. And that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Go ahead, Board Member Cummings.
This will be my final piece on this. Yes, this is a very, very, very unique situation. And we may not have scrutinized others, but from my point of view, my perspective, this has eternal consequences. Eternal. So we have to be serious about what we're doing, and we have to be on point. We have other, and my kids have participated, there are other groups that come in that are faith-based. The Good News Club, that's for one that I can think of at Dr. Nate Jones when my kids were there. So it's not that I'm against anything, but again, this has eternal consequences. And there are some, just being real, there are a whole lot of things out there that we don't want to give our kids influences to. They may end up getting that influence or getting encounters with it somewhere else, but I don't think we have to bring it through the school system. So I understand where my colleagues are with this situation, this optional policy. I want to challenge you to proceed with extreme caution, because the first time, there are religions out there that believe in suicide. There are religions that believe in again, illicit drugs and sex and all types of things. So when we do this, if we're going to do this, I suggest we do it right so that we are protecting our kids. I'm not the local guy up here on the board, but I'm telling you what's there. And we're not, there are religions we know, we've heard, we've seen on the news where whole denominations drank stuff and went to meet rocket ship and all that kind of stuff. We got to make sure that we're protecting our kids. That's our responsibility. Education, not faith-based. And again, parents still have the choice. If they want, if they're that entrenched in their kids' faith, we have Christian schools, we have Muslim schools, we have all types of schools that they can send them to, and they have an option of even getting it paid by the state. So we just need to proceed with extreme caution. I'll say that again. That will be that's going to be my stance all the way through this, that we proceed with extreme caution, because the last thing I want to get is an email saying that one of our kids talked to someone and they did something that they shouldn't have did.
That their parents authorized for them to talk to.
But it came through the school. Because even though the parents may have authorized it, even though the parents gave them the choice, no matter what, it's going to say Marion County Public School Board first. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. Any other final comments? Yes, Board Member
Just, shall we change the policy from just saying volunteers to volunteers including school chaplains, or a way in which people would find the policy faster?
Volunteers and school chaplains would be my suggestion.
Works for me.
Works for me.
Okay.
Okay. And Board Member Campbell, I chuckled because when you were vehement that you were ready to move on, I was like, I don't think the rest of the board's going to be. So that's kind of where that came from. But I certainly appreciate the thoughtful words and the passion in the conversation this morning. What I'm walking away with is that, we want parents to have choice and opportunity, and with great choice comes great responsibility. So I will leave that right there.
That's a great way to wrap it up.
Yes, thank you. All right, so that concludes our conversation on the volunteer chaplain policy, and
You want me to MC from here?
yes, we shall proceed from here, and I believe we're going back to the beginning.
Yes.
Could we take like a 5-minute break, please?
Sure.
We shall take a 5-minute break. We'll break at 10:41. Thank you.
Well, I was going to.
we're back on with our policies work session at 10:50 a.m. Attorney Powers.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. We're going to start with proceeding with the 0000s. I don't know what to call those because they're not the thousands, they're the zeros. But those are board bylaws. What I'm going to do is the ones that we have identified for potential revision, in most cases after the bylaws, you will see that only ones which have specified updates or recommended updates are going to be, or have been pulled and are in your manual there for discussion. In some cases, that is as simple as we change the copyright year at the bottom of the page. So that might be the only strike through. However, with the bylaws, there are a number of bylaws that are there which don't necessarily have any recommended update, but it is within the board's purview to review and identify updates that it wishes to make at any time. So we pulled those to make sure that the board had the opportunity to do so. So I'm going to go through each policy as we proceed through the day, and I will just simply note the name so that we can check it off of our list of the policy. And if anyone has any edit or suggestion or discussion or anything they wish to have on that particular policy, just stop me when I get to it. So we're going to start at 0131, Legislative and Policy Making. 0131.1, Technical Corrections. 0131.2, Variances and Waivers. 0141.4, Student Representative to the Board.
Chair, is this how we're going to do this? We're just going to blurt out the name chair whenever you get to a point that we want to, is that the best way to
Stop,
do it?
yell at me, call me whatever you want. I don't know, think creative name.
So student representative to the board, here's the one change that I recommend.
That is policy 0141.4 and what?
Page 13 in my book and whatever.
Previous to that, though, are there any?
So far, no. For me, anybody else?
I have the next one.
Okay.
Okay. So in this, I agree with the changes that have been made here because it will be able to allow staff to address in procedure how to best make this operate, because we did put some stringent guidelines that have not been conducive necessarily to the way the team needs to work on it. However, there is one change I still recommend. Okay. It's fine, but can you see that better? Okay.
She's got her book.
I know.
Yes. So I'm trying to figure out how to determine how to tell you which sentence it is. It's, okay, where those changes are, and then it's the second sentence after that. The sentence begins, the representative.
The representative.
Yes. The representative will be invited to attend all, I would say, either, here are my two suggestions, either all evening public school board meetings or all public school board meetings not conflicting with school attendance. I believe we need to have that put in our policy because we have board meetings now at 7:30 in the morning, or, you know, we have all the ones that happen whenever we're having to do the budget that are at really strange times. And so I can go with either of those two recommendations if you want to either say all evening public school board meetings or all public school board meetings not conflicting with school attendance.
Say the second.
Second.
Okay,
Okay.
we've made the draft edit.
Okay? That's my recommendation on that one. Any other changes to that policy?
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one that I was looking at, because we've had, you know, special meetings and things like that inside the school day.
Yes.
Yep, good.
All right, proceeding forward. Policy 0165, meetings.
The virtual participation, the addition here. Can I ask, where did this come from?
Let's take a look here.
It's hard because I don't have the printed, so I can't go back. I don't know what the cover page says, but unless I flip back and forth, but.
Florida law, the manual we had.
I'm just wondering, I think there are instances in which a variety, I think I can reflect back, and maybe all of us at one point in the last 2 years has participated virtually. And so I'm just kind of wondering where these restrictions are coming from and trying to navigate and meet everyone's?
You mean as far as being a quorum?
No, the entire edition, the entire virtual participation is an addition,
I'm pulling that right now.
is at least how I'm reading this. This was not previously in policy, and we're adding it to policy.
It's new statute, I
It's new
believe.
statute. I think they talked about it at our ethics training. Yeah, they talked about this during ethics.
Okay. So I don't have,
The revisions in policy, this is this 0165, are part of NEOLA's proactive review of current policy templates. The revisions are intended to provide flexibility for members of the school board to attend meetings virtually under certain circumstances. So
okay.
that's where it came from.
So it's essentially what we were doing before was not encapsulated in policy?
I think that this was our first update since 2022 to this policy when it was initiated, and so we're trying to ensure that as virtual meetings have become more normalized, that if that were to be the case, the quorum requirement is still maintained, but this allows for some sort of technical details that may have been problematic throughout that process in the past. So the board has to decide whether it wants that virtual participation in there. So the checkbox you see next to virtual participation, that means this entire thing is an optional update, which also, this allows for the virtual participation. The board may choose not to allow for virtual participation. However, we do know that in some, and that does not count for quorum, but we do know that in some instances, virtual participation we can anticipate may be convenient or necessary for members so long as we have a quorum. And if that is the case, these are the recommendations that should that become necessary, we need to have it enshrined in policy. So, and of course you can edit as you see fit.
I don't necessarily see a necessity for edits. My question more stemmed from
Where it came from,
yeah, and it's essentially how we've been operating.
Yeah.
And I think
which is a good thing.
and I think we've done a good job of making sure that if we are going to have virtual participation, we've talked through publicly, okay, who's going to be here or what that looks like. So I think it's just going to change slightly how the minutes are captured, and so that will be something for Ms. Martinez to work on, because I don't think historically the minutes have been captured with a roll call, because it says in here a roll call,
Right.
which has not happened before virtually, when we have a virtual participant.
At school board meetings, yes, I don't know so that we do roll call at all during work sessions.
Yeah.
But it's recording a vote. The roll call is mentioned when in recording a vote, and
I see.
so I just think that's, and we don't often have virtual participation for meetings as much as it is a work session anyways, but I do think that is a component that is different than how we have normally, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Martinez, but the vote is just recorded as the vote. It hasn't been a roll call, it hasn't delineated between this person voted virtually versus in person. Okay, that's what I thought. So that would just be a change that needs to occur if there's virtual participation.
Chair.
Yes.
Like, I don't know how to get your attention. That's okay. The other thing that I am grateful that we will now have this enshrined in policy. There are a couple of pieces, if we go forward with this addition, that occurred prior to our two board members that joined us in 2022. There are two pieces specifically that says a board member is responsible for making advance arrangements with the district administration, as well as board members are not provided with technology to facilitate remote board attendance. Both of those things were challenges prior to both of you joining us with some other board participation. And now that we will have that enshrined in policy, it will not be the district's responsibility to ensure that the technology works if someone chooses to operate or participate virtually. So I'm grateful that we are going to put this into policy because we did not have that previously. So I'll just leave that there, but those of us who were around in those days remember what was going on at that time.
Well, and it's good to have this updated because, again, we're a hurricane state, things can happen. And so it rarely does this board ask any board member to participate in a board meeting virtually, which I'm certainly grateful for, as chair. it makes it tough. And it also makes it, it's hard enough to participate virtually, even in a work session. So, just want to say I'm grateful to all of you for coming, participating. And if you're not going to be here, then you haven't been, and that's almost easier in a way. So, all right, well, I'm ready to move on. You ready to move on? We all ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, for my notes, I wrote down page numbers, not policy numbers, and
Right.
so you saying policies doesn't help.
Okay.
Yeah, we're always asking page, what page?
I can rattle off the page number when you get to the policy.
Yes, that has been your role, so I appreciate you
I-
continuing to do that.
I'll do it.
That would just be helpful, so I know when to tell you to stop.
All right,
We had left off on, and that was policy 0165. 0165.1 agendas.
Is page 16.
you.
Yeah, I'm good until page 25, I guess.
Okay. 0165.2 regular meeting. 0165.3 special and emergency.
I have a question about 0165.2.
0165.2
Which is
regular
page
meeting.
18.
Page
18.
Regular meetings.
The next to last sentence says, every board member shall be notified of the change by letter. Can we change that to by written notice? Because by letter potentially insinuates that we're getting it in the mail. But if we say by written notice, it can be electronically, text, some other way.
Good catch.
Thank you.
We all good? Yeah,
Change made.
Thank you.
Zero 0165.3 special and emergency meetings.
Page 19,
0165.4 recess.
page 21,
0165.5 adjourn.
page 22.
Okay, that concludes the bylaws. We'll move into section 1000, administration. 1010, superintendent relationship.
Page 23,
1129, conflict of interest.
page 25.
Hold on.
Okay,
There's a green box on that. What's that?
On what?
On page 25.
24.
yeah, the end of 24,
There just wasn't
last
a
paragraph.
There before, is that what it is?
20.
That's the new.
Yeah, that's, that green checkbox is that is an option for us to select if we choose to do so.
That's to replace what?
It's not replacing anything, it'd be additive, right?
But the statement isn't additive. Because shouldn't the whole statement be green if the statement?
No, yeah,
Oh, so that's
The
why I
green-
overlooked it, because the whole thing is not green. So I was assuming the addition was the brackets.
the
not-
no, the brackets are a selectable choice. So where there's a selectable choice, the selectable choice is the following paragraph. So that's, that paragraph, the entire thing really should be in green.
Because the recommendation is that that paragraph be added.
Right.
Except it
Well,
doesn't
or-
have an X beside it, so.
Right, and I wouldn't say recommendation, this is an option that is permitted. And an option that was, it was provided as an option for us to consider, and if we're going to consider such language, that's their recommendation.
But traditionally, when we are, and sorry, this is a little confusing that it wasn't all highlighted, and whatever, whose ever responsibility or the board docs challenges, whatever we're having. But traditionally, whenever we have an option and we are selecting it, then there's an X in those brackets. And so if we move forward, then that paragraph will be removed
If we move forward, we'd put an X in the bracket, because
with that, if we want that paragraph in.
normally what you would see is where staff has chosen the change,
Okay,
they would also already put an X in that bracket.
Staff did not choose this one.
It would probably be inappropriate for staff to choose it because it's about the board and.
About evaluation. Yeah.
So it wouldn't really have been appropriate for staff to make a
Right.
review.
As I read it, it looks like this is what we already do. Because we have our evaluations, which are tied to the strategic plan. So, and I would think that in any evaluation, it's just best practice to avoid subjective opinions. So I'm fine with having it checked.
I agree.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Put it in.
I mean, it says what we do.
Yeah, it's clarifying.
Right.
Okay,
When they reflect what practice we already have in.
yes.
1129, conflict of interest.
I just have that one pulled. I think what I'm seeing here is there was an addition of essentially adding board members to the existing language. But there's some optionals and there's some check boxes and there's some other things in here that I think we need to have a discussion about, based on what I'm seeing. And so I guess I would start with the first optional language in the checkbox, which is on the second page, which, yep, right there. However, pursuant to federal rules, the school district has set standards for situations where the financial interest is not substantial or the gifts is when an employee, officer, agent, or board member may accept a gift of unsolicited item for nominal value. So I'm looking to Attorney Powers, I guess, to indicate, are we supposed to add a number there? Are we supposed to check the box?
Yes. Yeah, we're supposed to check the box if you want that phrase included, and if you do want the phrase included, complete the blank. Is there a procedure on point on this would be the question.
Because it says we have standards for situations like this, and I don't know that we do.
School district has.
This is policy number 1129.
There's policies on gifts already passed by the board, if that's the question.
I'm sorry?
There's policies already passed by the board that involves gifts.
Right. As to the nominal value gift, was there a suggestion?
What's the gift policy it would be?
Staff didn't weigh in on this.
Well, do we want to check the box? That's the first question.
School district has set standards for situations when, not the school board. Well, the school district has set standards for situations where the financial interest is not substantial or the gift is for when an employee, officer, agent, or board member may accept a gift of an unsolicited item of nominal value. Like, I don't know, a Happy Teacher apple mug comes to mind. For purposes of this section, nominal value means that the gift has a monetary value of blank or less. Wasn't it $25 or less?
Policy 7-2.
We talked about this.
Well, we talked about, because like tickets, right? If someone gives you tickets to a community event.
But those are all outlined in ethics that are beyond this.
Specifics.
Yes. And that is also what we're speaking about right now, is about board members, and this is about all employees, including board members.
Right.
So I would say if we're gonna put a maximum, the maximum should reflect the maximum that board members are allowed to accept, because we're adding board members to the narrative, which would be $50, but we have to disclose it. So because we're part of this narrative.
Most employees will not be forced to disclose, and so, because they're not similarly situated. But in the instance where a employee may receive a gift of nominal value, again, the coffee mug, the T-shirt, anything of that nature, what amount is it that the district wants to see that we consider to be nominal? Nominal value, obviously, it doesn't trigger any kind of ethics rules or anything like that. But if you said $10, that's probably too low, because or $5, exactly how many pencils is that? On the other hand, if it is, somebody can accept a Chick-fil-A gift card for $20, okay. If it's setting it at maybe $100 might be too high, because that sort of encourages potential for abuse. So there's a number that district staff may weigh in on as to what they want to have.
respectfully, I disagree. If board member is included in the statement and our maximum that we can accept is $50, then the number cannot exceed $50 because we are legally obligated not to exceed $50, right?
Well, right. The provision that you would still, this would not exempt you from the reporting requirements that you have through other sections. But it wouldn't, go ahead.
I understand that. What I'm saying though is, if our limit, our threshold, it doesn't matter whether we disclosing is a must, but it still can't be more than $50. So I don't know how in any world the number could be higher than 50.
Right. That would be my recommendation as to board members. And since this policy applies equally to board members and everyone else, you now have to determine whether $50 is appropriate or whether it is something less than that.
The first question that has to be addressed is this is optional language that currently does not have an X beside it, so this paragraph is irrelevant unless we want to add it in.
Yeah, and so that's where I started with.
Yeah, are we leaving it optional? I'm good with optional and not including it, is my point, because board members do have specific ethical guidelines that we have to follow that the rest of the district doesn't.
Superintendent does.
Superintendent does, I think attorneys do, but there are other questions I have about lumping board members in with all the rest.
Okay, so go up to the beginning here. Where board members are added, this policy, because conflict of interest, it speaks to employee, officer, agent. Arguably, an officer would still be a school board member, but I think that this likely came from the fact that there's a need for clarity that board members also, the conflict of interest policy should apply to board members as it applies to employees. You also have additional requirements. But in this case, if you wish to weigh in on whether or not you want for board members to be specifically named within this policy, you certainly, this is additive language, so that's up to you.
I think my greatest question specifically about this is when you get to the bottom of kind of the narrative, it talks about the disclosure. And I guess my question is the disclosure in reference to the entire paragraph? Or not paragraph, the entire policy? Or is the disclosure related just to right before? Because I think that it's a little bit, anyone can run for school board. And if they're elected by the population of Marion County, they may very well have a conflict of interest. And when they are then elected and have a conflict of interest, what is then the disclosure, or like, is that paragraph at the bottom applicable to the entire paragraph? And I don't read it to be as such, so that's why I'm asking these questions.
Are you speaking about the very last paragraph in the entire policy?
I feel like that's the only time that disclosure is really,
well,
unless I'm missing something.
Sure, it's actually the third paragraph from the bottom that starts speaking about.
Yes.
Because these are my questions. I don't know if my questions will align with yours, but I have a couple of questions on this. Because in the third paragraph from the bottom, it's specifically not just that the employee, officer, or board member must promptly disclose any potential conflict of interest, but then it goes on to say, upon discovery of any potential conflict of interest, the district will disclose in writing the potential conflict of interest to the appropriate federal agency, or if applicable, the pass-through entity. My question of that is, are there state agencies that may not operate as pass-through entities that we also would have to disclose information to if there is a potential conflict of interest? That's question number one.
Question number one, the answer is that there is not anything that is specific that doesn't already appear in this policy. However, this policy is governed by Code of Federal Regulations 200. So these changes that these are legislative. So when it applies to a federal award, that's why you see the language that is modifying each of those sections talks about federal awards. Also, no employee, officer, agent, or board member or administration of a contract supported by the federal award. So where federal awards are given, that's one of those things that Code of Federal Regulations 200 does speak to. So this should be in the policy, and it should be things that are, it's not particularly useful to eliminate that, because if you eliminated that, it may add a layer of complexity because of the fact that you might also have other requirements by state agencies if they promulgate under a rule. So far, neither NEOLA nor I are aware of any of the Florida Administrative Rule or Florida Administrative Code, the FACs, that have any bearing that is required as it was required under federal law. So that's why the section that begins with no employee, officer, agent, or board member, although that language can be altered, the sentiment must remain, because that's governed by Code of Federal Regulations. If you wanted to say officer, agent, employee, fine. You all technically in ways are employees. You are officers. You also act as agents. So continuing to have the word board member in there makes it so that it is clear to you that it does apply to you as well. Same thing, a district will also promptly disclose whether in connection, and that's the second to last paragraph, in connection with the federal award, it has credible evidence of the commission of the violation of federal criminal law. So if the district became aware of such information, the district is required to report that to federal authorities.
And I'm understanding all of that. I'm not questioning that. My question is, now that we have added board members to a policy that previously was not listed, the paragraphs, the second and third paragraphs from the bottom now specifically talk about the district disclosing if a conflict of interest has occurred, if it's based on a federal award. I'm saying, is there a need, again, now that we're adding board members, to include the Florida Commission on Ethics or anything to that extent? Because we're not just dealing with federal awards. It's not just Title I grants that we're talking about. I mean, there are lots of other procurement things that we do that are not federal awards. So I'm questioning if it's just federal agencies. Again, that's third to the last paragraph. Upon discovery of any potential conflict of interest, the district will disclose in writing the potential conflict of interest to the appropriate federal agency, or if applicable, pass-through entity. Well, the pass-through entity isn't the state unless it's just a federal award. Are there any other instances where the disclosure should be required to state agencies? That's my question. And then I have another question about this at the end. But.
None that would be mandated by state law that are not already addressed within Florida statute. Not every Florida statute makes it into our policy. So I would say that this is in that policy specifically because of CFR 200, because it speaks to federal law. The board, when it comes to things like the Code of Ethics I think you would be bound by the Code of Ethics to report a violation of the Code of Ethics or of a Florida Administrative Code anyway. I mean, that's among lawyer regulations, same thing. If I find another lawyer has acted in an unethical manner or in a manner that's violated statute and speaks to his or her bar qualifications, I have an obligation by the bar to make such a report. So I don't know that is something that I believe is optional for you to codify in policy, though it certainly would be a good idea. To answer your question as briefly as I can, I don't know of any regulation that says you must include that in your policy. However, I believe that you would still be bound by it under Code of Ethics. So
Okay, and I'll get to my last question, and then we can go back to whatever I'm saying on that. My last question deals with the very last sentence in this policy. Because again, now that we're adding board members, which changes this entirely. I mean, I understand the justification behind it. I certainly do, because currently we haven't been listed. And this is, this policy is repeated several times. But now that we're adding board members, it does say now, employees, officers, agents, and board members found to be in violation of this conflict of interest policy will be subject to disciplinary action up to and including termination pursuant to board policy, discipline of administrative staff, and/or state law. Adding board members to it with having a disciplinary clause causes a conundrum, because this policy cannot provide discipline to any elected official. And
So pursuant to state law would be, I understand that's confusing, but pursuant to state law would cover that, because pursuant to state law, they would not be subject to discipline by the district.
Okay, so if that covers it, so pursuant to state law, because elected officials are not included, okay, then I can get past that. But it still takes me back to, if there's a potential conflict of interest, especially now that we have board members included in this, the way it reads right now, if we were to codify this in policy, it only would be if we would report, that the district would be required to report it only to a federal agency, not be required to report it to a state agency unless we alter the policy to say such.
Yeah, there are many reasons under which the district may be required to report to that agency. Those reasons may not be statutory. They may also be based on Code of Ethics, Florida Administrative Code, or they could be based on contract. The specific terms of a grant, for example, may include disclosure. But again, I think that in those situations, if whether it were an employee or a board member, if there was something that was any specific malfeasance that was occurring, that it may be at that point, I would say it's at the very least a judgment call, and someone may be bound by the Code of Ethics. However, Code of Professional Conduct. However, when it comes to the federal law is the one that has a very specific requirement, because of course federal law tends to overwrite for everything. So that was why we anticipate coming from federal.
Chair?
Now, it's within your discretion to add any other types. Just be careful, because you're going to cast a wide net too.
If I could point to item C, which is at the bottom of page 25, I think that I need clarification on this regarding for free use or for monetary use, because I can think of 10 examples right now that are in violation of this policy, if it is for paid use. So it says, no employee, officer, agent, or board member shall make use of materials, equipment, or facilities of the district in private practice. Examples would be the use of facilities before, during, or after regular business hours for service to private practice, or checking out of items from an instructional materials center for private practice. I mean, just as an example, MCYFL uses our facilities to hold their practices. And I know for a fact there are agents within MCPS who are also agents for MCYFL. Based on what I'm reading here, that is in violation of our board policy. Unless we are going to dictate paid for free, I'm just, and it had not come up before now, but I mean, I know that there are individuals who work for have other jobs, and they rent this own auditorium to hold dance performances twice a year. Are they not allowed to do that? Because it's happening all of the time, and I'm just trying to figure it out.
Sure.
The next sentence at the beginning of paragraph 26 does indicate that exceptions to any provisions in Part A through C of this policy shall be approved in advance by the superintendent and shall be consistent with state law. So there is a little bit of a modification there that I think would capture, though I don't know to what degree those.
Well, and where are those expectations defined?
Well, and in B, part of it is in B, because it's not just private practice, it's private practice of their profession. And so private lessons or services for a fee. So MCYFL is like, they're paying to do that, but there's also an arrangement with each of those different schools where they're practicing. Again, that falls under this last statement that Attorney Powers just said. But essentially, if you're using your work laptop to provide tutoring services for a student off hours, that's not appropriate.
Yes, 100%. I understand the intention. I think that due to the vagueness, there's a lot of instances where it's occurring and it's not very clear that it's an exception.
If I could add something, I'd say that no employee, officer, board member, individuals cannot profit from this. The district certainly can make arrangements and can loan out facilities, rent out facilities, and we have those procedures and policies as well. So I think that's maybe the conflict. So an individual could not take the football stadium and rent it out and make money off of it, but the district certainly could.
But
Like,
I don't know,
can't get
but see,
money-
and so like I don't technically agree with that. Like if let's say someone runs, let's say MCYFL wanted to come to us and start using Boost. Let's say in a perfect world we redo Booster Stadium and it's beautiful and it has a turf track and all that turf and all the things, and we want to start renting out Booster Stadium. And MCYFL, when they get so large, they have to start hosting stuff there. They take gate money. They take ticket money. So then if there are agents within MCYFL who work for MCPS, that couldn't happen. We're tying ourselves. We could be making money from renting the stadium, and we're saying that's not going to be possible because it's a profitable.
No, it's who benefits from, at least the way that I read this, and maybe Mr. Powers has a different opinion, but it's you cannot take equipment as an individual and then use it for your own financial gain. You can't go and take out some truck, personal gain. You can't take a truck from the high school and go use it to tow stuff and then make money from someone. But the district could certainly be able to do that as a whole. So the district could rent out the facility to the MCYFL, and the MCYFL could make money off of it from the gate, certainly. But of course, the district is the one, and no individual is profiting from the district's materials, facilities, and those items. That's at least how I read this.
So can an employee of the district rent this auditorium and sell tickets?
Yes, because they would be renting the facility from the district, and the district would make the money, and then they could make.
But what would be in violation is if any employee of MTI came in here after hours and just used it without, but I mean, that's what this policy is covering. Let me use a different illustration. Say you're a PE coach and after school hours, you are now providing whatever on your school campus for monetary, parents are paying you $10 an hour for you to provide said lesson in your gymnasium where you are the employee of record for the PE. That is in violation of this. But if you enter into a financial agreement with your school and you say, I am now renting this, and I'm paying you, then I can charge people to provide the services.
Okay.
Is that?
That's my interpretation when I read this, and I understand the confusion when you read it, but at least that's how I would conceive of this.
Okay.
It's providing access to a public facility, a taxpayer-owned facility, which is important. But yeah, it does seem a little gray.
So just to leave this one, because the only question that I had that I don't know that the board weighed in on at all was just to say, do we have any intention or interest in saying that there are additional agencies at the state level that should be notified if conflicts of interest occur?
I think it says state law at the end, and so that
yes, it covers the fact that the discipline could occur in accordance to state law, but it does not codify, upon discovery of potential conflict of interest, the disclosure of that conflict to anyone other than a federal agency in the event of a federal award. And that's just a board conversation to say, if there has been an identified conflict of interest for anyone, is there anyone that a teacher has a conflict of interest, do we need to then make that known to any other agency, the Board of Education who's provided the teacher certificate? Is that a responsibility of the district to notify anyone of a conflict of interest dependent? I can't come up with the exact scenario, but I'm trying to use an illustration it's a loose one, but. And if the board says no, then fine. But that was my question. Because right now, that third to last paragraph talks about disclosure of the potential conflict of interest, and it really is only in the event of federal awards that the conflicts of interest need to be disclosed. And I didn't know if there was any other instance where the board would agree.
I think there are professional duties to disclose that aren't captured within this policy as it reads, that you are correct. There are a number, every time each of you fills out a recusal form, every time each of you indicates that I have a conflict, every time I identify that I can't operate on a particular case because there is a conflict, or in the situations where Mr. Blackman and I have to get together because he may have a conflict of interest with a particular case that he's working on, or in the case of some discipline cases, I would be conflicted because I would sit as the representative of the board during a contested hearing. And so in those situations, we disclose the conflict internally or publicly, depending upon what the requirements of that conflict are. So none of those are captured by this policy, but I don't think that this policy, although it's titled conflict of interest, it's not the end-all be-all of every potential conflict that you may have to disclose, or you may or may have to be not only disclosed to the people that matter, but also reported if there was a conflict of interest that proceeded forward, that in which someone acted improperly. Because remember, a conflict of interest doesn't necessarily mean someone has proceeded to act on it and act improperly. It just means that I may have a conflict of interest in going forward in a particular area because of either my profession, my relationship with someone else, or my role. So I do think that if we were going to, in keeping with what you were saying, I would probably, if we took a long time, we could probably work out a lot of additional potential conflicts of interest that could occur and that could be added to the policy.
And that's not my intention. So
Right.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry. It's not my intention. My intention is we have a policy in place for a reason that specifies conflict of interest. This particular paragraph talks about violation of this policy. My question is there any, so let's hypothesize that you did have a conflict of interest in something and you still weighed in on it and you still just were digging your heels in, I'm still gonna do whatever I'm gonna do. And you're not gonna do that, but I'm just, for the sake of argument here, then is it anyone's responsibility beyond you as the employee to disclose that to anyone else? But if you have, essentially, let's say you've done something that's in violation of the Florida bar because of how you've weighed in on a conflict, and it is a legit conflict of interest, is it anyone's responsibility to disclose that? Because this policy gives the district the responsibility to disclose if that conflict is on a federal award. But it doesn't give them the authority to report that conflict to anyone else for any other reason. And so I'm just saying, is it the board's interest to also include appropriate federal agency, or if applicable, pass-through entity, or state agency?
or state governing authority, or state something. Because then that would give the opportunity, if there was a blatant disregard for the conflict of interest policy and continued blatant disregard and acknowledgement, yes, I don't care what it says, I'm still doing this, then whose responsibility is it to report that? And without encapsulating that in policy, I don't know whose responsibility it is.
Yeah, and I go back to the first paragraph of this policy, which kind of then sort of gives an overview that I think probably reminds everyone of the context. But again, I think it is also difficult to capture every potential avenue. But I think that what I hear you saying is that perhaps something that provides an affirmative duty to report a known conflict of interest it may not even be a regulatory authority, but I think then the problem then is imposing a duty for that people report a potential conflict of interest means that you now have a large number of people who now feel professionally obligated when they don't have enough information about whether a potential conflict of interest is even actually occurring. I mean, this isn't like a case of suspected abuse or something like that. They just might have sort of an inkling or a hint or a belief that maybe a conflict is happening. But in some cases, I think that, of course, in the employee's own case, or director, administrator, whatever, they would absolutely have the need to disclose. Now, when it's used by a third party to say, I believe that you are operating with a conflict of interest, and now if I think you are, then I have a duty to report it to someone else, and who's going to report to? Of course, that may then result in a whole bunch of people feeling professionally obligated to make reports of conflicts of interests where they don't have enough information to even suspect that, or it's difficult. I don't know the answer unless we were going to rewrite or add a number of paragraphs that we'd have to draft separately. So I can only speak to the purposes of just what you see in green was, and unfortunately, all I can speak to is what the Code of Federal Regulations having required that we're sort of red flagging that to say, hey, if you run into one of these situations, we could be in trouble for not reporting it. We need to do that. Make sure we do that. In other cases, it may very well be a good option. And so I'd invite, if we want to discuss how to structure such a thing, we could, or it could be something that we accept this policy as we do now and add for, the next update that we wish to research and develop additional, options for that. NEOLA hasn't suggested anything beyond that. I don't see a specific draft, but we certainly can.
So it doesn't sound like any board member is interested in adding it, so we can move on. That was my question was, does the board want to entertain having a conversation about any state agency that, just including the word state agency? But doesn't sound like anybody else is weighing in, so we can move on.
What's interesting is that NEOLA hasn't proposed anything, and I wonder why that is. Because generally, we rely on them as the guiding lights. As board members, we're certainly bound by our own, code of ethics and self-governance and all of those things. So I guess I would ask if it's appropriate to ask NEOLA, is this a question coming from other boards as well, and is it something they should be looking into? Because it is weird that it's just, federal.
Yeah, so I can reach out to NEOLA and find out the reasoning for that, but I can tell you that based on what they provided us, this update was from volume 23, number. Okay, so this was a September 2024 update, and they provided no additional reasoning for why that was in there. So that would tell me that there's not. I mean, it may have been that in their general review, which they do from time to time. Usually what they do is add things that are statutory updates. I don't see this to be a statutory update. I just see that perhaps they reviewed this and it maybe came to their attention when it was brought to their attention somewhere else that someone had adopted this or someone had inquired about this, and so they decided to include it for, they thought of it as a good idea and wanted to include it in all policies. So I don't have any additional information beyond that, so I'd be guessing.
Got it. Because it would be interesting to see if other boards have this in there.
Madam Chair, I think
Yes, go
Attorney Powers, there's a special update, I think addendum to this. Isn't this part of a federal batch? It's outlined in the document that says that's why it's coming from NEOLA.
This was the last 10 or 12 or so or 15 that came to review. And this was the Office of Management and Budget had a review from their requirements. So I think that's why it's federal focused.
Which might answer the questions the board has.
Because there are requirements from the federal government, I think these things be in policy, and NEOLA made these updates based on the requirements from the federal government.
Outlined in there.
There are other conflict policies that we have and gift policies that we have as well.
Yeah, so the special update, within the special update, Office Management and Budget revised some of their guidance for grants and agreements. That's the guidance for federal assistance located in Title II. And per their guidance, recipients of federal fiscal year 2024 state administrative formula grants, such as Title I and IDEA B, issued on or after July 1st, could implement the revised 2024 uniform guidance effective on that date, provided they have revised any applicable state policies and procedures. So it is globally part of just generally OMB's revised guidance of 2 CFR. So I would concur with what you said.
Moving on.
Policies in this update were reviewed by Brewstein and Manasevit, attorneys at law, and by Sniffen and Spellman for consistency with federal and state law, respectively.
Got it.
I just, while we're on it, there's also a 3129 conflict of interest policy. Can you,
They're all the same.
That's because where there's everything that we do in one of these will need to be copied over into those cross sections, because one applies to administration, one applies to, there's one for students, there's one for instructional staff.
Okay.
Instructional staff, non-instructional.
but the changes are consistent throughout?
Unless we determine that one specifically
No,
doesn't
let me
apply.
rephrase. The changes as we were emailed are consistent throughout.
Yes.
And we didn't make any changes just now.
We just basically said we're not doing the option.
Correct. But no other changes were made, so that'll be consistent in all the numbers that end in 129.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say is, do we need to touch on conflict of interest again?
When we get to 31.
When we get to it, we move on.
Okay.
I got it, I got it all, I'm ready to go.
Okay. As are we comfortable with that change being applied to all of them and then us not?
Yeah, we'll for 3129 as well, we will delete the checkbox on that one as well.
And 4129.
4129. Unless this board determines that it wishes it to apply to some but not others.
I think we're good. We good? Okay.
Okay, next is 1129.01,
Page 27.
tutoring. Next is 1210, standards of ethical conduct.
Page 28, and I did have a question on page 29. The included information says certificate holder serving as principal. Is it implied that this is a principal who is a teaching certificate holder? It's not. Then what is the certificate? Is it the principal certificate? Is it a that was the question I had, because just calling it certificate holder serving as principal caused me confusion as to what the certificate is the person is holding.
And I'll just say, I read this as having principal designation on their teaching certificate, which is not, and I may have interpreted it incorrectly, but how I interpreted it was not holding a teaching certificate, not holding a certification in ed leadership, but holding a designation of that we're doing through NISL. Thank you. I always want to say NEPCA, and I don't even know what NEPCA is. Through NISL for principal designation. But Dr. Gullett,
And I read it as teaching certificate holder, like that you do have your teaching certificate holder, that's not going to prevent you from accessing certain things used. And again, maybe, I'm just confused as to what the certificate is.
Board, it's my understanding that NEOLA made comments on this as well. Attorney Powers, if you want to weigh in, NEOLA has already sort of explained this.
There were a number of policies there's their Florida Local Update 25, number 1. I do not see that as to this particular policy.
This one has a rule change.
1129.01.
There's a rule change that was recently passed, and this is just adding the language from the rule to the policy. And it copies the rule language word for word.
6A-10.081.
So for this board member, the rule isn't clear. I still don't understand what certificate we're talking about. And I don't care what the rule says. I'm curious to know what it's supposed to be. Because is it a teaching certificate? Is it a principal certificate? Is it some other kind of certificate? And maybe I'm just not knowledgeable in this particular area. But to just call it certificate holder causes me confusion.
I'm seeing 6A 10.081 as being as the principal's professional conduct relating to policy 1210. I'm not seeing it on. Okay, 1210. Revisions to policy 1210 incorporate amendments to Florida Administrative Code Rule 6A-10.081, principles of professional conduct related to prohibited conduct for principals who are also certificate holders. The prohibitions address certain actions related to material used in a classroom made available in a local classroom library are included in a reading list. So that's the explanation we have.
It applies to teachers, the teacher license, because it's under the rule for teachers. And so it's if a principal holds a
Teaching certificate.
Yes.
So is there a way to include that word, or is it just implied and we don't need to add it? That's because there are additional certificates.
well, and I would argue it's not implied since we both interpreted it differently based on our unique perspectives. So, I mean, yeah, because I think it's, of course, a principal has a teaching certificate, but they also have other designations to be a principal. So I saw it as greater than a teaching certificate, so.
The rule is listed in, I understand it may not be the clearest thing, but the rule is at the top, and one could check the rule in the future to see what it references, or we could add additional.
Or we could just add the word teaching. So my proposal is that the first sentence in green say, pursuant to the principles of professional conduct of education profession, a principal who is a teaching certificate holder. Or if it's called, is it called teaching certificate or is it called educator certificate? It's called teaching, I guess.
I think it's called it.
Is it educator?
Yeah, I think it's called it.
Whatever it's specifically called. And you can look at it later and figure it out. It's just, we don't have to do it right now. I just think that we need to add a word.
My question would be, are there principals who who do not hold an educator's certificate but hold a different
I would say their certificate has further endorsements, and maybe that's what they're called. You have a reading endorsement, you have your you have your educational leadership certification on your, and so just using the word certificate leaves an absence of clarification of which endorsement or certificate. Are we talking about the teaching certificate as a whole? Are we talking about the principal designation?
I'm pulling up the administrative code right now to see what their language.
I can't read that.
There we go. Okay, as you can see throughout the administrative code, the term certificated individual or certificate holder is what's used. And in the bottom 17D, a certificate holder, so this is exactly language of the Florida Administrative Code. Serving as school principal shall not prevent, direct school personnel to prevent, or allow school personnel to prevent students from accessing any material used in a classroom, et cetera. So, and again, refers to certificate holder. So I am always more comfortable maintaining if they have placed it in a rule or statute, that maintaining that language instead of putting our own spin on it, even if it would appear to be more clear.
Sounds good. Moving
Right.
on. Like, it is unclear. We'll just let the record show it is unclear. Thank you, Department of Education.
All right, moving right along.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have to apologize. I've got a hole punch where I'm trying to read numbers. So
1220.
That's why on the last one I had the wrong numbers there. 1220, evaluation of administrative personnel.
And that's page 30. I do have a brief question, and this will literally be a brief question on the very last sentence of this policy, which appears on page 32. All substantial revisions to the evaluation system must be reviewed and approved by the board before being used to evaluate school administrators. To my knowledge, the board has not weighed in, perhaps prior to my being on the board, but the board has not weighed in on any evaluation instrument of school administrators. And so I was just curious if that's something that we have listed somehow in the evaluation system, that it was board approved in 1996 or something to that effect. But this one sentence says that the board must approve what's happening with school administrators' evaluations. It's a very last sentence. And I don't know, again, it says substantial revisions to the evaluation system. I don't know how often the evaluation system has been edited or changed. If the evaluation system's been in place for 30 years, that's fine. I just am curious to know if it does have it date stamped as to when the board approved it. And if it was a board in 1996, I'm fine with that. I'm just,
So if I could speak, I'm Board Member Campbell. I'm not aware of any changes since I've been here. So I know there's a committee already being formed to review a couple of them, but to my knowledge, nothing's been revised. Prior to that, I don't know, but we could certainly check on the original date.
Okay.
Yep.
But once we approve this policy as amended or whatever, I don't know that this is an addition or anything, it doesn't look like it, but then any revisions to that evaluation system will need to be reviewed and approved by the board. Okay. Moving on.
Okay, and we did edit the copyright date on that particular policy. So next we'd have 1231, outside activities of administrators.
Page 33.
1242, professional learning.
Page 35.
1281, use of employees' personal property at school. This
is
was a
page-
technical update.
40.
I'll just add, I have nothing in the 1000s left, so.
Okay, I have
I
one.
guess I will read through these relatively quickly. If you know that you have one, just stop me, but I wanted to put on the record that we've addressed each one. 1362, anti-harassment.
Beginning on page 41, I have a question on page 43, which is under B, definitions, and then B under harassment. Because we are amending this policy to now state, this is B subsection 2, has the effect of substantially interfering with an employee's educational performance. It previously stated students. So every time we reference employees, and this is in multiple times anti-harassment occurs, if the board concurs, I believe it should say with an employee's job performance as opposed to educational performance. Because student has an educational performance, an employee has a job performance.
Yeah, I
You
agree.
can go with that?
Okay.
Good?
Yeah, that's fine.
So that would be on every one of our anti-harassment policies that end in 362. Did you see where I was talking about, Terry? Okay. If you scroll down past the Roman numeral 3, you must have passed it already. I'm sorry. You're in Roman numeral 3, item B, up, right there, where it says number 2 has the effect of substantially interfering with an employee's job performance as opposed to educational performance. Thank you. And so every time, again, all the policies ending in 362 that are anti-harassment, that can be a change we make to all of them because they all have the same. And that's all I have in the 1000s.
There's also a cross-reference to these policies in 1362, 3362, and 4362. So we'll make a note to address that the same on each.
Thank you.
(1410) administrative salary.
Page 54.
2210 curriculum development. I'm sorry, we're done with the 1000s then.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to the 2000s. 2210 curriculum development.
Page 57.
2215 program of instruction.
Beginning on page 60. And so I did have a question on this because there's a lot that was struck through here, and perhaps it was in the deregulation statutes that have now occurred, but there's a lot that has been struck through here. So my assumption is that all of the teaching on financial literacy and communism and all of that is no longer needed in policy, because that's what all has been struck through here.
There was 2 options staff had to choose from. They chose option 2,
Resiliency.
and they chose that because it cites the law and rule, which means it should provide more flexibility going forward in case a statute or rule is amended. And that was, they chose the one with a bit less said to provide more flexibility.
Okay, so again, I appreciate that resiliency education, but if they're believing that that's all encompassing to include financial literacy and the study of communism and whatever else is in here that's been struck through, then the history of African Americans, I'm like, there's Asian American, there's a lot of, I appreciate them trying to make it simpler, but that's my question.
The notes that I have are that the revisions to policy 2215 are the result of Senate Bill 1264 and House Bill 1329. The revisions modify required instruction related to Medal of Honor recipients, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and history of communism. Required instruction pertaining to the history of communism must be implemented at the beginning of the 26-27 school year.
So the intention is that we'll have a policy update before then and we'll add it back in, I guess? I mean, it's just interesting because I guess we did have some deregulation that's caused some of this to be removed from policy, but I don't know why.
I think there maybe part of the issue is option 2 has actually been struck out, and that should not be struck out. That actually should be included. So we'll just make sure that's what staff requested. So the very last, or
Page 64.
page 64, option 2, that should be selected.
That's what staff recommended.
That was the, yeah, exactly, that was the staff recommendation.
Oh, there you go, and it's all the all-encompassing historic accuracy following.
And it references the statute and the rule, and that's, they chose that one because those things may change and we'll be able to have the flexibility going forward. At least that was the thinking of staff when I reviewed this with them. And that's probably where the confusion is because option 2 has been struck out as well.
Right, because it was like all gone.
Right. So the Florida statute 1003.42 potentially will continue to be amended, and so whatever that statute references is what we're going to teach.
That's correct.
It anchors to the statute.
Okay.
But I can see the confusion because it's been struck out.
Thank you.
That's what staff asked.
I'm like, I don't understand how we
So
just
we're not
got,
doing anything
we
anymore.
just got rid of all the things that are clearly in statute that we have to do. Okay.
Wasn't a request.
Find, if we go over some of the other policies in detail, you'll see that NEOLA has also been recommending kind of saying less in some of the policies and referencing more statutes. So this is, I think, one of their
Makes
efforts.
sense.
Okay, I can appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification. So yeah, you're adding it all back in. Thank you, Terry. Because that was not clear. 'Cause I was like, wow, all of a sudden we don't have to teach all this stuff? Well, that doesn't sound right.
That on ours.
Give us just a moment to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. She's got to retype all that.
Okay, next is policy 2260, non-discrimination and access to equal educational opportunity.
That's page 66.
2260.01, section 504, ADA prohibition against discrimination based on disability.
Page 75.
2266, non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs and activities.
Page 80.
2271, articulation and access to Florida college system institutions, technical change.
Page 95.
2370, educational options.
Page 98.
2370.01, virtual instruction.
Page 100.
2371, Hope scholarships.
Page 102.
2415, tutoring for credit.
I have something there.
Page 104.
Page 104. So it says in option 2, it is the policy of the school board to grant credit for tutoring. What credit are we granting for tutoring?
This is a part of the RAISE Act, which will be, I believe and I'm not, obviously it's not my area, but my understanding of reviewing with staff is this is a part of the RAISE Act and something that staff is interested in doing going forward, where they're able to have students provide tutoring, and for tutoring, you can provide them credit. It's an option.
High school credit?
Like elective.
I'm gonna
Elective credit.
defer to the staff that specializes in that.
That's
Okay, well, until someone can give explanation on that, I'm not sure I feel comfortable with this because
And further down there, it talks about a stipend as well.
right. They get paid and they get credit.
It's usually at one or the other, and staff recommended the credit, not the pay option.
This is
Certainly, we don't have to participate in the program. I don't believe we need to participate in the program, but staff seemed interested in being able to provide it, thinking it was a good opportunity for both the older students and the younger students to benefit from this. But the details,
I guess the part I'm struggling with is high school students providing tutoring for original credit.
What is the credit? What kind of credit are they getting?
And
That would be a
And-
question I'd have.
and I can reach out to staff to see.
Yeah,
if
I
that
just think
answer.
maybe if we could put this in a pocket and get some more information and then come back to it, that would be great.
And also for clarification, currently staff has chosen not just credit, but also the statement that says high school students serving as tutors for after-school tutoring may be provided a stipend. So they've included both of those statements.
The X is checked.
Yeah, there would be, I would just being an option with that or a availability, but I know what they told me before, they were interested in the credit. Certainly, possibility could be flexibility to either, and staff can decide how it goes forward, or the school board can direct staff on what they would prefer.
Okay, well, that was my only concern, so maybe we can circle back to it when we have some more information from staff about their desires. I'm willing to hear it out, and if it makes sense and there's reasons behind it, I just don't quite understand it right now.
Yeah. So yes, further explanation would be great because, a kid could be working at McDonald's and getting money, or they could be working as a tutor, especially if they're thinking about becoming a teacher or a para and being able to make some money. So I don't have any problem with it, but I'd like to know a little more about it. What the credit would be.
Well, that's my thing, is like,
And how-
then why are we having to terminate teachers when they haven't passed their proper tests in 3 years? Can we just call them a tutor then and give them, so they can get original credit? I mean,
I don't think they'd want that little of a stipend.
potentially, but what I'm saying is, what are the intricacies? Because
Understood.
it seems a little confusing.
So, Madam Chair, Board, I agree with you. I would like this to be pulled and considered for another time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've
Yep.
added it to our list for tomorrow.
All right,
Well, we only have one so far.
Well, if,
maybe a little
No,
longer.
I think she's saying she doesn't want to address it right now at all.
right, I don't, unless there's something, and I'll have to consult
You want
with.
to withdraw this,
Yes, because unless there's something that
this time.
requires us to do this right now, I think this is going to take a little more time, if that's permissible to the board. Yes,
And it is listed several times. We have,
I understand. As long
We
as
have-
it doesn't conflict with law, then I think takes more time. I agree with the board.
Given that everything within this update is optional, then it's to provide the board and the district with just simply the option. So it does not need to proceed forward. We'll withdraw this as one that is going to be edited by the board at this time, if that's the board's pleasure.
and when we get to the items in the 3,000s and the 4,000s, we'll just review them and see if those also need to be pulled. Because there are some tutoring policies that are
Okay.
forthcoming.
Understood.
That's fine with me. Does the board have consensus on that?
Yes, I'm just looking at this a little closer, and it's instructional personnel and high school students serving as tutors for after-school tutoring may be provided a stipend. Okay, all right, yeah, it'll be interesting to get more information on this whenever it's available. Because there is a stipend.
One moment now. The other two policies are 3341,
Yeah,
3415, and 4415. Is that correct?
We're on,
The parallel
Okay.
policies? No, okay. Next is 2421, Career and Technical Education.
page 105,
2423, School to Work Program.
page 115,
2432, Driver Education.
page 117,
2440, Summer Programs.
page 118,
2455, Dropout Prevention and Academic Intervention Programs.
page 120,
2460, Exceptional Student Education.
page 121,
2520, Selection and Adoption of Instructional Materials.
page 127,
2521, Instructional Materials Program.
page 132,
2540, Audiovisual Use.
page 142,
2700, Academically High Performing School Districts.
page 144.
That concludes the 2000s. Moving on to the 3000s, Instructional Staff. 3120.03, Athletic Coaches.
Page 146,
I have something on that, and what I have is a crossover to 312008, 4120, and 412008, because they're all kind of the same. The thing I have the
08
question.
or 03? We're on Athletic Coaches.
Yes.
3120.03? Should cross over to,
Yes,
3120.03
3120.03 to 3120.08 to 4120.03 to 4120.08. They're all
Understood.
the same, with the same language. It's just referencing being CPR, first aid, and AED certified. And this may just be a procedural question, but in other places in policy, we've dictated who or what position holds the keeper of that kind of information. Is this something that our district staff, like Mr. Tucker, District 80, is responsible for? Is this a site-based record keeping? What is, it's not indicated here, and so if that is something that we've done in procedure, then that's fine, but that's the question I have. Where is, and are they certified before practice starts, before they start? I understand that that's the expectation, but do we want that clarified? So I think it would be important that it's indicated that prior to participation or prior to coaching or whatever.
Or that the certificate is good for 1 year or whatever. Like if you got the certification in whenever
Yeah.
January of last year, then you're still good right now.
Who holds this? Who holds?
That's what I'm saying. Is this a district check and balance, or is this a site-based check and balance?
I would say being district, but I don't know.
I
I think
agree.
it would be difficult to do district.
I mean, I would imagine that a school-based athletic director is the person who is checking these things for their coaches. That would be my perception of how it works, but that could be inaccurate.
I think district-wide, that'd be very
Is
difficult.
this, I'm sorry, we were unsure. Is this a question about the procedure or about how you want to?
I'm asking if part of that should be enshrined and encapsulated in the policy.
That's
So,
what I thought.
Yes, like, because it doesn't say when they need to, it just says they shall be certified. Are they supposed to be certified before they start? I would hope so,
Yeah, I'm to decide.
but shall be certified prior to,
When, where, what? Then who's the custodian?
Right. Right, but I think her question is to the board. That's to the board to decide.
I mean, is it inappropriate to put that they shall be certified to encapsulate the time in here and it's supposed to be in procedure?
Well, so long as the certification is valid, then they've met the requirements of policy. As to when it's valid, I'd say at any time during that which they're employed.
Or,
So if they're employed as a coach, they have to have that certification. Now, who,
Job description.
right, so, I mean, well, it's immediately upon. I mean, once they're performing that duty, they have to be certified
so
during that
put the
time.
language change to all employed public school athletic coaches shall hold a valid certification in yada, 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 yada.
First aid.
Because then they're holding a valid one versus, it's saying shall be certified, but there's no time. We're not saying when they should be certified. And so, oopsie daisy, been coaching for 3 years, just realized.
Yeah, and your question as to who's the keeper of that information, I don't know. That's a,
And if that's a procedural thing, then that's a procedural thing, and it doesn't need to be in policy. But I think that we have seen just this football season, not here in Marion County, but in other places, medical episodes occur that are catastrophic. And I do not want ever for maybe our coach to not have what they needed to properly respond to a medical episode. And this is too vague for me, in my opinion. And so I just want it to be less vague about when that certification needs to be valid.
and as the board, yeah, I certainly appreciate that. As the board, you are, you're going to be required under this professional certification and the administrative rule that we're pulling up now to ensure that there was that it meets the language that they put forth. And again, that language in that Florida code is pretty much equivalent to what you see there. If you add on additional requirements, you may do so within policy if you wish. Typically, the board wishes to scale its policy back and allow that to be a procedural item that is addressed by procedures that are implemented by the district to ensure that what you say in policy gets happening. So the keeping track of who,
I don't think that applies to this. I mean, the last line about CPR does, but we're not talking about a certification for coaching. We're talking about CPR.
Right, and part of the challenge is none of the other hired educators, like we don't have a specific job description for an athletic coach. We don't have a specific job description just for a coach that would require this. So it's enshrined in policy, not in their job description. So we can't, until we say when we want this to be actionable, we can't say before they can be hired, they have to have this, or
And
before
they're
they
not
receive
really hired. They're, I mean, some
But I
of
mean-
them are volunteers.
But this is employed. All of these are employed. So this is, if you're receiving a paycheck from the district to be a coach, and we have all those stipends that we give them, then you have to maintain this.
Okay. So then, for me, I just want it to say valid. It's about the time. It's about the time frame of the certification. That's what I'm trying to.
Shall maintain.
At all times while performing their duties, all employed public school athletic coaches shall maintain certification.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. So, at all, so you said at all.
At all times while in the performance of their duties. Or, yeah.
While employed as athletic coaches.
At all times while.
While you can just
Yeah, you can just,
stop right there, because you've got employed already there.
they got all employees.
Just take out the word all, Terry, and that should.
Yeah, at all times while employed, comma,
Public school athletic coaches will maintain,
shall maintain.
shall maintain.
Yeah. Certification.
Do they have off seasons? Where they're not coaching, but they're still teaching, for example?
If they're receiving their stipend as a coach, they have to maintain
Stipend,
the
right,
certification.
okay.
Yes.
And that's what this is.
At
Well,
While-
right, but I'm envisioning that situation in which you have someone who is
Sure, they're a basketball coach, so it's an off season.
right. And then if they're employed as a teacher, but they also have a stipend as a basketball coach, and it's not basketball season, saying at all times while employed means there's a problem. So I would say at all times while performing their duties.
Or at all times while employed as public school athletic coaches, comma.
Do you want to further define something that says also whether it's employed, is it employed to receive a stipend? If you're just receiving a stipend, but you're not actually employed by the district.
You don't. I mean, it could happen.
Because we do have coaches who are not otherwise employed by the district.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at earlier, is like not all.
Right, so if you're changing employed now,
So they're classified as volunteers that get paid?
Yeah.
yeah, people just are with the district solely for the
I
purposes.
understand that, I'm just, so we classify them as volunteers.
That's why I was, and you're helping me get there, but I was trying to say, at all times while performing duties as an athletic coach,
That's a good one.
at all times while performing duties as,
But then you're covering all your volunteers that aren't employed.
correct, because I think any person who's working with our athletes should be ready and prepared for a medical episode and have the certification so that if something horrible were to happen, they have an up-to-date certification and they were the person we were entrusting to be there.
You want this to apply to only coaches or also assistant?
Well, no, we get there in the next policies. So when we fix the language here, it's going to be applicable to the other three I mentioned.
Okay,
At all times while performing duties as a public school athletic coach, the individual shall maintain a certification in, shall maintain.
how about this? At all times while performing duties as public school athletic coaches, hang on one moment, let me think for a second.
And a certification in CPR, first aid, AED.
At all times while performing duties as public school athletic coaches, individuals shall maintain certification in cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Yes. So shall be certified and take,
At all times while performing duties as public school athletic coaches,
the individuals.
individuals shall maintain.
Yeah, that's fine. Individuals.
Actually, how about just
about just public school athletic coaches shall maintain certifications in? Because, I mean, if you're a public school athletic coach, you need to have it. Because now we're adding in, it's only while you're performing the duties as being a coach.
Okay. All public school athletic coaches shall maintain certification in.
That's certification with an S.
Maintain valid, like, I'm still think
Well,
the piece that we're
maintaining
missing
certification is
is like,
what I was going with that.
I mean, unless the word maintain is insinuating that it's not expired.
Does valid insinuate it's not expired? It does with driver's licenses. But
That's what I'm saying, add the word valid.
Valid, up to date.
Like, shall maintain a valid,
Valid implies it's up to date.
that's the word I'm trying to get at it, I guess.
So, going back, we could delete the first part and just say, all public school athletic coaches shall maintain
A valid.
valid
Certification.
certifications in cardiopulmonary resuscitation, first aid, and the use of an automated external defibrillator.
Thank you. And then it's copy pasted to 312008, 412003, and 412008, based on my look through.
Okay, hang on, I'm gonna make a note so I can do those. We don't have to stop for them. 31.
2008, which is I think the next policy, which is the assistant coach policy.
20.03, we're going to push into 3120.08 and
I think it's 412003 and 412008.
okay, we'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Anything else on that one? You got everything you need? Okay, 3120.08 then? Part-time extracurricular personnel, other than that change?
And so again, just for clarification, the recommendation was anybody who's getting paid. And so this one again is part-time extracurricular that are being paid. So additional requirements for employment of the coaches who are not full-time employees. So this isn't addressing volunteers at this point, just for further clarification.
Yes, yeah, and in my perfect dream world, we would, but I think let's just, for the sake of staying focused on the policy.
Yep. Okay.
Getting rid of the word. It didn't preserve the formatting, so we'll have to add it later. I've got a note for us. Okay, 3129, conflict of interest. Let's take a look and ensure that we want to install and the same changes and
Yeah, just to
select the same
exclude
options.
exclude the paragraph that doesn't, that we didn't add the X there in the however pursuant to federal rules paragraph. On page 149, that's the only thing we did on conflict of interest is not check the box.
So that's the only thing we had to do on this whole policy was not check the box.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
We hashed out all the rest of the things that we're not gonna do, so, yeah, we're just not checking that box.
3129.01, tutoring.
This goes back to the tutoring question. If the district elects to participate in tutoring program created for the Reading Achievement for REACH Act, instructional personnel and high school students serving as tutors may be provided a stipend. So this one needs to be pulled as well? I mean, we can't exclude the policy in general, we can exclude the changes, because we already have a tutoring policy.
Right, so we're going to exclude the changes on this policy. 3129.01,
Right.
I am making the note, exclude changes, exclude/withdraw changes.
But if there's no changes, then we don't need to vote on it because it's already an existing policy.
Right, so we'll pull those before it goes to public hearing. 3130, appointment, assignment, transfer, and promotion of instructional staff.
Page 151, and I have a question on page 152.
I do too.
Okay, do you want to start with yours?
Yes, give me 1 second. 152 is where my question is as well. The inexperienced teachers. So, for me, I understand why we've changed the temporary certified, because temporary certified has now expanded to 5 years for some folks. And so I can appreciate that. I think that I'm just a little hesitant about all of it. I'm not sure. I guess, Dr. Campbell, if you have more established thoughts on it, then that's fine, but I don't know. I just am feeling a sense of hesitation.
So my question wasn't entirely about inexperienced teachers, but it's in the same section, because the first sentence of this under assignment to schools graded D or F, I think this is the section you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to statutory requirements, the percentage of inexperienced, this is my question, the percentage of inexperienced teachers, teachers in need of improvement, or out-of-field teachers assigned to schools graded D or F under state law shall be greater than the district average.
Not be greater.
Not be.
Sorry, shall not be greater than the district average. Well, that's my question. So is that the district average of all teachers by grade level, all teachers by whatever, or, well, anyway, that's my first question. My second question is, how often is the district average calculated? Because with 100 vacancies, our district average may change from week to week, month to month. So that the inexperienced teacher part, I think we have similar questions, but my question specifically is about the shall not be greater than the district average, and how are we determining district average?
I can start by answering the inexperienced teacher question. That was put in there specifically because of a statutory change. Senate Bill 7002 amended this Florida statute under 2A there, you can see, by replacing the term that was formerly used, temporarily certified, with inexperienced teacher, meaning one who has been teaching 3 years or less. So that is now a defined term, so that's why that change. As to the other portion of your question, that's if you want to flesh that out any further,
I'm not in disagreement.
I don't have that
with an
information.
experienced teacher. I understand where that's coming from. I think the premise of my question stemmed from, as Dr. Campbell said, how are we defining the district average? Because if we look across the district at our average new teachers on our campuses, what does that look like? And is it typically, when we have a school go into turnaround status, those moves and such are occurring leading up to the start of the school year, and then as they have vacancies, filling those vacancies, ensuring that they're filling them with highly qualified staff.
And again, in 2A, that's just, yeah, I agree, that's the reason why the update is there, but you've got a good point. How do we define the district average? The district average would be calculated by, obviously, just how many people, what your percentage of inexperienced teachers throughout the district is. Teachers in need of improvement, they don't want, obviously the goal here is that they don't want us putting only brand new teachers, out-of-field teachers, or inexperienced teachers in those schools who are getting a D or F, more so than we would in any other school. It has to be at least better than that.
Yes,
I don't know how it's calculated within our district.
and so if that's encapsulated in procedure, then that's fine, I guess.
It still begs the question, are we talking K-5 teachers?
Well, I agree. Is it elementary I mean, typically
Right.
this issue is only prevalent in our elementary schools. We don't really, we have been pretty blessed to stay away from secondary. And so are we including the district average of inexperienced teachers in secondary if we're only talking about elementary?
Right. And I don't believe that's defined in statute for sure, but I think it does require further clarification just from, and again, if it's enshrined in procedure, so be it, but we as the board can stipulate further in policy to say shall not be greater than the district average of like schools, or, yeah, like schools would
I
cover
don't know
it.
that you want to make that modification because that's not what statute says.
I understand that, but if we have veteran teachers all throughout secondary, and I don't ever want to think that we're going to have another D-level school, but if all of our teachers at secondary are all veterans, and they're skewing our district average, and the predominant number of our K-5 teachers, specifically in 3 through 5, are all brand new, and we have X number of D schools or X number, I want to say that, but if the district average is calculated as a whole,
I don't know that we can manipulate that information,
because it's
not being in a
statute, you can't change it.
I'm not saying that in a bad way, but I would want to defer to Attorney Blackman also, because the bottom portion of that policy does also, or bottom portion of that section indicates that the superintendent will annually certify to the Commission of Education that these requirements are being met. And so if she's going to be sending such certification, I'm pretty sure that she would want to ensure that it's based on what the statute actually says, not how the district has calculated it. But I understand your point. If it's very hard to get yet another veteran teacher, if there's a very large class of veteran teachers, it's going to be harder in elementary schools to get that. So I would have my recommendation would be that if that's something that needs to be enshrined in procedure, or if there is another portion that needs to be added separately, I just don't want to control the same subject here, because statute tells you to do it one specific way, doesn't really define what district average is. But I think if we define district average to mean something other than just a flat district-wide average, we are asking for a possible problem.
Okay? But you hear our concerns.
Yes, Board, it may be helpful, because this is not articulated here, but the Bureau of School Improvement, which is known as BSI, is the one who manages this and helps to ensure the statute implementation from the Department of Education. We work very closely with them. So as they look at and monitor schools that are articulated here, they look at that data. They identify that data and work with school districts. So I think in practice, it's already there and embedded through the Department of Education through BSI.
Is there any alteration we want to make?
No.
Next is 3231, outside activities of staff.
Page 155.
And I don't have anything else in the 3000s personally.
I don't remember if I do or not. Let's keep going.
3242, professional learning.
Page 157.
3281, use of employees' personal property at school.
Page 162.
3362, anti-harassment.
It's the same change we made previously. It's on page 165 to state under B, harassment, item 2, employees' job performance.
And that was going to be duplicative of the same as 1362?
It is.
Okay. Okay, moving into the 4000s.
Chair,
Yes.
I recommend that we take a lunch break.
If that is the will of the board, then I'm open to whatever anyone wants to do. It's 12:30 now, we can break till 1. Sound like a plan? Okay, because we're already, we're close to halfway there.
And I don't have anything in the 4000s personally. And everything I had is a duplicate of stuff we've already talked about. So I don't know if anyone else has things in the 4000s, but maybe we could finish the 4000s and then.
Allison?
Most of mine are changes that have already been made, I think. I think we might have some conversation on the, no, that's addressed. Let me just, give me 30 seconds to look through my questions.
No pressure.
30 seconds, 29, thank you.
Yeah, I had circled every time that we referenced a policy that doesn't have a number yet. I don't have a ton more questions, but it's up to you, the board, if we want to go ahead and break it. It doesn't matter. I don't know that I have more than 30 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of big stuff left either, but I'm fine to take a lunch break. I just wanted to make sure maybe we could get through the 4,000.
Get a
Yeah,
stopping point.
I was trying to watch for us to get halfway also.
Yeah. We think alike.
Yes.
Continue is what I'm hearing?
Yes, it's,
4,000, can we do 30 minutes after 4,000?
yes. Is that okay? All right.
Okay, the 4,000s. 4120.03, athletic coaches. 4120.08,
Okay.
Part-
And
The
those are
athletic
same
coaches.
Too, about the CPR.
Yep, and I've already noted those. 4120.08, part-time extracurricular personnel.
Same thing with the coach conversation.
4129, conflict of interest.
Page 178, we are not checking that box.
Just making sure there was no other, okay, no other alteration there, right?
Correct. Page
Okay.
179 is the one, we just passed.
4129.01, tutoring.
Being pulled because we're not having any changes made to that policy as state.
.4242, professional learning support staff.
Page 181,
4281, use of employees' personal property at school, technical update.
page 184,
4362, anti-harassment.
page 185, and it has the change, again, the job, employee's job.
Same change apply
same
to
change.
this? It applied to 1362 and 3362?
It does.
Okay. That concludes the 4,000s.
There you go.
How about that?
I probably have 30 minutes left. I mean, that's fine.
Okay. Well, we will take a break until 1 o'clock, and it's about 12:37 now. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on at 12:59 p.m. to continue our policies work session. All right. Thank you, Attorney Powers. Well,
We're now moving to the 5,000s. And as to the 5,000s, we have 5130, termination of school enrollment.
Page 198,
5136, wireless communication devices.
page 200,
50, is that 330? 5330?
5330,
5330.01, self-administered medication and epinephrine use.
page 203,
5330.04, administration of short-acting bronchodilators and components by trained school personnel.
page 205, and I do have a question. This is a brand-new policy being put in on page 206 at the paragraph immediately following the bold section, acquisition and shortage of short-acting bronchodilators and components. This, with it being a new policy, it's not something we currently have in place, but the policy will now give principals the opportunity to request that we have a stockpile, essentially, of inhalers for students as needed. And so my question is just, do we anticipate this happening? And certainly if we enshrine it in policy, and I understand this was a big deal in Tallahassee this year. They wanted, this was conversation a lot. And I understand the need for it, certainly, but if we anticipate this happening, do we need to get ahead of it from a procedural standpoint as to grant funding, hospital district partner, whomever that can help us with Heart of Florida Health Center, that kind of situation? So.
I'll be happy to answer these questions. When staff reviewed this, they said they don't have an interest in doing it right now, but the idea was, in case we want to, this policy will allow us the opportunity to stock the inhalers. But currently, this is something that they do not currently want to do at this moment.
Okay. That was my question. Was this something that we anticipated being something the team wanted to take on? I certainly see the value of it. I understand sometimes students on athletic fields or on a court or something that sometimes the need would be warranted, but I also can understand why the team wouldn't want to necessarily have them that might get out of date. That was my question.
any more conversation around this policy?
Just to give you also historically, the notes that I have is that it's House Bill 883 that modified Florida Statute 102.20. That was the K-12 student and parent rights to include several new provisions related to short-acting bronchodilators. The bill did change the term metered dose inhaler to short-acting bronchodilator. The revisions to these policies incorporate House Bill 883, specifically as to 5330.1. Additionally, in light of the prevalence of such devices in school districts, NEOLA offered 5330.04 as a standalone new policy. And of course, Attorney Blackman just gave you staff's input on that.
Okay. Thank you for that background. It makes me think about Narcan. Has there been any policies introduced as far as Narcan?
There have not to my knowledge.
Okay, because I know some districts are talking about that, especially in our district where we've got kids coming on very, very long bus rides. And if something were to happen, you know, they get on a bus and fall out.
I'm going to try to search it while you guys are talking.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't have even thought about it if this hadn't piqued my.
Further,
Yeah. All right, but we can move on in the meantime.
(5410.01)
Page 207.
promotion, acceleration, placement, and retention. 5420, reporting student progress.
Okay, wait, so 5410 is student progression, and then 5410.01 is promotion, acceleration, placement, and retention.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now we're at reporting student progress,
5420.
which is 216.
5420, reporting student progress. 5460, graduation requirements.
It's 218.
5463, credits from other schools.
224.
5465, general education development GED tests.
226.
5500, student conduct.
228.
5505, academic honesty.
My only question on this, I made a note, is there an AI policy? Because we don't actually have a policy number for the AI policy yet, which is something we'll get to in a minute. But I made a couple of notes here. We have two different policies that are new in here that currently have a policy number associated with them, so it makes it difficult to fill in the blank. And so that's one of them. The artificial intelligence policy doesn't currently have a number on it. So it's difficult to refer back to. I don't remember which one it is. It's in the 800s.
Yeah, we do have one here on the list. They haven't issued a policy number for it yet, so it's a,
Right.
Pending.
I have one of those as well.
Yeah, there's two different policies like that. So anyway, that was my question on that one. What's the policy number? But
To be determined.
to be determined, apparently.
yeah, it's in the updates without the number. We'll get to that as
Right.
well. So, 5517.01, bullying and harassment.
Page 235.
5610, removal, out-of-school suspension, disciplinary placement, and expulsion of students.
Page 242.
5611, due process rights.
Page 248.
5630, corporal punishment and use of reasonable force and restraint.
Page 250.
I just have a question. I worked in a neighboring district that used corporal punishment, which is personally not in alignment with how I view punishment. My question is, this policy essentially says that the superintendent has at least the way I'm reading it, a teacher or other member of the staff shall assume such authority for control. You have to have the permission of the parent. All restraint of a student receiving ESE, under 504 we reported, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm just, with regard to corporal punishment, it's the position of the school board that it will not be administered under any circumstance. Corporal punishment is defined as such. And so I just want to ensure that the board, that is strong enough language that this board is maintaining that we're not using corporal punishment, and also to ensure that I'm not missing somewhere that there is any level of vagueness in our desire to not use corporal punishment. I just wanted to kind of make sure that we were all on the same page on this. Personally, I don't want to use corporal punishment. So I wanted to kind of ensure that that is.
And it's the position of the board that it will not be administered under any circumstances.
Okay.
And as defined as corporal punishment, as defined by Florida statute.
Okay.
Clear.
I have the statute if you want me to read what.
Nope, as long as it's clear and that we're all on the same page. It sparked my brain, and so I wanted to make sure that it got discussed and reiterated.
So that option is no longer, hasn't.
Has been and
for
is,
a while,
yes.
Since 2011.
2011, yeah, so.
All right, anything else? Go ahead.
5730, equal access for non-district sponsored student clubs and activities.
Page 251.
5771, search and seizure.
Page 253.
5780, student parent rights.
Page 255.
6110, grant funds.
We skipped one.
Sorry, that's another whole bunch. New policy debarment,
Is that page 267?
267 is it?
67, it is that,
So that's the one I have.
it doesn't have a policy number with it. I just had a quick question on it. And the answer is probably yes, so this probably will be very quick. But this debarment policy gives the authorization to the purchasing specialist, the facilities director, or other designee to have the authority to debar a person or corporation. I'm curious if the board wants the sole authority to land there, or if somehow the board wants to weigh in on when we are choosing to debar a corporation or individual.
As background also, this is a Marion policy, which means it
Right.
was created by staff here
Right.
for use.
And to Dr. Campbell's point, my request would be, instead of everything that's in that first line, it's the superintendent's, or the superintendent, which is defined throughout as the superintendent or designee, will have the authority to debar, blah, 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 comma, upon approval of the board, or those are the reasons I pulled this. So I don't think it's necessary to specialize all of those people when we just say the superintendent has the authority to designate whoever they choose. But then, if a debarment is going to occur, I do believe that it needs to come before the board.
I agree.
And that is actually the hearing date, so that does get there in the very last section of this policy. That the board does weigh in, and there's a couple of times that the board weighs in. I can move forward with saying the superintendent, in each one of those instances,
Yes.
that list of people is listed, because I disagree with giving any authority to anyone other than the superintendent and your designee, because we certainly don't want somebody to
Go rogue.
go rogue.
Yeah, well, and it's listed 4 separate times.
It is.
I would like to see that changed, and then that's fine if we're encapsulating the board hearing it at the end. That's fine with me.
And provide a little bit of history. This debarment policy already existed, but it was a part of only one particular procurement type. And so the idea was to pull out the debarment and create a separate one. So the language is, the green part, yes, it's new, but it's being pulled out of one policy to make a new one. The green parts are the new additions to it. Obviously, as the board has already indicated, you want to change it to superintendent. But the idea that there already is an ability to request a hearing 10 days and those sorts of procedures or policies were already in place before. This is just now expanding it to be any kind of competitive solicitation.
Right?
Yes,
Not
so-
just purchasing.
So are the edits removing and just placing the superintendent? Is that within?
Well, I hear what Blackman's saying, though. He's saying, or responsible for procurement of goods and services needs to be kept. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. It's superintendent is perfectly acceptable. I just want to provide some additional context for the board and for anyone who's listening that although it's considered a new policy, the content there's really small parts that are being changed. No, but I agree. The superintendent being capital S, I think is the appropriate way to do it. I didn't mean to suggest otherwise.
Historical
And
knowledge.
it's like that through the, all
Historical
the rest of
knowledge,
our
yes.
policies. Yeah. So, yeah, just for consistency.
So basically, I'm sorry, basically, the purchasing specialist or the facilities director can debar and suspend.
No, that's what we're saying the superintendent is going to designate who can do it.
Okay, so it will already be done based on that person's recommendation.
And then it will come before us.
Unless they come before us and petition elsewhere.
How long does it take for it to get before us, though?
There's a process.
Within 10 days, and then they appeal it, and then we schedule a hearing.
So within 10 days it'll get to us. So
Yeah, it's all in
10
the
days,
policy.
10 days they wouldn't be able to do business.
I really can't hear you, sir, I'm sorry.
So for 10 days they wouldn't be able to do business until the appeal is went through,
Well,
correct?
not with us. They would be debarred from us, not from doing business.
They wouldn't be doing business with us.
Correct, because there's a problem.
They can appeal before the 10 days.
Yeah, it's within 10 days.
But they would be prevented from doing business until it comes before the board, I think is the concern.
That's a concern.
And it says within 10 days, so we could,
Concern.
it could be before that.
Okay.
If they're in an active job,
Exactly.
what happens?
Exactly. Does work
I
stop?
think the decision to debar would probably need to happen after the completion of that particular job.
Thank you.
Or, because otherwise, I mean, if you're debarring someone halfway through, if you chose to do that, would mean that that job needs to stop. So,
Exactly.
Right. So that was your point, Board Member Johnson?
Yes. Y'all got it.
there also could be a valid reason for debarment and going forward immediately. But, debarment prevents them from performing any additional services. So,
Prevents them from consideration for future contracts.
No, the work stops then, correct?
It
If you give me a
depends.
letter saying I'm debarred, I'm through. I mean, I'm not doing
So the
anything.
way this reads is we'll have the authority to debar a person, corporation for cause from consideration or award of further contracts. So you may be working a contract currently in the school district, and then something you do in that contract causes us to say you are now being debarred from future consideration, but it also, from future consideration, sorry, I was getting a phone call that totally threw my,
yeah, the way, I think I follow, the way that this one is written, it does indicate that it would prevent them only from consideration or award of further contracts.
so,
So there are a couple of ways to write this. One would be in this way, as you see. The other would be to stop that job, and even completion of that job would no longer be permitted. Now, that could be troublesome given the fact that if there's a current, not just for the completion of the job, but because of the fact that we would have a contract with them at that point.
but that's an entirely separate process. So that was the continuation of thought that I lost. So this is debarment from future consideration for further contracts. If you are currently in process of working a contract and you somehow then stop that process because we've now debarred you from future consideration, well, then you're in breach of contract. That's a totally separate process.
I would proceed with that under a contract
Right.
resolution, a contract breach resolution.
Right. So I think those are two separate things based on what this policy is to say we can debar you from future consideration or the current award being considered, not that we're going to backdate your debarment and say, now you have to stop all the work that you've been doing on the contract you're currently working on.
No, because at that point, what we would have to do is generally our contracts are written in such a way that if performance is unsatisfactory or inadequate, and there's a legal reason for it, then it usually results in a breach of contract. So we would pursue, there's no reason why we couldn't pursue a breach of contract claim against them at the same time, and pursue whatever remedies are available to us. At the same time, we're initiating a debarment. However, the two do not necessarily need to go together.
It would also be something like an immediate cease and desist, I'm trying to think of an example of what that might be, maybe, I don't even want to put ideas in people's heads, but we find out that there's something really egregious going on the job site, which is one of our properties, schools, whatever. We would just do an immediate cease and desist, and then there would be breach of contract because they're not supposed to do those kinds of things, and they said they weren't gonna, so that would take care of that, right?
And that would be separate from debarment. Because
Correct.
then, because of whatever said instance was, then that perhaps would then
Debar them from the future.
debar them for the future, but
Right.
it doesn't alter what they're currently in the process of doing.
Which is another process.
Right.
Which we would still be covered.
Just want to make sure we're clear on it, on that, because it can kind of be construed a little bit differently.
There is also federal law on debarment which applies to this, and that is in the instance in which I'd have to review in more detail to give you the better answer, but in the case where someone is in the middle of performing a contract for us and they are debarred by another entity, that in many cases forces us to discontinue doing business with them if it's federally funded. So I just, to give you a complete answer, that also exists, so.
Does that address your concern, Board Member Cummings?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Moving right along.
The last policy was a number?
We were on 268.
6110 grant fund. Oh, and by the way, the policy number on that last one, as soon as it's issued to us by NEOLA, then we'll put that. 6110 grant funds.
It's 269.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Thank you.
that's correct.
Yep.
6111 internal controls.
It's 274.
6112 cash management of grants.
It's 276.
6114 cost principles spending federal funds.
It's 278.
6210 fiscal planning.
Page 284.
6235 fund balance.
Page 286.
6320 purchasing and contracting for commodities and contractual services.
Page 288. And it has the debarment piece in it that will need a policy number, but you guys know that.
Okay.
Once we get numbers, it just threw me off whenever we don't actually have numbers assigned or even
Which one are you?
the policy you're on right now. It's page 295 for us, but it has debarment in it, in this whole policy, and it's at the very end. Debarments will be conducted pursuant to policy number, and it's just a blank right now, so as
Right.
soon as.
And I have something for this.
As soon as we get that, we'll put it in.
Okay.
So if we want to look at page 294, a conversation that came up probably multiple months now, and it's something that I brought up that I'd like us to have a work session on, but I think this can be separate than that. There was a conversation in a work session, I believe, regarding owner direct purchase and the superintendent's designee having authority to circumvent the use of ODP in an effort for expediency. And what the individual who was presenting said to us is that she essentially has the authority to make the decision in any case. There is no parameters as to what quantifies how much money we don't do owner direct purchase. And we had a brief discussion in that moment talking about Dr. Gullett, and that basically we have awarded her $50,000 as the threshold, which is in the middle of page 294. It indicates that threshold. And in that conversation, I said, well, I'd like to establish a threshold, and I offered the same 50,000 threshold, and it was kind of scoffed at and basically said, oh, that's nothing. Well, it's something. And I draw a lot, and again, we're gonna have a work session about owner direct purchase, but I draw a lot of caution to allowing any individual in our district to make the independent decision that we are not going to save taxpayers' money. So, I would like to see us add an item here. Maybe it's an A, because it's the superintendent or her designee's authority is where this would lie, but we create either the same threshold and just add language to expand that this isn't just for contracted services, but it's also for owner direct purchase, or we add a new threshold for owner direct purchase. But I believe that there needs to be in policy a threshold for when we don't save taxpayer dollars.
I agree, and it's been a concern of mine, which has also been very tricky to, I'll say, investigate and track down, to gather that information. And so I'm not sure how it needs to be added, but I am in favor of adding language to specify.
As to that portion, I would just ask that, I would suggest that the best way to add it, if the board wishes to, would be to add a new section under this policy. You see the sections are delineated by the bold lettering, and there's various sections. And that sets it off because this is a rather large policy. So what I would suggest that we do is have an additional section added within that outlines whatever language you want to see there. Now, as to what language you want to see there, that may be relatively simple language, or it's going to require some drafting for us to do right now on it. So what's your pleasure?
One concern I have is I don't want it to be by item, because I don't want it to be, we can skip over this because it's $49,000 this month, $49,000 next month. So I would like there to be, maybe per incident.
For contract?
Well, but POs come through as POs, and so the ODP is processed. I've been doing a little research on ODP. So the way I understand it is ODP is processed based on a purchase order. The purchase order may encapsulate one item, it may encapsulate lots of items. It just depends on, but it's specific for one purchase order, which the purchase order is tied to a vendor. And so, while I appreciate your spirit, I don't think that it's possible to delineate that deep because the ODP is processed based on the purchase order. And so I think that, to me, 50,000 is the max because we're talking about 6%, right? 6%. And so 6% of 50,000
10% would be 5,000.
is $3,000, 3,000 taxpayer dollars. I am not comfortable with not saving anything more than that when it is a literal matter of processing paperwork.
Agreed.
I personally am uncomfortable with it being anything, but I'm willing to negotiate the threshold if it's necessary. But what I know for a fact is we have some room for growth in this area, and I would like to create some boundaries.
Very well put.
I have a question. What is the offset? Obviously, I would hope everyone sitting up here values taxpayer dollars, including our own. You know, when we talk about taxpayers, it's the collective we. So I'd love to get, and this may not be the day to do it, but since we're going to have a work session on it anyway, that's something that I would want information on, you know, pros and cons. And if we're essentially, from the way it's being described, losing money in the short term, then what does that, is there a recapture in the long term that's the same or more? You know, I just really need to be more well-versed about it. I will also say that, you know, when you're working on a deadline and people want things done, that's not an excuse for quote-unquote wasting money, but it also is something for this board and future boards to keep in mind because there's a lot of competing priorities. Well, do you want this job done on time, or, you know? So I look forward to the conversation in the work session, and if that is okay with everyone else to leave it like this for now. I don't know if this is something that your committee is also talking through. And when is this going to be a work session item? Have we?
I was going to share, thank you.
Okay.
Board, so just for your information, the work session topic is scheduled for December 12th.
Right.
We have owner direct purchase process scheduled for December 12th.
Okay.
Do we expect us to vote on policies? Because obviously there's a pretty lengthy timeline to get to a vote for a policy. Do we expect it to be before December 12th?
Well, it wouldn't be on this one if we're going to discuss it. You know.
No, well, that's what I'm trying to ask is,
Whatever, in order for us to proceed through here, we need to achieve whatever consensus we have on each of these items within these work sessions. Then those have to be cleaned, submitted to NEOLA, all that. Trying to do an alteration to a policy at the last minute will be
No, I'm
difficult.
not
So
asking
we
that.
can have the, go ahead.
I'm asking, when are we scheduling the public hearing, and like, when are we voting on policy?
What's the timeline?
Anytime after 28 days after we approve them here. We have to have time for a public hearing and then notice for rulemaking development.
And when will our next policy update be after this update?
Generally, so far, we've fallen on a pattern of about twice a year because that's about all we can, reasonably process.
Well,
And if there's a single one, that's easy enough.
this is, so I'm
But it
just,
still does take, it's not a, let's get it done next week. It's still
Okay.
a matter of, it has to go.
so the way this looks is fine with me as it's presented here to move forward. This board member, prayerfully hoping that we get a sales tax, is not comfortable proceeding with new construction until we really figure this out. And December 12th, having a workshop is great. Part of that workshop, I would love to be included draft language about this threshold. The staff can work on draft language about what this threshold would look like and present it to the board so that we can have conversation. And if the board is in agreement, then it can be put in a policy, and either we have a special workshop for the policy or the next time we talk about policy. But I would love for that workshop to be an opportunity for us to talk about this specific language for this policy. Is that something that can be done, Dr. Gullett?
Yes, but I would like to answer this with some information for the board, Dr. James. So JB Pro, who you were introduced to at the last board meeting and you approved contract, is advising on this with the area of expertise. So just wanted to make sure the board is aware of that. So I want to lean on the experts to provide some recommendations to the board.
Yes, so that would be using them as a resource, having them present in that workshop some draft language for a policy like this would be my request, so that we can kind of encapsulate the entire discussion and then proceed however we want.
And for clarity, we're leaving the threshold at 50,000?
There is no threshold for ODP. Literally,
We were using, I think we talked about having.
The threshold speaks more to what anyone in the district can spend up to without the approval of the board, less to how much that person must, or when that person must make the decision as to whether to save or not.
as it exists
An
right,
actual expenditure is what the thresholding.
and as it exists right now, the superintendent's designee has the authority to not do owner direct purchase in any and all instances that they so choose.
And they do choose it.
So they exercise that right to choose it.
Yes, sir.
No idea what he said.
So that's all I had on this. Thank you.
So no other modifications on 6320? We're not making modifications.
Nope, that was just the conversation, so we'll talk about it December 12th.
Understood.
May I ask a clarifying question? Because you mentioned about starting any new construction while we're optimistically awaiting a groundbreaking from the new high school.
So this board member thinks that we need to figure out owner direct purchase based on the information that I have gathered in my own internal investigation, which I have been doing for the last couple months, and I plan to have conversation with about in the coming weeks. We need to figure out our owner direct purchase before we start spending. I think the early release package is $60-something million for the high school that we approved last week. And when I asked the question on record, I believe there was, Ms. Boombach shared something like $3 million of that is eligible for owner direct purchase. And so 6% of $3 million is what is eligible for credit back, essentially. Every single penny of that needs to be captured. It is a matter of paperwork. And so this board member feels very passionate about ensuring that we are going to capture all of that money. I am delicately trying to not get into deeper discussion about this. That is, it's the purview of the board how we will proceed, but we need to it would be my request that this is way before December 12th. I would be cool with putting this on a work session very soon and I realize there's work that needs to get done, but that's even more concerning because if we're processing owner direct purchase every single day in this district and now we have to spend 6 weeks figuring out what we're doing for owner direct purchase, I have concerns about that. And there's 6 figures worth of money that has not been captured in our elementaries right now. 6 figures.
Understood.
So, Chair, ahead of us encapsulating this and actually embedding it into policy, can we reach consensus today to direct the superintendent that our intention moving forward is that XYZ, whatever that is, and that as we're moving forward, as you hear, I completely concur, and I think you at least have one more, so at least 3 of us agree, probably all 5 of us do, that we do not need to move forward with large purchases where we are essentially allowing the contractor to pay the taxes when we didn't need to do that. And so without us having the ability to actually put it into policy at this juncture, is it, I mean, do you, I guess, Superintendent Goley, you understand what our directive is, I guess, and for lack of a better term?
And the concern, because the last thing that we would ever want would be for the community to think that we don't care about saving money. That couldn't be further from the truth, number one. That's a terrible narrative. And if there has been a concern identified, which there obviously has, that things need to be put in place to make sure that this isn't happening anymore, you know, then that's really important. Is December 12th, is there a chance that we could move it up sooner in the spirit of getting this addressed, considering the construction environment we're in and everything that we're trying to do?
I'll certainly ask Board. I know that part of that concern was the Board just approved the agreement for that consultant and giving them time. I can't answer that for them, but we'll certainly ask.
And then let us know.
Yes, certainly.
Chair, but apart from even December 12th, I mean, I do think eventually the Board wants to have this enshrined in policy. I mean, I think that we want to get there, and whatever their recommendation is on December 12th, so be it. That's neither here nor there to this conversation we're having right now, that we've reached at least moderate consensus. That's probably an oxymoron, but.
I think, I agree with Dr. Campbell. I think sorry to interrupt, but I think what she's trying to say is the board willing to give direction right now that says above X amount of dollars, which is what I was trying to do 2 or 3 months ago in that work session, and it was just like blasphemy that it even get brought up. But what is the threshold? Because we are cutting checks. Well, we are not. The contractors are, which is the problem. Regularly and not doing ODP.
And then that, I guess, begs the question, within their contracts, probably doesn't have stipulations in it that says what they're supposed to be doing.
They don't care at all.
Subcontractors. Right.
Because it's less work for them.
Well,
it's more work for a contractor to save us money, because they have to go and they have to get the vendors approved, then they have to get the purchase order in the right way, and then it's way more work for the contractor. So it doesn't hurt them to not do ODP.
Yes, until those same contractors go out and blast us in the community, which has happened publicly in front of me, about us wasting taxpayer dollars because previous employees of the district were not doing owner direct purchase. And so, yes, it is more work on the contractor, and they don't necessarily want to do, but yeah, they do care when they're blasting us in the community. So I had to say that, because that absolutely has happened. And so I completely concur that we have got to get this fixed, and I will agree that we can come up with whatever that threshold amount is. It may be separate and apart from what our independent advisor now recommends at some point, but my concern is, just because we make a directive right here, if we've had contractors that we've now signed into contracts that doesn't stipulate that they have to do that, how valid is our opinion today if it's not actually something in policy or in the contract?
I don't think we'd have a situation in which we have vendors who are told they can't, that they're not required to do ODP if we request that.
The construction contract has that built in there.
Okay, that if we request for them to do owner direct purchase, then we can just tell them right now they have to do it. Okay, perfect.
So what's the number?
Well, again, what would be the reason not to do it? And that's, thank you for a little deeper conversation as to the why. You know, for me, it's not about politics, it's about getting to the root of why this has happened previously, why it apparently has continued to happen, what's in our best interest to change, and that's all I care about.
Well, and I think that's what stimulated my desire for a work session, because the work session will potentially air out the intricacies in our procedures, which are making the process very antiquated. So in other districts, neighboring districts, 48 hours from PO to check cut. We're talking weeks in Marion County. Yep. Weeks. And so then weeks go by, checks are not cut, and then the contractor says, either I can't wait, I have to order this, or we have instances where our staff has directed them, there isn't enough time, you must proceed. So it's a multifold issue. However, it comes down to fundamentally, our processes should not take this long. And if it means we need to hire a new person whose sole job is to look at POs and cut checks, because the hang-up is not really in legal. Legal gets the proper paperwork for the vendor, they approve the vendor. It's not that complicated. They're just following the law. But the issue is, once the vendor is approved, then weeks are going by. And so, hence the necessity for a workshop, so that the board can get, all of us can get as deeply briefed as I am, because I've been really focused on this. But then we can try to work out what is the hang up so that we can proceed, because it should not take weeks to cut checks.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think we all agree on what we're trying to do as taxpayers. I don't disagree with the board, and I think it'll be helpful at the work session to reiterate some of the items I know that we've discussed publicly before because of the loan and all that process and the timing. I know there were challenges even with finance and the board's direction to move forward to open these schools. So I think that was a factor. I'm not excusing or saying yes or no. I'm just saying there are other factors that happened in the past that, I think hopefully in the future won't occur, but, trying to meet the board's expectations. I think we all agree on that.
Right, and factors and reasons matter, and the goal would be for those to be taken care of, so it absolutely doesn't happen in the future. This board has been really proactive about getting things right, getting things fixed, trying to move as swiftly as a government entity is able to do, frustratingly at times. There's a lot of factors and a lot of reasons.
And I'm sorry, we absolutely are committed to not getting ahead of money that we don't have yet. So that timing of that work that I did with Ms. Boston-Ellis and the whole team did, we don't spend what we don't have, right? So we have an obligation, that's important, I think, for the district and the board to not spend money we don't yet have in our possession, so.
Well, just speaking as a board member, I am very interested in having the full conversation sooner than later. However, because that's going to create the ultimate fix.
Yes.
And we're all about solving problems.
Yes.
To help every student succeed.
Yes.
So a purchase of $50,000 at a 6% tax rate, which I don't know if that's the tax rate.
Yeah, it is.
It is, because they don't have to pay the
Right,
additional,
if it's
okay.
above.
So at a $50,000 purchase price, that saves us $3,000 per $50,000 purchase. So I'm fine with $50,000 being that threshold, that until we discuss further.
As long as we're not inadvertently hamstringing somebody, and that's my concern. You're much more deeply versed in this, it sounds like, Board Member James, but there's others sitting up here that maybe not quite so much. And it always bugged me when the people on high made these edicts, and then the ones that are down in the dirt doing the work are like, if they had only known this. That's the reason why I'm like, okay, I'm with this, but.
So I'm fine with $50,000 unless Dr. Gullett has a justification for a different number.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, too, with regard to timing and what I don't know right now, some of the potential, what I call unintended consequences. What I can tell you, board, I'll do is if something comes up that seems like it would be a challenge, even if there's a special board meeting that's needed, because of the posting, if you're okay with that, then I would request that to say, due to this matter that's been brought forward, it would be over that amount of money, and I'm going to request a meeting so that we can expedite that and have conversation. Would that be
So it's a good short-term
Acceptable
solution,
until we can work this out?
Works for me.
Okay, great.
a little more reassuring. Just don't want to cause another problem by trying to fix one.
Right, that's,
We're in agreement at $50,000.
50,000.
Right now.
Going once.
Any purchase over that amount
Okay.
must be owner direct purchase.
Any purchase over that amount must be owner direct purchase. All right, good? 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 All right. Let's keep going, we're getting there. Page 292.
And the only caveat I would have to that would have to be that, again, if that is, since this was brought up by the board, if we're talking about splitting it into multiple 50s, that's the other issue you've got to deal with, since you're giving this, if there was multiple purchases, which will total more than that amount per contract, that's another thing you have to consider. There may be several different direct purchases, owner direct purchases, that are on a single contract. And so the question is, and this is something that'll be addressed within future recommendations for policy, but as for right now, would it be the board's intention that it's per purchase or per contract? And that may, those are...
The owner direct purchase is done by POs. POs drive the check. And so,
Right,
I mean,
POs can't be subdivided in order to avoid a threshold in any case, in any policy. So-
Yes.
correct. So what I'm saying, I'm cool with 50 for now. I don't think 50 is the number long-term, but I think 50 is creating a threshold that has not been created otherwise. So let's start here, if we're all in agreement, and after a workshop and further deep diving, we can have a deeper discussion about what it might look like in other instances. But, I mean,
But this board member completely concurs with what you just said, Attorney Powers, that you can't be subdividing the PO so that you can avoid what we've just put in place.
correct, and that was kind
You
of.
can't be saying, okay, well, I have this $100,000 worth of stuff, but it's actually going to be 3 different items at whatever. No, if your whole PO is $100,000, then you got to abide by what we just said.
it would be really unfortunate if our staff does that.
They can't use P cards either. Moving on.
Okay, 6320 was, the last time I asked was about 15 minutes ago, is, are we done? So 6320, are we done for now?
Sure.
6322, construction, contracting, and building.
Put that under to be continued.
Page
TBC, do you have a code for that?
That's page 297.
297, all right.
6324, cone of
297
silence.
has that debarment policy number that'll be needed, but y'all know that.
Yes.
Okay.
6324, cone of silence.
Is page 303, and that also has the debarment policy number that's needed.
6325, procurement, federal grants funds.
So I have a question on this one. I really don't want this.
Give me the page number again, please.
This is page 305. So I'm curious to know on all of these changes that are being made here specific to the district taking affirmative steps to assure small businesses, minority businesses, women's businesses, all of that basically gets kind of, that we're going to do everything we can to make sure that this grouping of classifications of businesses are essentially considered first. And there's a lot of nuances to what is written here about that. My question is, and this is for both attorneys, is this case law? Is this federal law? What's causing this change?
This is with the same group of updates from the federal government and their requirements.
Okay, because it is putting a lot on us, I guess, but again, it's for federal grants and funds, but it is certainly putting a lot of establishment for us to abide by, assuring that small businesses, minority business, women businesses, veteran-owned businesses, labor surplus area are solicited whenever they are potential sources. So like we are making every effort to ensure that we are incorporating all, okay. If it's federal law, it is what it is, but it's just, seems like it's a lot to be asking to make a priority. Whereas if I was in one of those categoricals, I would probably do everything I could to be seeking the business as opposed to the business having to seek me. But
And this, again, is an Office of Management and Budget update, as Attorney Blackman pointed out. It goes back to, they revised their guidance in 2 CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, specifically because they wish to put their clarification or interpretation on, the Office of Management and Budget did, that is, on incorporating statutory requirements and administration priorities, reducing agency and recipient burden, and clarifying sections that recipients or agencies have interpreted in different ways. So where there was perhaps room for interpretation before, they wanted to narrow it based not on necessarily the law, but on the Office of Management and Budget's guidance, practices, and procedures, which agencies have in the past had some, some large ability to do. Now that's diminishing with new Supreme Court case law, but as of now, that's what's left with this update. So that's why these were, there seems to be a lot of attention on the affirmative steps to assure that small businesses, minority business, women's businesses, enterprises, veteran-owned businesses, that all those things are properly spelled out within the policies. So, where we accept federal funds, we accept provisions and terms and agreements that the federal government says we must. So,
Moving on.
.306.
okay.
It's 313, actually.
6326, bid protest.
Page 313.
6330, acquisition of professional architectural, engineering, landscape architectural, or land surveying services.
This is page 316, and I do have a question on page 317. This is under number 7. I'm just curious as to the amount change here. So this is definitions is A. We're under number 7, the continuing contract. We're changing an amount here. And I'm just curious as to why.
Changed in statute, and it's now going to be attached to an inflation.
So 7.5 million is the statute change?
That is correct.
So we want 3.5 million?
Yep. And what that means, just as your resident person who's been doing research, what that means is any project under 7.5 million will not have to go out for bid, and they will essentially get to pick from the list, except there's no rolling tally of who gets chosen. So you may notice there's common names getting chosen for projects, and how are they chosen? They're just on continuing contract. So they're on the list of pre-approved. There's no rotation, there's no
Good competition or anything?
No, because they're all on the pre-approved vendor list. So they're a pre-approved vendor that goes through the pre-approval process, but then someone in our staff gets to decide who gets what project, because because it's under the threshold. It doesn't go out for bid. And so now the threshold, because of inflation, has gone up $3.5 million to 7.5. And honestly, essentially the same amount of projects are encompassed in 7.5, because covered dining is, a classroom wing is still more than 7.5 now. So the big projects, quote unquote, are not included, but there is no rule about how. Now, I'm sure someone will say, well, we have procedures about blah, 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 but if you look throughout our district and who is getting awarded the small projects, there are common names attached to the projects.
Which used to happen in the larger projects, and then an audit occurred, and we had to adjust things to get out of that. So I wonder, in this example of now the smaller companies, there is the possibility of that, a lot of too much reusing. Is that something that is auditable? Attorney Powers, would that be the check and balance? Because this doesn't really make sense to me. I mean, I'm a capitalist, I like competition, just because you're on a list, I don't know,
And that's the thing, there is no, because you're on the list, it's just the list, and
Yeah.
anyone who's on the list could be chosen once, twice, as many times.
Could someone complain and say there is a repeated and frequent use, which is shutting out these veterans and other people?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly auditable. I mean, it's I don't know that.
That's what it took to change it before.
Right, and the board, of course, when the board is performing its audits through the auditor that reports directly to the board, or is supposed to report directly to the board,
We could do this as
the board chooses priority of what it wants to audit. So,
I'm thinking right in your head.
yeah. So where the board chooses priorities that it doesn't wish to audit at this time and instead chooses other priorities, then those are the priorities that get the attention until you choose the priorities that you wish to be.
Yeah. Something for the board to consider, because if this is something we hadn't had to face before, then it's something truly to keep an eye on. To me, it doesn't pass the smell test, but.
And I'll point out that those may be very separate from, you know, the items that operations chooses for its review and its audits, because the board independently has a duty to audit things that the board, comes to the board's attention, they believe, you know, need to be reviewed.
Right.
Completely within your power.
Yeah. And that being said, you know, when you do great work for the district, that should also give you an opportunity to continue to do great work. So it's a balance. All right. Well, that's new news.
Not great news, but.
Next is 6550, travel and expenses.
I just have a quick question.
Page 321.
Blast off.
The green that's there. So it says travel costs may include the transportation, lodging.
Assistance.
Yes. Sorry, she switched from screen to screen. And related items incurred by employees who are in travel status of official business of the district. Does travel start at your home, or does travel start at a MCPS work site?
We have a,
Depends on who.
Depends on what your assigned site is. That's how I always had to do it. Like, if it was from ESE and the portables, that's where I started from. And even if when I lived in Fort McCoy, it would have behooved me would have helped me, you know, to start from Fort McCoy, but we weren't allowed to do it then. I don't know what it is now.
I can't cite it, so perhaps the superintendent can, but there's procedure as to where the travel starts.
Right.
And it's not from the place of the employee's choosing. It's,
Right.
I don't recall. I mean, I think I've only used it on one occasion myself, so I don't really recall, but you put in the 2 points and it tells you this is the mileage that the district will pay.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, can you travel, can your travel start from your house?
As board members, it can, because I asked when I first got on the board, because we don't have an assigned site.
I thought it always,
So mine's always from home.
so I'm lost then, because I always thought for board members it started from the district office.
Oh, he's saying they can't.
I'm sorry. I always thought as board members started from the district office. That's what I was initially.
Like, as a board member, are we allowed, I mean, obviously, we're unique, but I would not want something afforded to us that's not afforded to staff. And so I realize we don't have a work site, but I don't know. I feel like the rules are different for different players.
So clarification would be good.
Definitely needs it.
So paragraph 1 speaks to, I think, broadly your question, because we follow federal guidance.
Mileage.
Paragraph 1 of what?
No reimbursement shall be paid for travel between an employee's home and his/her official headquarters.
Above
yeah.
that.
An employee, okay.
Mileage shall be computed.
Mileage shall be computed from the official headquarters of the employee to each destination or from initial destination to subsequent destinations.
That's what I was always told, that it started from the district office.
Correct.
So then,
Whatever, so district headquarters or your school, like, for example, we have staff that work at different sites. So Tuesday, Thursday, their designated site is one location to simplify it. And then Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, it's a different, but that's their location. That's their work location for that day. Yep. But you're correct, Reverend Cummings.
the reason I'm bringing this up is there have been instances in the last 2 years where we assigned individuals to, like, program specialist. They're doing 3 days at North Marion and Middle, and then 3 days at Lake Weir Middle. I'm thinking of one individual who does social studies. She didn't get paid to drive from her house to North Marion Middle, and then she didn't get paid to drive from her house to Lake Weir Middle. Those two schools are in very different places in the county. And she was assigned to work at those 2 different places, and she drove her personal vehicle because there's not a district vehicle for her to drive. And she was assigned that, I'm not gonna say against her will, but like, she wasn't a part of the decision, right? The decision was made from her superiors, their superiors. Last year, you'll remember, we pushed a lot of program specialists out into schools. Right. And so they were pushed out into places that may very well not be close to their home, and they were not able to calculate transportation because they're driving from their home to the work site that they were assigned to. If that's the rule, that's the rule. But then that rule should apply to us too, and we should not be able to get mileage from our homes to this work site as an example, or any other school, if we're driving from our home to a school as a board member, because how is the rule different for us if...
Because it is different. If you look at item 2, that explains that, Ms. Thurr's position. The official headquarters of each board member shall be his or her official residence, and all authorized in-district mileage shall be computed from such headquarters to each destination.
And I thought I had read that years ago, but I do understand what you're saying, Board Member James, because you said program specialist is the title you're referencing, right?
Yeah, like,
Okay.
so last year when we had the teacher vacancies, we pushed all the program
Yeah, I
specialists
remember
out
all that.
in the fall, and
Right.
and they were at places that may not have been close to their home.
Correct.
And so they didn't choose that site to work.
Right, right. What I'm thinking back on is that, and my question would be, are program specialists, are they district employees? And if they are, at least that's how it always was for me as a behavior specialist, my mileage came from, and it was kind of a bummer because my office was in the portable city right behind Hillcrest, which, of course I could walk there. So I wasn't getting anything to drive from Anthony down to Hillcrest every day because I was assigned to the district. So the best I could have done, no, I couldn't even done that because my district headquarters was literally the ESC portable ghetto.
So I think that there is work to be done here, especially when we change an employee's work location to support the work of the district. I mean, I believe in what was done to support student learning. So I'm not discrediting that work was done for that reason, but I struggle with telling people they have to drive their own car and they can't get mileage.
And we assigned their location.
And we told them they had to go there.
Yeah, and then like RCSs, are they still resource compliance specialists, the staffing specialists from back in the day? Sometimes you would end up being reassigned, a different school, say, just for conversation, Greenway Elementary. And again, driving from Anthony over to Greenway, well, your mileage starts at your headquarters, which was, again, the portables over by Hillcrest.
And it's
So that was
different
all
to
the
me.
mileage I could count.
Because if I'm a teacher who chooses to go take a job at Stanton Rosedale and I live in Anthony, that was a choice I made. But when the choice is made for me by a superior that my work site is changing,
Yeah,
that there is a difference there. And we're not currently delineating between that because
I don't think we ever have.
The only reason that I would have pause to consider that is how high do you take the job classifications where you make that change? Because the superintendent has the purview to say, principal of Fort McCoy School, you are now the principal of Dunellen whatever.
I live in Fort McCoy.
Right.
Or wherever they live. It doesn't matter where they live. Honestly, that is neither here nor there because there are so many people that live in so far away from where they work. It's crazy in this district when you start actually delving into what that looks like. But at what level do you say, okay, all of these job classifications and below or whatever? Because principals and assistant principals absolutely would still qualify for what you're saying, that we would now give them the ability to receive some kind of compensation because we now have moved a principal or an assistant principal and they weren't chosen to go there.
I don't disagree. If they did not apply for the job and they got moved, I don't disagree that because we have many times where principals or assistant principals or directors or whatever, they don't get asked, what do you want to do? Do you want to go do this? They get told, this is going to be your job next year. And they get moved, and no account is taken to where they live or any of those pieces. And so I think that if the district, the superintendent or designee determines that your job is changing and your work site is changing, there should at least be a period of time where you are allowed to account for travel, because that wasn't a choice you were making. You didn't apply for the job. To me, it's totally different if you apply for the job. If I apply for the job and take the job, just like a teacher or an AP who lives in Port McCoy but wants to work at Denellen, that's great. But if I get moved there or placed there,
I'm just going to disagree, because I think it's a precedent that is really beyond the scope of what we understand what that could look like. Because I think in the financial times we're in today, that we certainly want to help our employees as much as we possibly can. But that mileage rate continues to go up every year, and federal law continues to change what that rate is. And I really don't, perhaps let's get a calculation of how much money we would actually be saying that we would be giving to our employees. I appreciate the sentiment, certainly, of saying, said employee, you've now been asked to work in XYZ location, and sorry, it's so far away from where you live. What if that person is in the process of moving to where, yeah, I mean, so, like, what's the statute of limitations on how far back we go, how long we do it? I mean, there's just a lot of nuances to that.
And excuse me, what if that person is being moved because of some disciplinary tactic?
Right.
I would have an issue with that.
well, and I'm not dying on this hill. It's just something I wanted to bring up, because I just felt like the rules are different for us.
They are.
And
They can always run for school board.
sure, and make starting teacher pay.
That's right, that's right.
But
Absolutely. Starting teacher pay, that's it.
I wanted, I guess, at a minimum to highlight that, like, I can see that there's an inequity there, and if we can't figure out how to meet it right now, that's okay, or ever, but I'm just not completely on board with it personally, and it kind of just bothers me.
Especially in a district, oh, go ahead. I'm
I
sorry,
was
Vice
just
Chair.
going to say, and not for today, further down the road, but, you know, maybe there's, because I understand what Dr. Campbell shared also, you know, we don't know what that looks like, but maybe in the future, there's some sort of allocation. If you are moved without a disciplinary, you know, infraction, the first year, before you have a chance to make changes, you know, there'll be XYZ. And so that's something just to, you know, some sort of compromise that we could look at down the road, not for today.
Because our district encompasses a really large geographic area, and that, you know, little year and a half that you were down in Bellevue High School, Board Member James, that was the year where there were like 153 of you or something, you know. I remember your face on the wall. And I even asked, I said, well, she lives in Anthony, she's being transferred down to Bellevue, you know, you have kids. You know, North Marion High is right down the road. I mean, in terms of the common sense of it, I get it. So I just wanted you to know that I did advocate for you.
But I just think that it's valuable to at least acknowledge it, and if there's a way to figure it out, especially when, like, what if the employee says, like, thinking back to last year, program specialist, what if they said, I don't have the gas money to do this?
That's very valid.
Because in today's economy, that's for real for people. And then what? So when the employee is tasked, their job duties are other duties as assigned, so it's within their job description, and we're allowed to tell them that that's their new job, but we're not providing them a car or gas money, and then the employee fails to meet the expectations of their job, then what? So it's a larger conversation that we certainly don't need to digress in any further. But
Yeah, well, it's interesting conversation, because there's, you know, anything that's brought up that we can try to help our employees, I'm certainly, you know, all for having the discussion. The good news is that we do have a lot of positions, you know, there's opportunity if that's something that does become a hardship, but we would like to avoid putting hardship on our employees whenever we can. So, yeah, thanks for bringing it up. Anything else from anybody?
Nope.
All right.
Page 325.
6661, instructional materials allocation.
Page 325.
oh yes, sorry.
All right, if there's nothing further, we're moving on to the 7,000s.
We're almost to 9.
7,000s, 7,100, facilities planning.
So this has to do with, sorry, this is page 327. So the changes here have to do with hurricane evacuation shelter and whenever we're building, et cetera. I'm just curious as to the timeline of us approving this policy, what the current Division of Emergency Management plan says. Is there a deficit that exists in hurricane evacuation shelter? I'm just concerned about the timing of when we approve this policy and what the current Division of Emergency Management plan says. Do we know the answer to that? Because if we don't, we need to know the answer to that. Because if currently there is a deficit, it will change our future building plans in mid-policies.
Yeah, there was,
Background notes are the revisions to Policy 7100 are based on amendments to Florida Statute 1013.385, which was Senate Bill 7002. Previous specific areas for flexibility are replaced with standard to provide a school with the ability to operate in a facility on the same basis as a charter school. Charter schools may but are not required to follow SREF. However, any exception to specified design criteria for hurricane evacuation shelters must be with concurrence of local emergency management agency or the Division of Emergency Management.
Okay, so again, the question is, what does the Division of Emergency Management currently say is our shelter capacity in Marion County, and does a deficit exist? Because if a deficit exists, then we may be required to ensure that as we're building new schools.
I don't think we have a deficit. I think we used to.
That's my question.
this provides us with the flexibility going forward, but I agree that this, because the laws change, just gives us new flexibility, but it doesn't mean we're necessarily doing anything with it right now. It's more of getting ahead of an issue going forward.
Okay, again, if we have a sales tax that's approved and we approve this policy in the next 4 to 6 weeks, what does that do to us?
I'm going to take your question and answer it from my perspective of numbers. So I know from working with Preston Bolin from Division of Emergency Management locally that he keeps a list, and that's his duty to do that, and actually made a recommendation to the state to decommission a building, a school. So in terms of numbers, we had more than we needed, but that doesn't speak to the need for a special needs shelter, which we do not have outside of within our walls of our schools. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I can tell you that his recommendation was to decommission one of our schools.
Okay, and that, yes, I agree with that. I believe that his recommendation based on current numbers, but as we were in the EOC very recently, I feel like he is saying, and maybe I heard something differently than the rest of you, but the numbers that the state says we need are frankly inaccurate based on where we are and how many people might come here in the event of major activity. And so I appreciate that he has said to decommission. I appreciate that he has said, yes, that one is on the list, but we're not going to use it on purpose. I appreciate all of that. And our shelters were not at capacity by any stretch this time around. I just want to ensure that we are not going to put something in policy that is going to put a damper at all on our future building plans. Or if it does, then we need to know what that looks like. But obviously concur, we need a special needs shelter that is in the county, and the state, I think, would agree with that as well.
Not a school.
That's not a school.
Well, and that's what we heard them say from the state level when we were at
Yes.
the EOC is,
Marion County.
basically, okay, cool, give us the money and we'll build a awesome community center that also couples as a shelter
With pickleball courts and horseback riding.
and a swimming pool. I love all of it.
Yes.
We may even
So-
have a location.
Spend the money.
So, yep, let's get a special appropriation and we will build it.
I think
Happily.
that might actually be a conversation that could be happening as we speak. So,
Good.
okay,
That and clarification on the chaplain stuff.
yeah, good luck. Page 329, policy 7310.
7310, disposition of surplus property. 7440.03, small unmanned aircraft systems. This is the drone policy.
Page 331, it's good that
70
we're changing that.
7450, property inventory.
Page 333,
8310, public records.
page 335,
8330, student records.
Page 338.
You're down to 4 tabs, Missy.
8405, school safety and security.
Page 348.
8406, report.
Let's see, hang on, I do have a question on that one. It's the very last page. So
348.
this is page 355, actually, is my question on school safety and security. The progressive discipline piece to this that's being added says each district school board and charter school governing board shall adopt a progressive discipline policy for addressing any instructional personnel as defined in that statute and any administrative personnel as defined in Florida statute who knowingly violate school safety requirements. My question is that cross-referenced in any of our employee conduct policies? If so, please include policy numbers with this, because this is in the safety and security policy about progressive discipline for employees who knowingly violate school safety. But if we also don't have that cross-referenced in the employee conduct policies, we need to ensure of that. And then I'm assuming it already is cross-referenced, but those policies were not for us to review. So if it is cross-referenced, terrific, please add the policy numbers.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Make sense?
Yeah, that is a big one, and we would want all of our employees to be very, very well aware. That should be part of the new board, or new training.
Right.
You know, new
I mean,
employee
I
training.
appreciate certainly.
And maybe it
progressive
is.
discipline.
Yeah,
And it may
maybe it
be,
is.
it may be enshrined, I
It'll
didn't,
be good to know that it is.
all I did was review the policies in this notebook in the last couple of days. I did not review all of our existing policies. So my assumption is that is enshrined already in policy. If it's not, it needs to be, and
Yep.
because if they knowingly violate school safety requirements and we have progressive discipline,
It almost seems impossible that anyone would knowingly do that. I mean, talk about a direct ticket to, oof. But
well, I
stranger
mean,
things.
sometimes people would knowingly do it, knowing it would be a violation, but still choosing to do it for whatever reason, thinking they're not gonna get their hand slapped. I mean, there's a recent instance, maybe that you think you're protecting a student by doing something that is a violation of policy that would be deemed a
see how
school
that
safety
went.
issue. Right. So you may still choose to do that, believing it's not,
Yeah,
you're not gonna get caught. But,
because you have a huge heart for the kid.
right.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a cross-referencing thing from, my assumption again is that it's already enshrined in some other policy somewhere, but I just can't imagine that this would be the only section that we would mention progressive discipline for employees that would violate safety.
Okay. Anything else?
No,
Yeah,
Not
that
on
Dr.
that one.
Gullett?
I'm gonna make sure it's in all the ones that address the others.
Yeah, I think Terry's
that
taking
what we
some
can
notes
do,
to do the
Terry?
policy cross-referencing.
Statute is referenced in each of the policies that are listed on the screen right now.
I think what Dr. Campbell is saying, though, is not every policy we have is being reviewed today. And so she's saying, is this progressive discipline policy mentioned in all policies related to, is that what you're saying?
Not just ours.
Both and. So that this progressive discipline clause be added specifically to any other employee conduct that would reference something that would be the reason for progressive discipline. So that's
Yeah,
one
it
piece
it
to
has
this.
not been added because NEOLA didn't suggest an update for those particular ones. And we would be unable to add it without taking all of those policies separately because we've advertised for this rulemaking development only.
Sure.
Yeah, well, this would be
Okay.
something for the future.
Well, fine. So if we can't do that, then please add policy numbers that already reference employee conduct and progressive discipline, and put those here if there's something already in policy about progressive discipline. Am I making sense there? Like, it feels like that this right here, we have the statutes who knowingly violate school safety requirements, please reference policy number, blah, 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 whatever that is. Because there has to be a progressive discipline policy, there has to be some employee conduct policy, there has to be something. This can't be the only place we're mentioning this. It just can't be. It doesn't make any sense.
We're adding one clause to the entire policy book about how an employee needs to have conduct? About safety? Come on. NEOLA, do better.
That's all that's found.
That's ridiculous.
Now, 1012.01 is referenced in all of the employee policies in existence, but it does not have a specific.
Okay, well, perhaps it's something we address tomorrow whenever you guys go back and talk to staff or whatever you need to do in the next couple of hours. But you understand my question about this one clause only being in this one policy. Like, that's just,
I think what they're saying though is
Amazing.
that we can't, like, that's for the next update. The next update will pull the rest of the policies.
It may or may not, but what I mean is, if it's in policy one time, it doesn't need to be in policy 14 times unless those other policies are altered by it. And where 1012.01 is already mentioned in those other policies may address that. But if you're wanting to go back and add the language of progressive and discipline shall be used in a number of policies, first of all, most disciplinary procedures are procedures. They're a procedural element. So that's, and I'll allow Attorney Blackman to speak to that if he wishes, but that's, so our employee or progressive discipline policies are much more broad than the specifics that would be enshrined within procedures.
appreciate it.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my question therein lies though. As long as we have stipulated in some other employee conduct policy somewhere about violating school safety requirements, because that's what this is specifically speaking to. Do we reference school safety requirements anywhere else for employees? Because why are we acknowledging that they may have progressive discipline for violating school safety requirements if we haven't told them anywhere else that they have school safety requirements? That's my point. That it just.
Yeah, and I think the only reasoning I can foresee is that is required by, that's required by the update, is to say that we're not necessarily going to treat every incident that could be a safety and security as something that immediately results in, a termination. So it still is subject to progressive discipline, and then from there, the progressive discipline procedures would dictate whether it is a sort of more egregious violation or not, I would presume.
And we do have procedures that have been developed for this as well, and training has gone out to all the principals as well. I understand the concern, but my understanding is the statute required to say that we have a policy for progressive discipline, as Mr. Powers suggested, that it's not something that you can be immediately terminated for on the first offense. So it's stated here, but it should also be stated elsewhere. Ms. Marion emailed me the procedures that have already been created in anticipation of this policy as well. So
Thank you. It just, whenever we have so many of our policies that are cross-referenced time and time and time again, we've got them in instructional personnel, we've got them in administration, we've got them in all these things, and we just throw in a clause in one policy specifically about employees violating school safety requirements, that causes me pause. And I think that that's a misstep, but we can move on.
I see your point.
No, I know. It's a NEOLA thing.
I'm not, please understand.
No. I'm not accusing you all. I already said NEOLA do better. I already said that. I appreciate us putting in a policy because we're required to do so. But if we have chosen the model that we've chosen to have each subsection representing different classifications of individuals that are employed by us.
Right, but with 7,000, specifically the 7,000s are property. So this is speaking to it from a property and security issue, and it's not speaking to it necessarily from the three that typically overlap are non-instructional, instructional, administration. And so those are the ones that are most frequently cross-referenced between one another. So I can look into it for future updates, and I think that Mr. Blackman can do the same. Looks like he's got some information from Ms. Morant.
Okay.
And I can reach out to NEOLA and say, hey, this is a concern, and
That'd be
I'd
great.
like to have
Yeah,
like
because it
to
does
have some
seem a little weird. It's
additional
just this little,
consideration of this. So,
Yep.
Thank you.
yep. Well heard. All right.
Policy 8406, page 356.
Oops, going the wrong way.
My next one is 9200, so just for the,
For those keeping
Your
track
next
at home.
so the one we're on right now is
06, page 356.
8406, reports of suspicious activity and potential threats to schools. 8407, safe school officers.
Page 358.
8415, emergency and crisis management.
Page 361.
8420, emergency management, emergency preparedness, and emergency response agencies.
Page 364.
I'll rely on someone else for the policy number. 8510, wellness.
I did have one, I think it's a Scribner's error on this one, page 369. The second paragraph, last sentence, in a healthy school meal environment, I believe, instead of a health school meal environment.
Yes. THY.
Second paragraph, last sentence.
At Y.
There's in green already. Go at the top. Very, very top. Yep.
Right there.
Second paragraph, yes, healthy school meal environment.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
Didn't know we had a health school.
I didn't either. I have another, that's kind of a procedure thing. It's just, I'm gonna mention this and then we're gonna move on. Page 371 specifies that students shall be provided access to free drinking water during designated lunch and breakfast meal times. Currently in process, the way this is working, at least in some schools, is that students are not able to get up and fill up their water bottles at will. They do have to request that permission to be granted, and I don't know if this policy is going to now give the students the ability, which I frankly would agree with, to go fill their water bottle if it is empty. But anyway, that's just a comment, really more than a policy change. And then the last comment on this particular policy just kind of threw me off. Let's see, on page 373, which is item, all these letters and numbers, I don't even know how to tell you. It's in green, it's G. When I read this, it kind of threw me off to say no school-sponsored fundraisers, which include the sale of food items, will be permitted to occur until 30 minutes after the conclusion of the last designated meal service. So that essentially means all of our donut fundraisers that happen during breakfast will have to go away.
well, this is, and it's interesting because like this is already a practice. So I know that like,
It's a federal
Very
thing.
manager.
it's not about, it's, yeah, like this is already happening. And honestly, it's not, it's, the way I've seen it in practice is, because Dr. Campbell, are you saying they're selling donuts during breakfast?
I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't think they are, because they should not be. That's already a practice we have, is basically, if you do like a bake sale or something, you have to do it like at dismissal. You literally can't do it
Anymore.
anymore, anytime.
It's very sad.
Yeah, that's just sad. Okay, we can move on.
Yes, and I
When I read it, I
totally
was like,
agree.
wow.
I'm almost positive that's federal guidelines.
Federal law,
Federal
that's
guideline, and
Meal.
I lamented when that went away.
Been around a long.
Yeah,
Okay, moving
I
on.
made a lot of money on dill pickles and Bigfoot. So
Yes.
it was very nice.
Procedurally, I disagree with students not having the availability to fill up their water bottles when they need to. During lunchtime, let's say that.
Which section is that?
It's not something we can change, I don't think, because it's probably something in federal law. It's in section C,
Well, just because we must allow access
page 371.
doesn't mean that we can't define that if that's something that the board wishes to do. But that may also be more of a school-based or procedural matter for principal decision or for
Right.
the superintendent.
And
Ask
it
permission to
probably
go.
is a principal decision that you have to, and so students just aren't.
Run
And
around.
so,
Well, yeah, because like, I mean, Because then you're delineating whose water bottle's empty or not empty, and then it just really, you get into the weeds, and all of a sudden, little Johnny's running around, and
And I can appreciate all of that. I'm just telling you, especially whenever students get older, they're not getting up to fill up their water bottles, so they're going throughout the day without water. And that's fine. It's what's happening. I'm just,
You don't have to ask permission to get up in high school to fill a water
in
bottle.
middle school, you do.
Oh, in middle school you
Middle
do?
school, you do. I can assure you of that, because that's what's happening right now. My child is not drinking.
you gotta
think
ask.
about it globally. You have to think about what that looks like every single day. Hey, Dr. James is going to fill up her water bottle. My water bottle's getting low, and I have something to tell her. So, I mean, you have to.
I understand. I'm just telling you, we got thirsty
somebody's trying to
kids.
teach long division, and the student wants to get up and fill their water. They have opportunities all through the day to fill them.
But they don't. I have to say it. Again, it's during lunch specifically. So during lunch is the only time they have to fill up their water bottles. And in order to get their water bottle filled, they have to ask permission to go to the water fountain to do that. During lunch. And that's not okay with me. So I'm
Middle
just
school, you're saying.
going on the record. That's in middle school, happening right now. I can tell you. So Superintendent Gullett, you've heard my consideration. I do not agree with that, because students are going the whole day, the rest of the day after lunch without having, especially if they're drinking that water during lunch.
but why aren't we teaching students to just advocate for themselves?
To advocate for themselves so that they don't have to raise their hand?
No, to say, hey, I need water.
And in practice, certainly, but middle school kids are also not doing that either, because they don't want to be the one that has to.
Well, I think we gotta teach a little bit of, you gotta,
Self-advocacy.
yeah, you gotta self-advocate.
All right.
You're thirsty, you're not gonna die without water all day. I mean, they came to school with water in the water bottle, they're not
We'll do
gonna
it.
perish. So if you're thirsty, you gotta raise your hand and ask permission.
I don't think they had invented water bottles when I was in school.
There was a meme that says,
They had just invented water when I went to school.
If the janitor was watering something, you just drank out of the hose. Especially if you were on the playground.
Policy 8600, page
Oh, I
875.
guess you're ready to move on.
I'm ready to move on, and I don't have
Yeah.
any more tabs, so
I got-
I'm done.
I got just two more.
You have one right there.
It's 9200, we already did it.
8600, transportation.
Page 375.
Next one is unnumbered, proposed AI policy.
That's page 382.
382.
9211, parent organizations, booster clubs, and other outside support organizations.
Well, do we skip 9200? I only want 9200 just to make sure we change the name.
9200 volunteers, we did.
Okay,
Yep.
got it. Thank you.
9700, I'm sorry, let me double check. 9211, parent organizations, booster clubs, and other outside support organizations.
389,
9700, relations with special interest groups.
page 393,
9800, charter schools.
page 397.
So so this is my last one, and it is the last one. What in God's green earth occurred? Because we cut through, they've stricken through everything.
What page are you on, sir?
Well, it's basically 397 to 415. It's 20 pages.
Yeah.
And we've struck through like everything.
Yep.
And not added a whole awful lot. So where did we add all of the stuff we struck through, or is it not necessary anymore?
The revisions to policy 8510 are based on dialogue with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services and the agency's recommendations. Also,
No, I'm on 9800.
9800, I'm sorry.
I was
So-
like, agriculture.
Yep, I just looked at the wrong, sorry about that.
Attorney Blackman, do you know what the changes were to statute? I
Yeah,
think you were-
there was a NEOLA, it says in light of frequency of revisions needing the policy at 9,800, the lack of flexibility for school boards to adopt policies related to charter schools, and the reality that most charter schools issues are specifically addressed in Florida statutes, State Board of Education rules, and charter agreements. NEOLA has decided to significantly revise the policy of 9,800 by removing provisions that merely restate portions of the statute. And then my understanding is as well the statute changes often, and they had to keep updating it every time. And since it's
Okay.
a statute, there's no need for it to be in
So
policy.
we're referencing the statute and eliminating all of the nuances.
And
And
ho-
just
yes,
referencing the statute.
correct.
That's the
And to
fact.
clarify, that's from NEOLA.
It's from NEOLA. That was their recommendation, and I had Mr. Ayers review this as well, and he agreed as well with this.
Okay, that's fine. It was very substantive. There was a lot going on, so I wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, there's a lot of strike through 'em.
Yeah. Deregulation is startling. We're used to getting more and more added, not, this is gone.
So can we, obviously Attorney Powers is gonna recap. I personally would like, if we need to take like an hour break and come back, I would rather come back today than have to come back tomorrow.
There's nothing we have to come back for.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we knocked it
So we're
out
done.
We are done with policy review. I
for the moment.
can get legal drafting done now.
Yes,
We're not here tomorrow.
Wonderful.
yes.
So,
Been very attentive, very engaged. A+.
is anybody aware, Attorney
you.
Blackman, I'll
Awesome.
ask you, the superintendent and board members, is there any policy which we touched on that we edited today that was, I did not have any indication of anyone that needed to be revisited tomorrow?
I don't,
What's this tab?
And if not,
Is there anything, Dr.
I agree. I don't have anything that we were going to bring back.
we will go start work on drafting these and getting them ready to get,
Yeah.
we'll go back and start processing.
is the plan still to pull the chaplain's bill to a separate item when we get to the vote?
No, if we're going to do that, we need to do that today and create two separate
No, not
policies,
the
which will be duplicative.
The volunteer policy, volunteer and school chaplains, when it goes to the agenda, for that, for us to approve all the policies, and then approve that one separately.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yes, I understand now.
Yes.
Yes.
A different item.
Yes,
So
so
that,
It
so
won't
that,
be lumped in
It
together.
would be under
because
discussion.
that is the only policy which we would have a potential dissenting vote or
That's-
well, I don't want to
don't
say
wanna
that
say
for
that,
sure,
but
but
yes.
that was expressed that might be something that we want to do. So yes, we can set that on as a separate item.
And I also wanted to clarify, just because the only one that I had an additional tab on was policy 2415 that has completely been stricken. I just
Yes.
want to,
Or superintendent asks.
okay, that's tutoring for credit. So we're not altering all of the existing tutoring policies, and we are not including policy 2415 that was tutoring for credit. Okay,
It's struck.
all right.
All right. Well, great job, everybody. Thank you for your diligence. We'll move on to board committee reports and concerns. I'll start with a few meeting reminders. And we don't have to worry about this now because the additional special administrative briefing and work session scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. is canceled. All right. A special board meeting has been scheduled for November 7th, 2024 at 7:30 a.m. The next administrative briefing and work session has been scheduled for November 7th, 2024 at 9 a.m. The next school board meeting is scheduled for November 12th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. All right, Ms. Martinez, anything from your seat?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Attorney Blackman?
No.
Thank you. Dr. Gullett?
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brown? All right. Attorney Powers?
Give Ms. Brown another opportunity if there's anything you wanted to go ahead and, is there any business you want to bring? She hates talking in public, so I'm just messing. No, nothing from me, thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Campbell? Just mulling it over.
Well, I'm trying to decide if I want to speak to the email that we received yesterday from Attorney Powers, but I think we might just save that, specifically referencing the interlocal agreement and the special use permit, and
I'm working on, with Mr. Minter on drafting final arrangements. We had, so there's a timeline, we had there was a local, a ILA specific to school CCC, and the special use permit requires that interlocal agreement be put into place prior to construction commencing. So, in order to achieve that, there are things within the special use permit that were required. There is a list of 6A through D, I think, and you saw that in the technical working group notes that I sent all of you. Those items were, I placed that information exactly as was within the special use permit, drafted that, and sent that to the county to review. Now, a couple of hurricanes, of course, happened in the meantime, and also
Mr. Minter was also
out
on
for-
vacation.
Right, Mr. Minter was out for a while. I got a response back on the 24th that indicated that here was some additional edits to add. I believe the majority of those edits are pretty helpful and useful and are not, problematic. There are a couple of areas that will require a little bit more response to Mr. Minter. So as soon as I get done with things here, that's one of my phone calls to make to Mr. Minter about those particular things. There are 3 items which will require further potential consideration with facilities, and that is, one of them is that the county had expressed that it wishes to have, of course, all of the conditions of the special use permit met prior to the construction commencing or announcement of groundbreaking. However, at least one of those items, a photometric plan, which essentially deals with light pollution, that will not be available for some time. Facilities informed me of that yesterday, so that is something that's going to be, that is something we're going to ask for the county, and I'll discuss that. Ask for them to allow that plan to be completed while prior to the installation of the actual lighting that may cause such source pollution, however, not necessary at this moment. Another has to do with still one discussion regarding the buffer zone of an easement zone 120 feet versus 130 feet. I met with facilities yesterday immediately with Ms. Bumbach, immediately after their engineers and Ms. Bumbach had met with county officials as well, or county employees, just county staff, to go over traffic study impacts, because that was another large thing as well. We will be in compliance with the interlocal agreement that I drafted, so long as we actually do indeed have that submitted. The report that I received was, yes, all that data has been submitted. So there are just a couple of areas that need a little further tweaking or a little further agreement. Not implying that every one of them will be simple, but they are at least straightforward as far as how whether or not the county agrees to those things. I will state that the edits that I received back from Mr. Minter, those are ones which throughout the agreement, it does indicate a desire to assist us in achieving a rapid resolution and being able to get a 2026 deadline. In fact, one of the edits I got to make is in the document it said 2025. That's incorrect. It's 2026. So I'm hopeful that over the next couple of days here, since I now am not going to be at a policy review all day, that I can finalize some of those things. The county has indicated to us that they would attempt to push this through to a walk-on item for 11/5 if that's the case. And then if not, they would put it on their, I think it's 11/12.
It was the 19th.
Or 19th, okay. So I note that during the technical working group meeting the last time, the minutes indicate that the county did request that prior to an actual groundbreaking, the conditions of the special use permit be met. So we do have to actually do everything within our power to at least make sure that our interlocal agreement is set, and that is, I would say nearly there. But in order to do that, it requires certain things having been completed between facilities, our facilities engineers, and county staff. With the exception of a photometric plan and agreement over some buffer zone items, those are things that I believe are largely completed. As to those issues, I could not, I'm not a planner, I could not tell you exactly how long those may take or whether they may result in more difficulty or not.
So without belaboring the conversation, because I appreciate the update and thank you for clarifying, one of my primary concerns just in the edited document that we received that I'm assuming you've just said you're going to then respond with additional edits. I have concerns about the whereas paragraph that says, whereas Florida Attorney General Opinion, AGO 2004-42, concluded that the location and development of educational facilities must be consistent with the county's comprehensive plan and implementing land development regulations that do not relate to
or regulate the same subject as the Florida Building Code and the Florida Fire Prevention Code. My question about that particular whereas paragraph is the county's in the process of updating their comprehensive plan, and I want to ensure that whatever the agreement is that we come to, that we are in constant communication with the county on the updates to their comprehensive plan, that they're not going to, that there wouldn't be anything added into the plan as they're currently in process of updating that would impact this school or future schools. And so that's my concern. Just even mentioning that in this interlocal agreement causes me pause.
Well, it is controlling law, because in the absence of there being any sort of a law to the contrary or case law that's been made, the Attorney General opinion does control. And it actually, it works for us, not against us. In the fact is that the Attorney General's opinion says we do have to comply with the comprehensive plan. We knew that back in 2013 because during our application for the comprehensive plan, they made a factual determination at the time that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan. Now, here, there would still need to be, there's a determination to be made once we've submitted that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan now. We have no indication that's not going to be the case. The main part of that statute, of that Florida Attorney General's opinion that matters more is the second half. The second half is that that we are permitted to make use of alternate means under Florida Building Code, for example. And so that is one of the edits that I asked us to put into another section there. Specifically, I believe it was dealing with security and buffer zones. Some of those indications are that statute specifically says if it can be done at a cheaper cost by complying with Florida Building Code, then we can, it's an alternative, we can do that alternatively. So I'm going to ask for that section to be put in to clarify exactly the issue that you bring up. But otherwise, yes, what's in the Florida Attorney General's opinion on point from, I believe, 2004 is, I think that's explanatory. And in conjunction with a couple of the things that Mr. Minter put in there, I think it sort of accurately, and along with the emails that I received from Ms. Straub, it appears to accurately reflect that they are going to do their best to assist us in achieving that time frame. And of course, there are a couple of items still that remain unresolved, and it's not that those unresolved issues are, as I said, primarily photometric plan and agreement as to an actual buffer, and that's between facilities engineers and county engineers. So
my hope is that the new consultant that we've brought on board to assist us with government planning, et cetera, is paying close attention to conversations our county commission's having about their comprehensive plan and ensuring that nothing that might be coming forth in that plan, amendments, changes, whatever they're considering doing, will impact us now or in the future. So normally we would have, we don't have an employee necessarily that's doing that piece for us any longer. Now we have a consultant who is. So that is a specific request that they are paying close attention. I had a client back whenever the first amendments happened back in 2014 that were very interested in things that changed back then. And so I know what that looks like. And so I just encourage us to have our ear to the ground and know what's going on, and that somehow things we need to be done aren't written out of the plan. But beyond that, today has been helpful, and thank you to Ms. Brown and all of your hard work. We are grateful for you, even though you don't like sitting up here with us. We're super grateful for you, and certainly for our attorneys and all the team that worked so diligently to get us to where we are today. I didn't feel like I had as many tabs as I normally do, so we're done in a day. Thanks, guys.
Yes, yes. Well, we've come a long way. All right. Board Member James.
Thank you. On the same premise, I'll start with what Dr. Campbell was saying. I have great concern about scheduling a groundbreaking when we have not accomplished everything we need to do to have said groundbreaking.
And I believe that's why the invitations haven't gone out yet. The save the date went out. I sent it out personally this morning, kind of as a follow-up to the conversation yesterday, but there's been no official invitation sent out for that reason.
Just a calendar.
But
Yeah.
based on conversations I've had, November 12th is 2 weeks from today, yesterday, right? November 12th is 2 weeks from yesterday.
Yep.
And this interlocal has to get everyone in agreement and signatures from our chair, which we've already said, okay, she has the authority. But then it has to be signed by the county commissioner chair. And have they granted her the authority to make that independent decision or not?
I can share with you that, based on back and forth emails, that there is an opportunity to do that as a walk-on item, according to Tracy Straub, which was, I believe, November 5th. Otherwise, if it goes to a regular, the next regular county commission meeting, we will miss, because that would be the 19th. But they
So-
commonly do walk-on items.
So, but then, we're not sending out invitations until the 6th?
We would send them out the afternoon of the 5th. So, a week. That's why the save the date. There was indication that an invitation would be appreciated. So that's why
Well, and I mean, I believe that we need to have a grandiose, groundbreaking,
Absolutely.
and
Like the other
all of
ones.
the delegates there, and all of it. And I feel like we're putting ourselves in a position where if there is pushback on some of these items, which rightfully they could push back on, like the photo whatever study, right? We are just putting ourselves in not a great position, because then we're going to have to say, oh, just kidding, we're not doing it now. And I wish we would just wait until all the components were done until we made the decision. And I appreciate that it's a save the date, but I imagine we're going to forward that save the date to our state reps and other important delegates in our community, and then to have to pull back and basically say, just kidding.
Right, and I would not mean to imply in any way that those last few items which are brought up to you are things that are, I mean, they are the last standing things in a long process that's gone on between county engineers and us and our engineers. I don't mean to imply that those are, just easy parts. Those are just last parts standing. There are a couple that do appear to be relatively solvable. Now, as far as the portion that I can do with drafting of the legal language and everything, everything can be done very quickly. But
I'm not
it's a matter
trying
of,
to say that people are not working incredibly hard and fast. I'm just saying it causes me pause to essentially schedule something that we don't have. We're not ready to schedule yet. We have not gotten to finality to schedule it. And
I
so
cannot predict how much longer it will take for those departments to have some of those issues.
And I understand that lots of people will be at a groundbreaking, and it's this is a high school, it's a significant event for our community, and I just wish that we had all of our boxes checked before we were moving forward with scheduling. So that's my thought on that. I think similar to some of you, had a discipline briefing with Dr. Hembrook and Attorney Blackman, and I have been asking the same question for, I don't know, at least the last 6 weeks, which is I want a very clear definition of what gets you without services, and I have yet to receive that. And as a board member, this board member is not going to vote on without services until I get that clarification, because what I know is the data about the type of student that is receiving without services is not varied. It is the same type of student. And until there is a very clear-cut decision tree of what code gets you without services, or what actions, or where those actions occur, I do not feel comfortable continuing. I am in full support of expulsion without services, in full support. But the decision tree as to how we get to that consequence is not clear. And one of the words that was used yesterday was principal discretion. I'm so sorry, but I do not think principal discretion is appropriate when we are talking about expelling students without services. There should be a code, and the code should determine the consequence. We should not have human implicit bias indicating when we do or do not use discretion for a student's consequence. And that is my opinion, but I feel very uncomfortable continuing to proceed with expulsions without services until we have clearly identified how we land at that consequence. And I am not settled with the information I received yesterday. Lastly, in the board meeting last Tuesday, we voted on a bus contract. There were questions I asked during that meeting, including what is the pay and other things. I would like if Dr. Hembrook or whoever can provide that information to us as board members in an email as a follow-up. That typically does occur, but we have not received that information, and there is narrative in the community about what they are paying. And I haven't actually received any information about that. So I would request Dr. Gullett, if someone from staff can communicate those intricacies of those questions that I asked. I would have to go back and watch exactly to see exactly what I asked, but it was about, is there a non-compete? What is the pay? What are the components of this contract for the bus drivers? So
Dr. James, if you can clarify, you're asking for what the pay is, what the benefits are, and
Well-
you want a copy of the contract that you approved?
Well, no, I don't, what I'm asking is to go back to the meeting, and if I need to do that to outline my questions, I can, but in the discussion for that item last Tuesday, I outlined questions, and they have not been answered.
Okay. Mr. Christian takes notes for us of board requests, and we track those. Thank you.
That's all I have, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and I will just share that I've had some of those same questions too, and there seems to be a lot of confusion. The contract was approved for up to, I think it was 1.7 million, 1.6. That doesn't mean that we're going to spend it all. I believe it was $25 an hour or up to $25 an hour. So I've had conversations in the community of, okay, well, that sounds like a lot of money, but they're not getting any benefits.
Correct.
So, it's like deja vu all over again, when we had the contracted drivers previously, and there was a lot of, I'll just say it, a lot of them weren't treated very well by our own employees, and they were just there to drive, to try to help with the problem. And so we do need to have, as board members, very accurate information, because if you're being contacted and there's complaints being made, then we have to be able to share the truth. And people that continue to get their truth from the Parents of Marion County page, well, that's buyer beware right there. You can go anywhere for information, and it doesn't mean it's going to be accurate. So I agree that, having the questions answered and having them be very direct and straightforward so that we can actually get that information out there really is important. So thank you for bringing that up. All right. Yeah.
Along that vein, there's a lot of questions, and it's even to the point of who's going to, are our people required to maintenance the buses that this company is using? I've gotten all those type of questions, so we do need to clear the air so that our people can understand that this was like a Band-Aid. This is like a temporary fix, and it's not anything that's permanent. We're hoping that at some point all of our people will be driving all of our students. But I think we definitely need to clear the air so that our transportation department know that we value them, that we're not kicking them to the side of the road or anything like that. But we got to do something to help our students. So as soon as we can get those questions answered, I think it'll ease the tension that's out there. That is bad information that's out there on social media. So.
All right, anything else?
And no, I don't have any comments other than please vote. Please vote.
Vote.
And definitely we got a sales tax on there, so please look at that one for us. So
It's on the very last page.
please
Yes, all those down ballot items that mean so much.
vote the whole ticket.
That's right.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Conrad.
I just have just a few things. I just want to thank Attorney Blackman, Attorney Powers, Ms. Brown, and then at the front of our 415-page document of policy updates, there are a lot of staff members that stepped in to evaluate and give input on all of these things that we spent many hours discussing and looking over today. So I just want to say thank you for all the work. You made our job easier here today, so thank you. I also wanted to give a shout out. We had a rock room opening at Fort McCoy last week. It really was fabulous, such a great program, and I'm just so thankful for the work that they do that directly impact the students at our schools, and so just very grateful for that program and all that they do for our students. Make sure to go vote on Tuesday if you haven't already, and go all the way to the end of your document so you can take a look at things that are impacting our schools and our community right now. So that's all I have, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. All right, well, let's talk about Christmas. Yeah.
Okay, I came
You're
with-
cutting off Christmas?
I'm so sorry. Gosh, that's terrible timing. I do have another additional announcement after we go through the Christmas.
No, go ahead, because I want the full joy of talking about Christmas.
Okay, perhaps this could be a little, maybe some early Christmas present, I don't know, but we just got additional information. Today at 2 o'clock, as you're aware, Board, was our receipt deadline for Old Central Warehouse and vacant lot properties. We did receive a total of 9 bids. 5 are marked as being for the vacant lot, and 4 are marked for being for the Old Central Warehouse. And we had in our initial paperwork that we had submitted, we'd put for the advertisement of such bids, we had said tentative school board approval is tentatively scheduled for November 14th of 2024. So we will need to actually set an actual time for us to, a special board meeting for us to review, unseal, and make some decisions based on that as well. So,
By November 14th?
well, it's a tentatively scheduled date, and that date has remained open. So that's going to be a question for the board and the superintendent now, whether that's something that you have availability for.
We have a board meeting already scheduled for the 7th that's off air, but theoretically, we could bring it back on air after the workshop. I don't know what's on the agenda for the workshop for Thursday of next week, but if it's not like one of these that we've had lately that's got 1,900 things on it, then maybe we could just go on air at the end of the work session.
And the board meeting?
Yeah, and enter
Special
into
board meeting. Yeah,
a
go back.
regular board meeting.
Right.
Because we already have a board meeting scheduled, and the publication deadline is theoretically tomorrow.
And if not, we have a board meeting on the 12th, so we can at least get it in by then.
On either agenda, correct.
I think there's ample time on the 7th. Some of the other ones are quite long
Okay.
due to timing of items, but
Well, because I would love to have time to have discussion, and I feel like in an evening meeting, we it's long. So if we were able to go on the 7th, do the special meeting in the morning off air, do the work session, and then go into, like maybe have lunch and then go into an on-air board meeting, resume it, and then we could do it then, but that would mean that whatever, I don't know if the bids are gonna be published or not, but that would theoretically have to get published tomorrow, right? What's today's date?
That is way too, I'm not going to be able to make that work. The 14th would be ideal, and that's what we probably need to stick to.
But publication-wise, we have to publish today at noon was the publication deadline for the 14th. Correct, Ms. Martinez? So we can't have a meeting on the 14th because we've already missed the publication deadline.
So we have an organizational meeting and the meeting of the leasing corporation on November 19th. So that's in the midday at 11 o'clock, I think is statute, we have to do that. So I don't know if these bids have to be a part of the leasing corporation or not. Like, I don't know if it's a board meeting or a leasing corporation, but all of that's happening already on November 19th. So could I propose that we, if we need to be briefed individually on something in advance or whatever that looks like, but November 19th is already a set organizational meeting day.
That's time sensitive, correct?
Sure, the organizational meeting is yes, but the leasing corporation meeting isn't time sensitive.
Go into it afterwards.
Yes.
You go into afterwards before. doesn't have to be, only the organizational meeting is time sensitive. We can do what we need to do either before or after.
Well, but Elena, Ms. Martinez has already submitted, I imagine, the advertisement for the 19th meeting. Is that correct? So it's already been submitted for 11 a.m. So we would want to put it afterwards because the time is part of the advertisement, correct?
That's fine.
She could do it before too, correct? Yeah,
But we'd
the
have to
reason-
pay for that.
The reason I asked that is because I know I have to be in Tallahassee later that evening.
So morning would be better for you.
Morning would be much better for me.
On the 19th?
Yes.
Well, I mean, our meeting is at 11 a.m., so I mean,
Right.
that's,
So, I mean, why can't we do one in the morning?
Let me back up and give additional information as well. I'm sorry. I was talking about a meeting for the 14th, okay?
and I'm out of town, so go
All
ahead.
right, and you're saying that this is a 7-day notice meeting, is what would be required, okay? So why is it that our deadline, I'm missing something. Why is it that our publication deadline for a special, for a meeting on the 14th would have to be turned in by today, 2 weeks prior?
We don't have your microphone.
I understand, but if we turned it in on the 6th,
It
it
would
runs on,
8th,
then
not
runs on the 8th,
7
which is Friday.
Yes.
So that would be then,
6 days.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Okay.
And not that it matters, but I'm at the Excel and Ed conference.
And if we put it as a special board meeting, we only need 72 hours. So we can put it on as a special board meeting and still make plenty of time for publication.
I guess, I'm just going to give you a little pushback. I'm sorry, this is going to make you feel uncomfortable. What needs to happen? Are the bids getting published publicly?
I can't, usually I would say no.
Okay, so what is going, if this item were added to a board meeting for tomorrow, for publication for tomorrow, what is going on the meeting?
The board meeting for publication for tomorrow?
Which would be the board meeting on the 7th, if we were to expand it. What is going up for publication?
On the item for the sealed bids?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be to open and approve them, but I need to make sure of Mr. McGraw's availability. It's been tentatively right now, he's looking at the 14th. So I need to make sure of a number of factors, not just his availability, but also the process. There's things that I'm not ready for. And I do not want to be working on a 12-hour deadline to make stuff happen.
Make it happen on the 14th.
So,
Dr. Campbell's not available, and I don't think it would be appropriate to have a discussion about this without all 5 of us being able to participate.
all right, then the 19th is.
So can we do the 19th in the morning?
Yes.
Well, and again, I cannot tell you how long this process may take. So it might be one that we want to do at the end of the board meeting, or what? Well, actually,
Organizational meetings.
yeah. So right after the organizational meeting.
No, Reverend Cummings has shared that he's traveling to Tallahassee that afternoon. So
I got you.
to be respective of his travel, if we did it at 9 a.m., that would afford us 2 hours to have lengthy discussion about whatever and give us more than enough time to be wrapped up or go into, what's the word?
Time sensitive organizational meeting.
Yes, what about the swearing in pieces? You know, that's also the time when family comes and all that good stuff?
But that all would be at 11. That'd be time
That would all be
certain.
at 11.
So
Okay,
if we start at 9, I think,
we can make it work?
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, I'm available.
we can all come prepared to get our picture taken at 9 and then do the bids at 9 and till 11 and then do the formalities of the organizational and everything at 11.
So does the 19th date make it more appropriate for you too, Attorney Powers?
Makes it more appropriate for me. The missing piece is here. I'm informing you, but I'm gonna need to reach out to Mr. McGraw as well.
Okay.
So I'll
And
keep you updated.
It's a board, can you just explain to me why it's a board meeting and not a work session?
Because the board's gonna have to vote
On the winner,
on which bids to.
which bid to accept?
So we're making a motion on each bid, or?
No, there's a selection.
I think normally, what I'm thinking is normally we would go through the work in a work session, and then the one we're choosing would go to a meeting. That's how I understand us to work
It's typically
typically.
how we work.
So it's just not normal for us to go through all of the motions in a meeting.
The discussions, you mean?
Yes.
So he presents each.
it would be normal for Mr. McGraw to come and present the bids to us in a work session. We all get collectively briefed on all of them. We walk away. We've maybe made a decision, come to consensus, then that individual item is put on a board meeting agenda.
Give me available dates, and I will coordinate with Mr. McGraw and make sure that our process is correct for it, okay?
So
Bring it to a work session next week.
that's what I'm trying to maintain, is like, if Mr. McGraw is available next Thursday to come present the bids, if what he's presenting is the bids, then it needs to happen next Thursday, because we already have a work session next Thursday, and the item could get added. And honestly, the item can get added, and if we don't get it together, then the item is withdrawn. But, I mean,
Because I don't want to be hurrying, this is really important, and, we say 9 o'clock, but then, and we are time certain at 11, yeah.
and
So I'm in agreement that I think it should go to the work session for next week.
I like that idea.
Yes,
And we come back and vote on it on the 14th.
yes.
well, not the
That would be the
14th.
The 19th.
Not the,
Sorry, the 19th, I'm sorry.
yes, the 19th.
Yes.
At that 9 o'clock meeting on the 19th.
Well, but it won't need to be a 9 o'clock meeting, because presumably, we would have done the work of the discussion in the work session, so it's a formality of the vote. So I would say that, it could be essentially at 10:55 or 10:50 or so, or, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's not gonna be this need for 2 hours ahead of the organizational and leasing meeting, because we will have had the discussion.
Maybe 10 o'clock, because people have family coming and all of that, so have it at 10. And then,
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so at this point, the idea would be to set it for a work session on the 7th, add it to the work session agenda that exists,
yep,
and with the board chair's permission, obviously, and then we would be setting it for a actual meeting on the same day as the organizational meeting,
The morning of.
the morning.
morning of.
Okay, so our time frame for the 19th looks like what then? Just I want to
I
confirm.
think we said 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
So 10 a.m. and that initiates with the organizational meeting.
No.
That
Starts a
initiates
special
with,
board meeting.
When is the
Starts a
swearing in?
special
I'm
board
sorry, I'm just trying to clarify, I do have family coming.
Swearing in is at 11 o'clock.
I thought the organizational meeting was at 11 o'clock.
That's the same thing.
It's not. I'm sorry. It's not. The organizational meeting is when we're all sitting here actually gaveling in.
So the leasing corporation is the swearing in meeting.
no.
All of that happens on the same day, yes.
Yes,
Right.
But
but
the
we all
swearing
have
in
one.
traditionally happens
First,
first, because you have to be a board member before you can weigh in on the organization.
yes. So that is all set for 11 a.m.
I don't,
We just have one calendar.
I know, we have one calendar invite for 30 minutes, and so I'm not really sure.
There's two people being sworn in, Ms. Conrad and Dr. Campbell, correct? So why can't we still do 10 o'clock as the swearing in board meeting or whatever?
No,
No, we were talking about doing 10,
I think we're saying 10 o'clock to vote on the bid. Yes. And we may decide we don't want a bid. We may say all the bids, no, we don't want to entertain any of them and try again. So it's maybe a moot point, but if we pick one, then we're opening a meeting for a 10-minute quick thing, and then we're closing the meeting, and then at 11 o'clock, we would do the swearing in and then the organizational meeting.
well, it's just a matter of how quick do we think it's going to be, because we try to say we're going to be quick, and then it takes longer. So again, this is a big deal, and we want to make sure we have enough time dedicated. We also want to make sure we have enough time if the families are going to be here for the swearing-ins. Those don't take very long, but they like to take pictures and stuff. And then it's time certain, right, Ms. Martinez, for 11 o'clock for the organizational meeting?
So, Mr. Christian, how long is it going to take us to do the swearing in?
Oh, that's terribly long.
Kind of is.
Yeah. I want to.
If memory serves me correctly, I believe we have done swearing-ins at 10:30. Those go directly into the meeting at 11 because, as I understand it, it is time sensitive. And then your leasing corporation meeting typically takes place after that.
Yes.
It's your meeting, your agenda. You can do whatever you'd like, and we will accommodate.
Thank you. And invitations need to go out for the swearing-in piece.
Yes.
They always have in the past, I believe. So we need to get those out. and for 10:30, right? And then do we think that meeting at 10 o'clock to talk about the bids is enough time, 30 minutes?
No, I do not.
Okay, so we're back to 9 o'clock.
Back to 9 o'clock.
Back to 9 o'clock.
That's what I said.
So the work session is the work to determine which bid we're choosing, if any. And then the meeting is motion to approve bid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the sale of LMNOP. And then,
In conjunction with the meeting on the 7th, you're right, yeah.
Okay.
okay, so it's not, it could take less than 30 minutes. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Okay, so 30 minutes, we are good.
So let's.
10 o'clock
10
is,
o'clock.
10 o'clock is the meeting for the bids, 10:30 is the swearing in, 11
Madam
o'clock
Chair.
is the organizational meeting.
The organizational meeting, which is the swearing meeting, begins at 11. That is the time it has been advertised. That is what has always been past practice. We do the organizational/swearing meeting at 11. We approximately finish 15 minutes after that. We start the board leasing meeting at 11:15, which lasts 5 minutes. We got done last year in 23 minutes between both, from 11 to 11:23.
But last year, we didn't have a swearing in.
Well, the year that we did.
She's talking about 2 years ago.
It's always been 11. It's never been
So
10:30.
we started 11 with swearing ins, is that what you're saying?
That is
So
correct.
that is part of the meeting?
That's part of the organizational meeting, correct.
Okay, that's what we were looking for clarity on.
So this will require a new advertisement then?
Correct, for the 9 o'clock special board meeting.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, yes.
Jeez.
You guys are talking me into confusion.
So 10 o'clock, I'm just for clarity, 10 o'clock special board meeting.
To discuss, to vote on what we
board
discussed
meeting
at the
to
work session.
Discuss on the work session.
Yes,
11 o'clock organizational meeting with the swearing in.
yes,
Once that's completed, we move right into the leasing corporation meeting.
correct.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
And
I'm trying to pull it up.
Yes.
So advertisements, invitations will go out for still 11 o'clock.
And if Mr. McGraw's not available, I think that he needs
I
to
don't think
send.
he needs to be here for the voting on the 19th. just-
No, I'm talking about the 7th, next, like, to me, he needs to send someone from his organization and a representative, like, it needs to be rather non-negotiable, in my opinion, so.
Well, we only have so much time, and we're trying to get this done.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, when you say invitations for the organizational meeting, other than yourselves, are you specifying other individuals to be sent invitations to?
No, that was ahead of the confirmation that the swearing-ins are factored into the meeting that begins at 11.
Okay, but no additional invitation?
No additional
Okay.
invitations are needed. Right? Everybody's good.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like actual physical paper invitations, and I was like, I don't think we.
No.
Okay, I was confused by that as well.
All right. Anything else? That's it? We're solid?
We will need to add a notice of public hearing to the 11/12 board meeting for our policies. And also schedule on 12/10/2024 a board meeting for the hearing as well.
Well, there's already a board meeting that day.
Right, so we'll need to add that as an item when it comes up. So I'm just announcing that publicly. So, because we have to make a public announcement when it comes to announcing a public hearing in advance as well.
Right.
Okay? That's all.
All right.
Get to Christmas.
Yeah. Let's talk about Christmas. Actually, this is the only thing I'm going to have before I talk about Christmas, and it is related to the ILA that's specific to the special use permit. And so I just wanted to share with you, staff has been working hard, county staff, district staff, to really try to work through this and get this done. And so my understanding was that everyone's working hard, to bridge any time lapse, that the commissioners are certainly waiting on the ILA to be submitted. They didn't want there to be any surprises with groundbreaking invitations, being sent out without the ILA being formalized. However, it was indicated that, invitations were definitely desired. So it certainly wasn't my intention to send save the dates to everyone. It was as a result of this really pretty constant and effective collaboration that's happening. We've been talking about the date internally for a while, and it was conveyed to me that there was the possibility of a walk-on item, if we have it done, to be able to get it formalized and then be able to meet our groundbreaking tentative date. If not, it won't happen. So I just hope that everyone continues with their diligent, good faith effort to get this done. You know, we're all excited about it. They need a road that is in good shape and that where traffic can flow through, hopefully with as little interruption as possible, twice a day. We need a school, and we need a road that is going to keep our kids from getting hit as they try to get into school. So, you know, we all have every good reason to continue to move forward with this in good faith and get it done. So there you go. That's what I have to say about that. All right, let's talk about Christmas. All right, the good news is that the Paglias once again are very, very kindly to have us on December 14th, which is the Ocala Christmas Parade. So that's a date that you can put in your calendars. There'll be more information to follow as exactly what time to show up, but we're all veterans now of Christmas parades, so we know how to thread the needle and get there in time to hop on the float.
What time does the parade start?
I think it starts at 5:30. Yeah, but they always like to have us there early so that they get started on time. I do not know the dates of the Bellevue Christmas Parade nor the Dunellen Christmas Parade, and what I was going to propose was whoever is the board member whose that parade occurs in their district, if maybe they would reach out and get the details on that and share them with the rest of the board. But I do know that we are on for the Ocala Christmas Parade on December 14th. All right. Okay. All right. And I think with that, we'll end for today. We've covered a lot of ground. And so I will say that we shall adjourn if no one is in opposition at 3:21 p.m. All right. Thank you very much.